Section 1 of The Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Empedocles, 5th century B.C., by George Herbert Palmer. Empedocles, the Sicilian, was born at Agrigentum early in the 5th century B.C. The dates of his birth and death are uncertain, but his life probably covered nearly the whole of the first 3/4 of that century. His family was rich and influential, and in politics allied with the popular or democratic side. He himself rose to a commanding position as a statesman, and was sufficiently versatile to become no less eminent as an orator, poet, religious teacher, and physician. Of his 2 long poems, the one cosmological, the other religious, 450 fragmentary verses have come down to us, the exceptionally large number probably showing the widespread character of his popularity. In certain political overturnings he fell into disfavor with his fellow citizens, and was apparently banished. At any rate, many years of his life were passed in wandering over the Greek countries. Travel in those days took the place of the modern university, and whatever results travel could yield he obtained. A long life was spent in forming and proclaiming philosophic doctrine, in preaching, and in healing the sick. A man of imposing personality, he was popularly believed to work miracles, and to possess divine power, beliefs which he took no pains to discourage. The suspicion of charlatanry which attaches to him appears in the probably baseless story that he secretly threw himself into the crater of Etna in order not to be thought to have died as a man, but to have disappeared as a god. His character and teachings have deeply affected 2 notable poems, Lucretius's De Rerum Natura and Matthew Arnold's Empedocles on Etna. At the beginning of the 5th century B.C. there was great intellectual activity throughout the Greek world, especially along the coast land of Asia Minor, among the islands of the Aegean Sea, in Sicily and southern Italy, the Greek America, where comfortable conditions had been attained in freedom, wealth, and ease of communication. Here men were becoming conscious of themselves and of an environing world, and had begun to seek a more exact explanation of the universe than the traditional mythologies could supply. The ancient beliefs accepted gods of all degrees and ranges of power. The arrangements of the world were due to them, and all events were under their control. But they were imagined as having their birth and exerting their activity in an already existing universe. Of this or of themselves they did not lay the foundations. Multitudinous they were as the physical forces of our scientific men, and as little capable of accounting for their own origin. In the preceding century men had already begun to wonder about this origin, and to distrust mythological explanations of it. They questioned what was the ultimate ground of things, what was the universal nature, from which gods and men alike proceeded, of what was the world made. These questions mark the first stirrings of a philosophic spirit among the Greeks. The Ionians or Eastern Greeks suggested in reply that some one of the many elements now existing might be the primordial element, and from this all else be derived. Water or even air might be the primordial stuff, which processes of thickening and thinning then turned into all that we see. Nature would thus consist of a single real substance, and of it the many objects we perceive would be but the modifications. Acute minds, however, at Elea in southern Italy, Xenophanes, Parmenides, Zeno, press this hypothesis farther. If the many objects we see are but modifications of a single being or substance, then objects themselves and the whole changing world which they involve become illusory. For how could water be changed into anything other than itself, without ceasing in the same degree to be water at all? And if one primordial element is all that ultimately constitutes being, will not every change of this being or substance move in the direction of not being or insubstantiality? It is useless to suggest that change might arise through the transition from one kind of being to another. If there are kinds of being, diversity is planted in the frame of things, rational unity disappears, and anything like a universe becomes impossible. The one and the many are so inherently opposed that each must exclude the other from existence. To the Eleatic eye, or to any other capable of distinguishing reality and appearance, all being is one, changeless, undifferentiated, eternal. It is the deceiving senses which report multiplicity. Reason speaks only of unity. The transformations suggested and seemingly warranted by sensuous experience cannot even be thought of with precision, but will on reflection everywhere disclose hidden contradictions. Only one method of preserving the reality of change accordingly remains, and that is to embed it in the nature of the primordial element itself. This method was adopted by Heraclitus of Ephesus. Fire, said he, presents a case of existence where nothing like fixed being is to found. Of fire it is not true that it first exists and afterwards changes. At no moment of its existence, even the earliest, is it unchanging. Into its nature change is so essentially inwrought that we are obliged to describe it as always becoming, rather than as at any time being. And what is true of fire is true of the universe in general. Ceaseless change characterizes it. All things flow, nothing stands. You cannot bathe twice in the same stream. The Eleatics were right in declaring that being cannot change except into its opposite, not being. But that is precisely what it perpetually does change into. Nature is made by the union of these opposites. Strife is the father of all, the unceasing strife of being and not being. The two are inseparable. The original element contains them both, and nature arises from their conflict. These, then, were the explanations of the universe offered to Empedocles: the mythological notion of personal divine agency, the primary transformable element of the Ionians, the one fixed substance of the Eleatics, the ceaseless change of Heraclitus. Perhaps we should add the teachings of Pythagoras about number, immortality, and a renovated social order. All these widely divergent cosmologic notions Empedocles accepted, and in his eclectic and compromising fashion sought to adjust them into harmony with one another. With the Eleatics he agrees in holding that whatever ultimately exists must be perpetual, incapable of changing its qualities, of coming into being or ceasing to be. But he conciliates this with the Heraclitean recognition of the universality of change, by a peculiar adaptation of Ionic doctrine. It is true that not all the elements of the world are equally primordial, but why assume that there is but one such primordial element? May there not be several? The Pythagoreans taught that the number 4 entered deeply into the structure of the world. Might there not, then, be 4 original elements, say earth, air, fire, and water? 3 of these had already figured separately in Ionic speculation. These primordial roots, as Empedocles calls them, in themselves always unchanged, might by mingling with one another or by separation produce the appearances which we know as birth, death, and changeable phenomena. Yet to effect such combinations something is needed which the Ionians overlooked: forces to operate change and to adjust the elements to one another. These Empedoclean forces are 2, love and strife, or, stripping off that mythological and personified character which this poetizing philosopher attributes to them, as also to his 4 elements, we may call them by the modern names of affinity and repulsion. In the beginning, all the 4 elements were compacted by love into a harmonious universe, which may be symbolized by a sphere. Into this spherical concord crept strife, gradually, through disturbing the normal degrees of mixture, breaking up the primeval hull into individual existences. These individual existences appeared at first in fragmentary and imperfect forms, heads and arms and eyes coming into life, yet missing their congruous parts. Such monstrosities soon perished. But when one happened to be joined to another in natural fitness, it survived. So there was a progression from the imperfect to the more perfect. Moreover, although in the world which now exists, differentiating and individualizing strife is in the ascendant, love will one day have its way again, and draw all once more back to the sphere-shaped, fourfold harmony. Yet this love-ruled harmony will not persist, but out of it new mixtures will still proceed, a strife cycle forever alternating with a love cycle. Out of this same love our perceptions and desires spring, the elements which form us seeking their similars elsewhere. Only like can be known by like. With these physical doctrines Empedocles combined, for no obvious reason, the Pythagorean doctrine of the transmigration of souls. To sum up, the teaching of Empedocles is a composite, and includes fragments of all the theories current in his time. His own contributions are: 1, the doctrine of the 4 elements; 2, the perception that for the fashioning of a world, forces are as needful as material; 3, the notion of alternating world cycles; 4, vague hints of evolution and even of natural selection; and 5, cognition by similars. To have 4 or 5 original ideas is to be a wealthy man indeed. Those of Empedocles were all taken up into subsequent philosophy, and have ever since enriched the blood of the world. The Greek text of the fragments of Empedocles, with Latin translation, may be found in Moloch's Fragmenta Philosophorum Graecorum, Volume 1, selections with Latin comment, arranged so as best to exhibit the philosophy, in Ritter and Preller's Historia Philosophiae, an English translation, in the 5th chapter of Burnet's Early Greek Philosophy, the life in the 8th book of Diogenes Laertius, discussions of the philosophy in all the histories of Greek philosophy, especially in Burnet, in Zeller's Pre-Socratic Philosophy, Volume 2, in Zeller's Small Greek Philosophy, and in Windelband's Geschichte der alten Philosophie. From the Poem on Nature. Empedocles was without doubt a leader of mystics, and one who claimed for himself superhuman nature and wisdom. But it seems equally true as of Plato, of Swedenborg, or of Emerson, that he was his own first and sincerest believer. In particular, the lines in which he declares his recollections of immortality and of a more blessed divine existence are as earnest as anything in Plato or in Wordsworth. There is a doom of fate, an ancient decree of immortals, never to be unmade, by amplest pledges attested, that if a spirit divine, who shares in the life everlasting, through transgression defile his glorious body by bloodshed, or if he perjure himself by swearing unto a falsehood, thrice 10,000 seasons he wanders apart from the blessed, passing from birth unto birth through every species of mortal, changing ever the paths of life, yet ever unresting, even as I now roam, from God's far wandered an exile, yielding to maddening strife. These, as Plutarch and others testify, are the opening lines in the prelude of Empedocles' great poem on nature. Other and briefer fragments continue the same train of thought. Once already have I, as a youth, been born as a maiden, bush and winged bird, and silent fish in the waters. After what horrors, and after how long and blissful existence! Thus am I wretchedly doomed to abide in the meadows of mortals. Loudly I wept and wailed at beholding the place unfamiliar, joyless the place where murder abides, and strife with the other races of troubles. The belief in transmigration, which we are wont to associate especially with the Pythagorean teachings, is nowhere more earnestly and vividly expressed than by Empedocles. The conviction that man's soul is a fallen exile from a higher, diviner sphere, to which he may hope to return only after long purgatorial atonement in earthly incarnations. All this has been even more magnificently elaborated in Platonic dialogues, like the Phaedrus and the Phaedo. But Plato himself may well owe much of his loftiest inspiration to this Sicilian seer. The theory of the four elements is clearly stated in a 3-line fragment of the same prelude. Hearken, and learn that 4 at the first are the sources of all things, fire and water and earth and lofty ether unbounded. Thence springs all that is, that shall be, or hath been aforetime. Empedocles seems to have rivaled Lucretius himself in the picturesque vividness of his similes. Here, for instance, is an attempt to illustrate how the manifold forms of the visible world might well arise from the mingling of these few elements. Just as men who the painter's craft have thoroughly mastered, fashion in many a tint their picture, an offering sacred, when they have taken in hand their paints of various colors, mingling skilfully more of the one and less of another. Out of these they render the figures like unto all things. Trees they cause to appear, and the semblance of men and of women, beasts of the field, and birds, and fish that inhabit the waters, even the gods, whose honors are greatest, whose life is unending. Be not deceived, for such and nowise other, the fountain whence all mortals spring, whatever their races unnumbered. Incidentally, we see clearly that while the painter's art has made many a stride from Homer's time to Empedocles' day, yet art is still religion. The masterpiece is, as a matter of course, an anathema, an altarpiece. Among the other fragments of the poem is the singular invocation of the Muse. The poetic quality is rather disappointing. Despite his hatred of strife, Empedocles has evidently just indulged in rather strong polemic, perhaps against those who profess to teach more than man may know, for the invocation begins thus: Only do ye, O gods, remove from my tongue their madness. Make ye to flow from a mouth that is holy a fountain unsullied. Thou, O white-armed virgin, the muse who rememberest all things, whatsoever it is lawful to utter to men that are mortal, bring me, from piety driving a chariot easily guided. It is clear from many such passages that Empedocles claimed for himself not merely a poetic inspiration, but an absolutely superhuman nature. It is not easy to find anywhere a more magnificent and sublime egotism than his. The most famous passage of this character is not from his great work on nature or creation, but is found in the Katharmoi poem of Purifications. O my friends, whoso in Acraga's beautiful city have your dwelling aloft, whose hearts are set upon virtue, reverent harbors of guests, who have no share in dishonor, greeting. But I, as a god divine, no longer a mortal, dwell with you, by all in reverence held as is fitting, girt with fillets about, and crowned with wreaths of rejoicing. Whatsoever the folk whose prosperous cities I enter, there I of women and men am revered. By thousands they follow, questioning where they may seek for the path that leadeth to profit. These are in need of prophetic words, and others in illness, since they have long been racked with the grievous pangs of diseases, crave that I utter the charm, whose power is sovereign in all things. Yet pray, why lay stress upon this, as were it a marvel, if I surpass mankind, who are mortal and utterly wretched? Other fragments from the poem on nature. And thou shalt learn all the drugs that are a defense against ills and old age, since for thee alone shall I accomplish all this. Thou shalt arrest the violence of the weariless winds that arise and sweep the earth, laying waste the cornfields with their breath. And again, when thou so desirest, thou shalt bring their blasts back again with a rush. Thou shalt cause for men a seasonable drought after the dark rains, and again after the summer drought thou shalt produce the streams that feed the trees as they pour down from the sky. Thou shalt bring back from Hades the life of a dead man. Fools! For they have no far-reaching thoughts who deem that what before was not comes into being, or that aught can perish and be utterly destroyed. For it cannot be that aught can arise from what in no way is, and it is impossible and unheard of that what is should perish, for it will always be, wherever one may keep putting it. I shall tell thee a twofold tale. At one time things grew to be one only out of many. At another, that divided up to be many instead of one. There is a double becoming of perishable things, and a double passing away. The coming together of all things brings one generation into being and destroys it. The other grows up and is scattered as things become divided. And these things never cease, continually changing places, at one time all uniting in one through love, at another each borne in different directions by the repulsions of strife. For of a truth they, i.e., love and strife, were aforetime and shall be, nor ever, methinks, will boundless time be emptied of that pair. And they prevail in turn, as the circle comes round, and pass away before one another, and increase in their appointed turn. For if thou takest them, trees and plants, to the close recesses of thy heart, and watchest over them kindly with faultless care, then thou shalt have all these things in abundance throughout thy life, and thou shalt gain many others from them. For each grows ever true to its own character, according as its nature is. But if thou strivest after things of a different kind, as is the way with men, 10,000 woes await thee to blunt thy careful thoughts. All at once they will cease to live when the time comes round, desiring each to reach its own kind. For know that all things have wisdom and a share of thought. It is not possible for us to set God before our eyes, or to lay hold of him with our hands, which is the broadest way of persuasion that leads into the heart of man. For he is not furnished with a human head on his body. 2 branches do not sprout from his shoulders. He has no feet, no swift knees, nor hairy parts. But he is only a sacred and unutterable mind, flashing through the whole world with rapid thoughts. From the poem of Purifications. And there was among them a man of rare knowledge, most skilled in all manner of wise works, a man who had won the utmost wealth of wisdom. For whensoever he strained with all his mind, he easily saw everything of all the things that are now, though he lived 10, yea, 20 generations of men ago. But at the last they appear among mortal men as prophets, song-writers, physicians, and princes, and thence they rise up as gods, exalted in honor, sharing the hearth of the other gods, and the same table, free from human woes, safe from destiny, and incapable of hurt. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Ennius, 239–269 BC, by William Cranston Lawton. Doubtless, every human race, surely every Aryan clan, has felt, and in some measure gratified, the need of lyric utterance, in joy, in grief, and in wrath. The marriage song, the funeral chant, the banqueter's catch, the warrior's march, the hymn of petition and of thanksgiving, these must have been heard even in early Latium. Yet this Latin peasant soldier was surely as unimaginative a type of man as ever rose to the surface of self-conscious civilized life. His folk song, like his folklore generally, must have been heavy, crude, monotonous, clinging close to the soil. Macaulay's lays still stir the boyish heart, though Matthew Arnold did repeat, with uncharacteristic severity, that he who enjoyed the barbaric clash of their doggerel could never hope to appreciate true poetry at all. But good or bad, they are pure Macaulays. No audible strain has come down, even of those funeral ballads and festival lays whose former existence is merely asserted, without illustration, by Cato and by Varro. At the threshold of Hellenic literature stand the 2 epics, whose imaginative splendor is still unrivaled. The first figure in Roman letters, 7 centuries later, is a Greek slave, or freedman, Livius Andronicus, translating into barbarous Saturnian verse the Iliad and Odyssey, and rendering almost as crudely many a famous tragedy. Next, Nevius sang, in those same rough Saturnians, the victory of Rome in the Punic Wars. Joel Barlow's Columbiad, and meek, drab-skirted Elwood's Davidies might have made room between them for this martial chant, if it had survived. Then Plautus, fun-maker for the Roman populace, turned barbarously into the vulgar speech, plays, good and bad, of the Middle and New Attic comedy. The more serious of these dramas, like the Captivi, seem like a charcoal reproduction upon a barn door of some delicate lion engraving whose loss we must still regret. Yet much of the real fun in Plautus is Roman, and doubtless his own. Moreover, he or his Greek masters, probably both, knew how to make a comedy go in one unpausing rush of dramatic action, from the lowering to the raising of the curtain. But to true creative literature, these versions of Menander and Philemon bear about the same relation as would adaptations of Sardou and Dumas, with local allusions and gags in Plattdeutsch for the Hamburg theater. The next figure in this picturesque line is Ennius, who, like nearly all the early authors, is no Roman gentleman, not even a Latin at all. Born 239 BC in the village of Rudiae of far-off Calabria, he heard in this cottage home the rough Oscan speech of his peasant race. This language held for them somewhat the position of Aramaic among the fisher folk of Galilee 2 centuries and a half later. In both lands, Greek was the ordinary speech of the marketplace, Latin, at most, the official language of the rulers. The boy Ennius seems to have been educated in the Hellenic city of Tarentum. Even there, he may not yet have spoken Latin at all. Cicero apparently confesses in the Archias, 62 BC, that his native speech had even then made no headway beyond the narrow boundaries of Latium. In Magna Graecia, Ennius probably often heard classic Greek tragedy acted, as Virgil intimates he still did in his time. We have referred elsewhere to the dramatic incident that Cato the Elder brought in his train from Corsica the man who, more than all others, was to establish in Rome that Hellenic art most dreaded by the great censor. Cato was the younger of the two. Ennius was just midway upon the journey of our life. He was then a centurion in rank, that is, he had fought his way, no doubt with many scars, to the proud place at the head of his company. A young Roman gentleman, invited by the general to join his staff, knew little of such campaigning. This was at the close of Rome's second and decisive struggle with Carthage, so long the queen of the western Mediterranean. Ennius lived on, chiefly in Rome, as many years longer, his death coinciding with the equally decisive downfall of Macedonia, 168 BC. His life, then, spans perhaps the greatest exploits of Roman arms. This was doubtless also the age in which the heroic national character reached its culmination and began to decay. Of this victorious generation, the Scipios are probably the best type. Its chief recorder was their friend and protege, the Calabrian peasant and campaigner. Of all the missing works in the Latin speech, perhaps not even the lost books of Livy would be so eagerly welcomed, so helpful in restoring essential outlines, now lacking, of Roman action and character, as the Annals of Ennius, in 18 books, which followed the whole current of Roman tradition, from Ennius and Romulus down to the writer's own day. And this work was, at the same time, the first large experiment in writing Homeric hexameters in the Latin speech. So true is it that the Hellenic muse was present at the birth of Roman literature. Though no work of Ennius survives save in tantalizing fragments, he is the manliest, the most vivid figure in the early history of Latin letters. Gellius preserves a saying of Ennius, that in his 3 mother tongues he had 3 hearts. But his fatherland had accepted in good faith, long before, the Italian supremacy of Rome. His love for the imperial city quite equaled that of any native. He became actually a citizen through the kindness of his noble friend Fulvius, who, as one of the triumvirs appointed to found Potentia, enrolled Ennius among the colonists, 184 BC. Romans we now are become, who before this day were Rudini, is his exultant cry in a line of the Annals. It is not likely that he had any assistance on this occasion from Cato, who had already discovered his own grievous error. Some years earlier, one of the Fulvii had taken Ennius with him on a campaign in Greece, 189 BC, but evidently not as a centurion. It is of this Fulvius that Cicero says in the Archias, he did not hesitate to consecrate to the Muses memorials of Mars. The alliteration suggests a poetic epigram, and Cato is known to have complained in a public oration that Fulvius had led poets with him into his province. Ennius might have been useful also as an interpreter, as a secretary, and as a table companion. One of the longest fragments from the Annals describes such a friend of another Roman general. Gellius, who preserves the lines, quotes good early authority for considering them as a self-portraiture by Ennius. Portrait of a Scholar. So having spoken, he called for a man, with whom often and gladly table he shared, and talk, and all his burden of duties. When with debate all day on important affairs he was wearied, whether perchance in the forum wide or the reverend senate, one with whom he could frankly speak of his serious matters, trifles also, and jests, could pour out freely together pleasant or bitter words, and know they were uttered in safety. Many the joys and the griefs he had shared, whether public or secret. This was a man in whom no impulse prompted to evil, whether of folly or malice. A scholarly man and a loyal, graceful, ready of speech, with his own contented and happy, tactful, speaking in season, yet courteous, never loquacious. Vast was the buried and antique lore that was his, for the foretime made him master of earlier customs as well as of newer. Versed in the laws was he of the ancients, men or immortals. Wisely he knew both when he should talk and when to be silent. So unto him Servilius spoke in the midst of the fighting. The soldier-scholar who could draw this masterly portrait must have been somewhat worthy to sit for it. Certain touches indeed were hardly possible without self-consciousness. The rare combination of antique lore and modern knowledge of the world is one such. Another is the content with his own, for though a friend of the wealthiest, Ennius, we are told, lived simply in a small house, attended by one servant only. This same handmaid takes part in a little comedy, which in the arid waste of Roman gravity may almost count as funny. When Scipio Nasica once came to call on the poet Ennius and asked for him at the door, the maid said Ennius was not at home. Now, Nasica perceived that this was said at the master's bidding, and that he really was within. A few days later, Ennius came to his friend's house, in his turn, and called for Nasica, who bawled out that he was not at home. "What? Don't I know your voice?" said Ennius. "You're a shameless fellow," came the response. "When I asked for you, I took your maid's word for it that you were out. You don't believe me myself?" Scipio's resentment does not seem very deep. He had realized, probably, that 2 callers were already with Ennius, both unsocial dames, Podagra and Calliope, for however ill it agrees with the pleasing picture of poetic simplicity and contentment, we have Ennius's own word in the matter. Only when housed with the gout am I a maker of verses. Horace, indeed, waging the old contest, which neither Demosthenes nor Franklin has fully decided, in favor of the water drinkers, declares, even in the morning, the muses have mostly reeked of the wine cup. Homer confesses his fondness for wine by chanting its praises. Father Ennius, too, leaped forward to sing of the battle, never unless well drunk. That same aristocrat's disease, the nemesis of port wine and good living, gout, is reputed to have carried off this austere and contented poet at 70 in 169 BC. Perhaps the hospitalities of the Scipios and Fulvii must bear the blame. Horace, too, loved his mess of watercress at home, and dined by preference with Maecenas. At any rate, Ennius had no prolonged last illness, nor dotage. Says Gellius, Ennius tells us in the 12th book of his Annals that he is in his 67th year when composing it. The completion of 18 books is made certain by many quotations. The total amount of these citations by later authors is about 600 hexameters, perhaps a 20th of the whole. Many are mere half-lines or single verses, quoted by a grammarian for a rare word, or by literary critics to illustrate Virgil's method of graceful borrowing. The latter tribe, by the way, make a strong showing. Plagiarism is not quite the nicest word. The ancients seem to have felt there was one right way to say anything. If they found a block, large or small, shaped to their hand, they merely tried to set it where it should be more effective than even where its maker put it. Often the open transfer was a loyal courtesy. Muses, ye who beneath your feet tread mighty Olympus, were the first words of the Annals. Other early fragments are, fettered in slumber gentle and placid, seemed to approach me Homer the poet. This opening vision may be connected with the assertion attributed to Ennius that the soul of Homer had transmigrated through many other incarnations into his own body. The tale of Rome, it would seem, began as with Virgil in the Troad, where in Pelasgian battle the ancient Priam had fallen. Romulus appeared as the child of Ennius's daughter Rhea Silvia. It was apparently Cato who, first among Romans, noted the gap of some 4 centuries between the traditional time of Troy's downfall and the accepted Roman founder's date, and so caused the shadowy kings of Alba to defile in long, uneventful line, like Banquo's descendants, across the legendary stage. Cato may have published his discovery as a savage criticism upon this very poem. However diversified in scale and tone of treatment, the entire history of Rome, of course, constitutes a subject hopelessly beyond the limits of epic unity. The sections of the long poem must have fallen apart, like those of all later rhythmical chronicles. Yet, we may well believe that the energy of the manly singer, his patriotic spirit, his faith in Rome's high mission, never flagged nor failed. The tenderest passage extant seems modeled on a briefer sketch in Io's account of her own sorrows in Aeschylus's Prometheus. The Vestal Rhea Silvia has been startled by a prophetic dream. Rhea Silvia's dream. Raising her trembling body, the crone with a light had approached her. This is the tale she affrighted relates when roused from her slumber. Daughter of Eurydice, by our father dearly beloved, force and life are wholly from out my body departed. For it seemed that a goodly man amid beautiful willows bore me by banks of rivers and unknown places. Thereafter, sister mine, in solitude, so I fancied, I wandered. Slowly I sought thee with wistful heart, but could not descry thee, tracing thy feet, for nowhere a pathway guided my footsteps. Then, in these words and aloud, methought my father addressed me. O my daughter, for thee is first great sorrow appointed, then in turn shall fortune revisit thee out of the river. Such were my father's words, O sister, and then he departed, suddenly, nor was he seen by me, though heartily longed for. Not though often my hands to the azure expanses of heaven I with tears held forth, and in loving accents addressed him. Then with pain from my weary heart had slumber departed. We cannot doubt, however, that the poem reached its highest level in describing the life struggle of Rome against Pyrrhus, and later against Hannibal. The former commander impressed even his Italian foeman as a gallant and chivalric figure. One fine speech of his yet remains, and Ennius must have had much of that stern joy that warriors feel when he laid such noble words upon the lips of the Epirot king. To be sure, their final victory made it easier for the Romans, or for their annalist, to be generous. Pyrrhus's speech. Gold for myself I crave not, ye need not proffer a ransom. Not as hucksters might, let us wage our war, but as soldiers. Not with gold, but the sword. Our lives we will set on the issue. Whether your rule or mine be fortune's pleasure, our mistress, let us by valor decide. And to this word hearken ye also, every valorous man who is spared by the fortune of battle. Fully determined am I his freedom as well to accord him. Count it a gift. At the wish of the gods in heaven I grant it. From that more prolonged, dubious, and mortifying struggle with the greatest of Carthaginians, wherein Ennius himself had played a manful part, no such effective passage is quotable. There are, however, 3 lines only in praise of the great Fabius, which we might be glad to apply to our own Washington or Lincoln. Character of Fabius. Simply by biding his time, one man has rescued a nation. Not for the praises of men did he care, but alone for our safety. Therefore greater and greater his fame shall wax in the future. The Greek element in this monument of Roman patriotism was evidently large. Numerous passages yet remain which can be profitably compared with their Hellenic originals. Indeed, upon his formal side, Ennius may have been as far from independence as Virgil himself. Like most Roman poets, he is interesting less as a creative or imaginative artist than as a vigorous patriotic man endowed with robust good sense and familiar with good literary models. His own character is at least as attractive as his work. For these reasons we may regret somewhat less the loss of his tragedies, which were no doubt based almost wholly upon Greek originals. Mere translations they were not, as the rather copious fragments of his Medea suffice to show when set beside Euripides' play. In any case, it would be unfair to hold him responsible for sentiments uttered by his dramatic characters, for example, I have said, and still will say, a race of heavenly gods exist, but I do not think they care for what concerns the human race. If they cared, the good were happy, bad men wretched. 'Tis not so. Of course, whoever said this may have had as prompt cause for remorse as Sophocles' Jocasta. There was, however, in Rome, more perhaps than in Athens, a prevailing conviction that the dramatic stage should offer us only manly and elevating types of character. For instance, excessive lamentation over physical or psychical woes was sternly condemned, and perhaps largely eliminated from the Latin versions of Attic dramas. Even a single play of the best Roman period, like Ennius's Medea, would give us fuller knowledge on all such questions, but we can hardly hope that any have been preserved, even in Egyptian papyrus rolls. In many other interesting ways, Ennius took a leading part in enabling vanquished Greece to conquer her victors. In the list of comic poets, indeed, quoted by Gellius, 1524, Ennius has but the 10th and last place, even this being granted him merely causa antiquitatis. In truth, humor was probably the one gift of the gods almost wholly denied to Ennius, as to another sturdy patriot poet, John Milton. He translated a Greek work on gastronomy, a subject with which he may have been only too familiar. In his Epicharmus, the old Sicilian poet appeared to him like Homer in a dream. For it seemed to me that I was lying dead upon my couch. Some are truthful visions, yet it need not be that all are so. 'Tis the soul perceives and hearkens, all things else are deaf and blind. The purport of the vision was a material explanation of the universe, based upon the 4 elements of Empedocles. Ennius hit upon a recondite truth, in attempting to explain away the very gods of the Roman pantheon. That I mean as Jupiter, which among Greeks is known as air. Modern philology verifies this almost literally. These may well have seemed bold words to publish in Rome, though the refined circle about the Scipios had doubtless as little belief in the popular mythology as the men of the world and of letters who met 2 centuries later around Maecenas' board. Ennius even translated Euhemerus, who has given his name to the theory that makes the divine legends mere distorted reminiscences of real men and women, living many generations earlier. The transmigration doctrine is hardly consistent with these atheistic tendencies, and the whole tale of the identity between Homer's and Ennius' soul may be based merely on some bold assertion of Ennius' own supremacy in Latin letters. Few Roman poets have any false or real modesty on this question. This brings us to the last form of Ennius' poetic activity which we can mention, that is, epitaphs. On Africanus, he wrote an elegiac couplet, expressing the favorite eulogy of the ancients upon a successful soldierly life. Xenophon, for instance, records a prayer of the younger Cyrus to quite the same effect. Epitaph on Scipio. Here is he laid unto whom no man, whether foeman or comrade, ever was able to give recompense worthy his deeds. In the companion inscription intended for himself, Ennius brings 2 familiar thoughts into rather striking association. Tennyson's Crossing the Bar has lifted the first to a far nobler level. Epitaph on Ennius. No one may honor my funeral rites with tears or lamenting. Why? Because still do I pass, living, from lip unto lip. An iambic couplet quoted from Ennius in the 3rd book of his Satires may be echoed thus. Hail, Ennius the poet, who for mortal men thy flaming verses pourest from thy marrow forth. Perhaps in these same Satires, Miscellanies, occurred another eulogistic couplet upon his illustrious friend. Epitaph on Scipio. How great a statue shall the folk of Rome to thee appraise! How tall a column, Scipio, that thy deeds may duly praise! This friendship of Ennius with the elder Africanus was quite famous. The young bearer of the name, Aemilianus, showed similar appreciation of the noble Greek exile Polybius. We know just enough of these Scipios and their age to realize that in our enforced ignorance we miss the noblest spirits, doubtless also the happiest days of Republican Rome. It was the general belief of later antiquity that a bust of Ennius had an honored place in the tomb of the great Scipio family. This does not appear to have been verified, however, when the crypt was discovered in modern times. We have already indicated that Ennius's work, so far as we can judge it, by no means justified his claim to Homeric rank in any sense. Perhaps he never held a place at all among the great masters of creative imagination. But at least, by his vigorous manly character, his wide studies, his good taste, and his lifelong industry, he does claim a position as an apostle of culture and the founder of literature, perhaps fairly comparable to that of Lessing. We cannot, for the best of reasons, follow the present study with adequate citations, as is the rule in this work. It is not even possible to point out for the English student any translation of the scanty fragments which survive. For a fuller selection from them, however, and also for a more copious discussion of Ennius's character, we are glad to refer to one of the best sections in a most excellent book, Chapter 4 of the Roman Poets of the Republic, by the late William Y. Seller. Classical specialists will find Lucian Miller's study of Ennius the most exhaustive. The fragments of the Annals are also given in Barron's Poetae Latinae Minores, Volume 6. William Cranston Lawton. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14, Viola in Court, from The Village Notary, by Josef Eötvös. Josef Eötvös, 1813 to 1871. The life of Baron Josef Eötvös falls within the most critical period of Hungarian history. He was born in Budapest on September 23, 1813, at a time when the Hungarians were already in open revolt against the Habsburg rule. His father, who had accepted great favors from the government and was consequently considered hostile to the cause of the people, had married a German woman, Baroness von Lilien. Her nobility of character and true culture had a great influence on her son in his early childhood, and added to this was the equally important influence of his tutor Przynski, a man who had taken an active part in Hungarian politics and was thoroughly imbued with the French liberal ideas of 1789. When the young Baron Eötvös was sent to a public school, his schoolmates treated him so coldly that he demanded an explanation. He was told that his father had embraced the cause of the government and was a traitor, and that most likely he would be a traitor himself. He had a boy's ignorance of politics, but went home determined to understand the situation, and the result was his first political speech, from the teacher's desk in the schoolroom, in which, before his assembled enthusiastic schoolmates, he swore fidelity to Hungary and the cause of Hungarian liberty, an oath of which his entire life was the fulfillment. When Eötvös had finished his law studies, he accepted a position in the government offices, but to a man of his wide interests, the dry official life could not be satisfying, and in 1830 he made his literary debut with a translation of Goethe's Gotz von Berlichingen. In 1833 followed an original comedy, The Suitors. In 34, a tragedy, Revenge. And in 35, a translation of Victor Hugo's Angelo. His aesthetic introductions to his translations attracted the attention of the Hungarian Academy and caused his election as corresponding member at the early age of 22. The literary publications of the following years contained several lyric poems from his pen. In 1836, Eötvös went abroad and spent a year traveling in Germany, Switzerland, Holland, France, and England. Upon his return, he gave up his official position and went to his father's estate, Sally, where he wrote his first great novel, The Carthusian Monk. It is written in the form of the autobiography of a young Frenchman, Count Gustave, who finds himself a prey to the most tormenting doubts. The prejudices of the aristocracy, the recklessness of the would-be Democrats, the tottering of the old faith, and the hopelessness of atheism are powerfully depicted. Gustave's bride Julie leaves him for her lover, a man of low birth. Her happiness is short-lived, and followed by deep disappointment and degradation. Gustave considers himself partly responsible for her misery and makes an attempt to forget his sorrow in a life of pleasure and dissipation. But his moral abasement brings him despair instead of oblivion. He meets his former bride Julie, and in trying to rescue her loses his new bride Betty and causes her unhappiness. Driven to despair, he seeks comfort in a Carthusian cloister, but not even here, in prayer and silence, does he find peace. After an attempt to commit suicide, from which he is saved by the song sung outside his window, he finally becomes reconciled to life by the daily contact with religious faith and quiet industry, and dies with a regained belief in immortality. After 1840, Eötvös settled in Budapest and began his career as politician and statesman. 2 years before, he had published a pamphlet on prison reforms and had defended the system of silence as opposed to that of solitary confinement. In 1840, he published 2 essays, one on pauperism in Ireland and the other on the emancipation of the Jews. He was a staunch adherent of Kossuth's and became the foremost writer on Kossuth's paper. The articles which he wrote for this he collected later under the title Reform. In 1847, he published a continuation of them, Tiendoink, Our Problems. He was, moreover, considered the most brilliant leader and speaker of the opposition party. In 1846, Eötvös wrote his second great novel, The Village Notary, a book which secured him worldwide fame. It's intended to be a true picture of the county administration system of Hungary at the time. We find here the landed aristocracy, both great and small, the poor nobleman without landed property, the official of the county administration, the submissive peasant, and all the remaining pariahs of Hungarian society. The novel contains 3 or 4 stories, more or less connected. The family tragedy of the Sheriff Reti, the fate of the poor village notary Tengeli, who was not able to prove his noble birth and, in consequence, is subjected to many prosecutions and trials, and finally the story of the honest but quick-tempered peasant Viola, who was driven to a lawless life by the arbitrariness and cruelty of his superior. This novel is inseparably linked with the name of Eötvös, and may justly be considered one of the masterpieces of Hungarian literature. When the Progressive Party under Kossuth conquered in 1848, when the policy of the opposition was sanctioned by the king and the first responsible ministry was founded, Baron Eötvös accepted the portfolio of Minister of Education. When the war with Austria became inevitable, he went abroad and did not return until peace was established. In Munich, he wrote his work on the equality of the nationalities, and began his book on the dominant ideas of the 19th century and their influence upon the state. The Academy made him its vice president in 1855, and the next year president. During the following years, he continued his political activity as member of the Reichstag and editor of a political weekly, and when a reconciliation with the government took place in 1867, he again became member of the cabinet and remained so until his death. Personally, Eötvös was a man of unusual culture of mind and heart, a nobleman in the truest and fullest sense of the word. As poet, writer, and statesman, it is he, more than any other Hungarian, who has exerted an influence upon the course of European culture. Viola in court from the village notary. The appearance of the prisoner produced a profound sensation in the court. Kislaki felt deep pity for his misfortunes, though he could not but admit that his fate was in part merited. Volgieshi, who had heard enough to convince him that there was no hope of the court pronouncing in favor of Viola, shuddered to think that the man whom he saw was doomed to die before sunset. Mr. Catspaw showed great uneasiness when he heard the rattlings of the chains, and Shaskuti, who had never seen the robber, was quite as much excited by his curiosity as Mr. Skinner by the feelings of ill-dissembled triumph with which he watched the prisoner's features and carriage. Zetonyi alone preserved his habitual composure. "At last you've put your head in the snare, you precious villain," cried Mr. Skinner. "Well, what do you say? Whose turn is it to be hanged? Yours or mine, eh?" The president of the court looked amazed, but Mr. Skinner laughed and said, "Perhaps you are not aware of my former acquaintance with Viola. There's a bet between us two who is to hang first. For that fellow has sworn to hang me if I ever fall into his hands. Is it not so, Viola?" "No," said the prisoner, "it is not so. If I swore I would be revenged, it is well known that I had good cause for it. I have to thank this gentleman for my wretched life and shameful death. But I never vowed to hang you." "Never mind," shouted the justice. "You are humble enough now that you are in the trap, but I am sure you would have kept your word if you had been able to put your hands upon me. I, too, have sworn an oath to hang you where I find you. Now tell me who has the worst of it." "I know that all is over with me," replied Viola, fixing his dark eyes upon the justice. "There is no one to take my part. I know I must die, but it is cruel to insult a dying man." Volgieschi, who was scarcely able to repress his feelings, interfered, and protested in Latin that there was a vendetta between the accused and one of the judges, and another judge must be found. But his protest had no other effect than an admonition, which the president gave Mr. Skinner in very bad Latin to eschew such light and irrelevant conversation, and the court commenced forthwith to examine the prisoner. Viola replied calmly and simply to the questions which were put to him, and at last, as though wearied by the length of the examination, he said, "What is the use of all this questioning? It is a pity the gentlemen should lose their time with me. Mr. Skinner has told me that I am to be hanged. Why then should I waste my words in an attempt to save my life? I'll confess anything you like, I don't care what it is. For, believe me, if it had not been for my family, I would never have waited till this day. I would have hanged myself in the forest to make an end of it, I assure you." "But how can you possibly confess when you are ignorant of what you're accused of?" said Volgieschi. "You stand before righteous judges. Speak out, man, honestly and freely, as you would speak to God, for, believe me, the judges are by no means agreed upon your sentence." "Thanks to you for your good will," said the culprit, "but I know there is no help. I am a robber. I've been taken in arms. They will hang me. They may do it, but let them make haste and spare me your questions." Mr. Catspaw, who showed some uneasiness, interposed and said, "If he refuses to confess, we cannot force him. It is expressly set forth in the articles that no violence is to be used to obtain a confession. Our best plan is to read the questions to him, and if he refuses to answer to them, why, it's his own business, not ours." "No," said Volgieschi, "this man ought to know that his fate does not depend on the decision of the worshipful Mr. Paul Skinner, that the court are prepared to listen to his defense, and that the verdict will be dictated neither by hate nor revenge, but by pure and impartial justice. If the prisoner knows all this, which it appears he does not, he may possibly be induced to reply to the charges." He turned to Viola and continued, "Speak out, my man. Your life is in the hands of these gentlemen, who have to answer for it to God, your judge and theirs. Pray consider that unless you speak there is no hope for you. Think of your family, and tell us plainly. Is there anything you have to say for yourself?" Kishlaki was deeply moved. Mr. Catspaw cast an angry look at the speaker, and Zetonyi yawned. "I will not speak in my own defense," said the prisoner. "Pray consider," urged the young lawyer. "The court will listen to anything you may say. These gentlemen have a painful duty to fill, but they are far from wishing to take your life. If you can give us any excuses, do so, by all means. It is provided in Chapter 6 of the Articles that the prisoners shall not be wheedled into a confession, said Zettoni, with an expression of profound wisdom. Gentlemen, said Viola at length, may God bless you for your kindness and for your wishing to help me. But you see, it's all in vain. There are indeed many things I might say in defense, and when I go to my God, who knows all and everything, I'm sure he'll judge me leniently, but there is no salvation for me in this world. You see, your worships, there is no use of my telling you that once upon a time I was an honest man, as every man in the village of Tissaret can prove. What is the use of my saying that I became a robber not from my own free will, but because I was forced to it, that I never harmed any poor man, and I never took more from the gentry in the way of robbing than was necessary to keep life in my body, and that I never killed anyone, unless it was in self-defense? Am I the less punishable for saying all this? No. Whatever my comrades may have done is scored down to my account. I am a robber and a dead man. All this may serve to modify the sentence, but what do you mean by saying that you were forced to be a robber? Ask his worship, the justice of the district, said the prisoner, looking at Mr. Skinner. He knows what made me a robber. And he proceeded to tell the tale of his first crime. It's true, it's as true as gospel, sighed Kishlaki. I came to Tissaret on the day after the thing had happened, when the sheriff told me all about it. Nihil ad rem, said Zettoni. But what does it avail me, continued the prisoner, whose pale face became flushed as he spoke. What can it avail me to tell you all the revolting cruelties which were practiced against me, and which to think of gives me pain? Am I the less a robber? Will these things cause you to spare me? No. I ought to have suffered the stripes and kissed the hands of my tyrant, or I ought to have left my wife in her darkest hour, because nothing would serve my lady but that I should drive her to Dustbury. How then could I, a good-for-nothing peasant, dare to love my wife? How could I dare to resist when the justice told them to tie me to the whipping post? But I dared to do it. I was fool enough to fancy that I, though a peasant, had a right to remain with my wife. I could not understand that a poor man is a dog, which anybody may beat and kick. Here I am, and you may hang me. I tell you what, you'll swing fast enough, my fine fellow, said Zettoni, whose cynicism was not proof against the prisoner's last words. What, man? Hanging's too good for you, that's all I have to say. You see, sir, said Viola, appealing to Volgieschi, you see, there is nothing that can excuse me in the eyes of mankind, but there's a request I have to address to this court. Mr. Catspaw trembled as the prisoner went on. When I left the burning hut in which Rats Andor shot himself, I held some papers in my hands, which were stolen from the house of the notary of Tissaret. So you confess to the robbery, cried Zettoni. No, sir, I do not. God knows I am guiltless of that robbery, cried Viola, raising his hands to heaven. But that's no matter. All I say is that I had the papers, and that I took them away with me. And if you mean to prove that I committed the robbery, you may. I do not care. All I say is that I took the papers with me. It's a lie, murmured Mr. Skinner. No, it is not a lie. It is the truth, and nothing but the truth. When I left the hut, I was blind and unarmed. I held the papers in my hands, and I felt someone snatch them away from me. I can take my oath on it. and my senses left me. When I recovered, I was bound, and in the hands of the pandurs and peasants. They dragged me to St. Vilmos. I asked for the papers, for they belonged to Mr. Tengeli, and it was for their sake that I surrendered, because I did not wish them to be burnt, for they are the notary's important papers. But I understand that when I left the hut, there was no one by except the justice and Mr. Catspaw, and the justice says that I had no papers. I most humbly beseech the court to order the justice to give those papers to the rightful owner. May the devil take me by ounces if I've seen the least rag of paper, cried Mr. Skinner. Sir, said Viola, I am in your power. You may do with me as you please. You may hang me if you like, but for God's sake, do not deny me the papers. I am under great obligations to Mr. Tengeli. He relieved my family in the time of their distress, and I wish to show my gratitude by restoring those papers to him. I have come to suffer a disgraceful death. You impertinent dog, cried Mr. Skinner. How dare you insinuate? How dare you say that? How dare you? I am insulted. I insist on the court giving me satisfaction. I am in the hands of the court, said the prisoner. Beat me, kick me, torture me, but give me the papers. I'm sure it's a plot, whispered Mr. Catspaw to the assessor. Tengeli declares that his diplomas are gone. Who knows but he may be a patron of this fellow? Nothing is more likely, replied the assessor. What fellow? What dog? Do you mean to say that I stole the papers? All I say is that I had the papers in my hands, and that some person took them away. I wish the court would please to examine the pandurs, who will tell you that nobody was near me but the justice and Mr. Catspaw. This is indeed strange, murmured Mr. Kishlaki. Mr. Skinner pushes his chair back and cried, The court cannot possibly suffer one of its members to be accused of theft. Yes, it is too much, said Zentoni, with a burst of generous indignation. If you do not revoke your words, and if you do not ask their worship's pardon, we will send you to the yard and have you whipped. Viola answered quietly that he was in their worship's power, but that he would repeat what he had said to the last moment of his life, and Zentoni was just about to send the prisoner away to be whipped when Volgieschi reminded him in Latin that the 6th chapter of the Articles made not only prohibition of what the assessor had been pleased to term wheedling, but also of threats and ill-treatment. Baron Chascuti remarked that the young lawyer's explanation of the Articles was sheer nonsense, for the prisoner would not be under restraint if Mr. Volgieschi's commentaries were accepted as law. He might call the worshipful magistrates asses. Nay, he may even go to the length of beating them without suffering any other punishment than being hanged. This able rejoinder induced the judges to reconsider Mr. Zentoni's proposition to inflict corporal punishment on the prisoner, and nobody can say what would have come of it but for the firmness of Volgieschi, who protested that he would inform the Lord Lieutenant and the government of any act of violence to which they might subject the culprit. This threat had its effect. Baron Chascuti, indeed, was heard to murmur against the impertinence of young men, while Mr. Zentoni made some edifying reflections upon sneaking informers. But this was all. No further mention was made of the whipping. While the above conversation was being carried on in a tongue of which he could catch but the sounds, and not the meaning, Viola stood quietly by, although a lively interest in the words and motions of the speakers was expressed in his face. Messrs. Catspaw and Skinner conversed in a whisper. At length the attorney turned round and addressed the court. As the prisoner has thought proper to accuse me, said he, it is but right that I should be allowed to ask him a few questions. You said I was near you when you left the hut, did you not? Now, tell me, did you see me at the time? No, I did not. I was blind with the smoke and fire in the hut, but the peasants told me that the two gentlemen were near me, and I felt somebody snatch the papers from my hand." "Do you mean to say that the smoke in the hut was very dense?" "I could not see through it. At times the flames were so fierce that they nearly blinded me." "But how did you manage to save the papers?" "They lay by my side on my bunda. I seized them and took them out. They were wrapped in a blue handkerchief." "He speaks the truth," said Mr. Catspaw, smiling. "Or rather, he tells us what he believes to be the truth. He held something in his hand which he rushed from the hut more like a beast than like a human creature, I assure you, my honorable friends. I was not at all sure whether it was not a weapon of defense. I snatched it away, and on examination I identified it as a most harmless handkerchief, which certainly was wrapped around some soft substance. But," he continued, addressing the prisoner, "if you fancy you saved the papers, my poor fellow, you are much mistaken. Indeed, you are. My dear Mr. Skinner, pray fetch the parcel, which we took from Viola at the time of his capture." Mr. Skinner rose and left the room. "The papers were in the handkerchief, I swear," said Viola, but his astonishment and rage were unbounded when the judge returned with the parcel, which, on examination, was found to contain a pair of cotton drawers. He knew it was the handkerchief, the same in which he had wrapped the papers, and yet they were not there. How could he prove that they had been stolen? "I trust my honorable friends are convinced," said Mr. Catspaw, "that the wretched man has no intention of imposing upon the court. I believe, indeed, nothing can be more probable than that he was possessed of Tengelli's documents. And it is likewise very probable that he intended to save those papers, but, according to his own statement, he was half blind with the fire and smoke, and instead of the papers he took another parcel, some other booty, perhaps. Nothing can be more natural." "Yes, indeed," interposed Baron Chascudy. "Nemo omnibus. You know, awkward mistakes will happen. Perhaps you will be pleased to remember the fire in the house of the receiver of revenues in the county. The poor man was so bewildered with fear that all he managed to get out of the house was a pair of old boots. The whole of the government money was burnt. The visiting justices found the money-box empty, I say. All the banknotes were burnt, and nothing was left but a small heap of ashes." "Gentlemen," said Viola at length, but Mr. Catspaw interrupted him. "I implore my honorable friends not to resent anything that this wretched creature may say. I am sure he speaks from his conscience. Nor is he deserving of chastisement. He is a prey to what we lawyers term ignorantia invincibilis." Of course," said Baron Chascudy. "It's a legal remedy, you know." "Gentlemen," said the prisoner, "I am a poor condemned criminal, but the judge and Mr. Catspaw are mighty men, and I am doomed to appear this day before God's judgment seat. What motive should I have for not telling you the truth? May I be damned now and forever? Yes, and may God punish my children to the 10th generation, if the papers were not in this very cloth." "I told you so," said Mr. Catspaw, still smiling. "I knew it. This man is doting, borné, to use a French term. He'd say the same if we were to put him on the rack." "It is all very natural," he said to the prisoner. "You've made a mistake, that's all. Pray be reasonable and consider. If you had brought Mr. Tengelli's papers from the hut, what reason could I or Mr. Skinner have for refusing to produce them?" "Of course," said Baron Chascudy. "What reason could these gentlemen have? How is it possible to suppose such a thing?" Viola was silent. He stood lost in deep and gloomy thoughts. At last he raised his head and asked that the attendants might be sent away, adding, "I am in chains, and there are no less than 6 of you. You are safe, I assure you." The room was cleared, Viola looked at Mr. Catspaw and said, "What I have to tell you will astonish you all except Mr. Catspaw. I never wished to mention it, and I would not now allow the servants to hear it, for my wife and children live at Tesseret, and the Rettis may perhaps be induced to pity the poor orphans. But if it is asked what reason the attorney can have for not producing the notary's papers, I will simply say that Mr. Catspaw is most likely to know his own mind and his own reasons, and good reasons they must be, to induce him to bribe someone to steal the papers. For to tell you the truth, it was he who planned the robbery." The attorney trembled. "Really? This man is malicious," he cried. "I am curious to know what can induce him to accuse an honest man of such a thing." "Don't listen to his nonsense," said Baron Chascuti. But Mr. Volgieschi insisted on the prisoner's being heard, and Viola told them the history of the robbery from the evening on which he listened to the attorney's conversation with Lady Retty to the night in which he seized the Jew in Tengeli's house, knocked him down, and fled with the papers. The only circumstances which he did not mention were the fact of his having been hid in the notary's house when Messrs. Catspaw and Skinner pursued him in Tesseret, and his conversations with the Liptaka and Petty. Mr. Catspaw listened with a smile of mingled fear and contempt, and when Viola ceased speaking, he asked for permission to put a few questions to the prisoner. "Not, indeed," said he, "for the purpose of defending myself or Lady Retty against so ridiculous an accusation, but merely to convince this fellow of the holes, nay, of the large gaps in his abominable tissue of falsehoods." And turning to Viola, he asked, "Did you inform anybody of the conversation which you pretend to have overheard between me and Lady Retty?" "No, I did not." "Pray consider my question. Is there any one to whom you said that someone wished to steal the notary's papers? We ought to know your associates. Now, did you not speak to Petty the gypsy, or to that old hag, the Liptaka?" Viola persisted in denying the fact. He was too well aware of the disastrous consequences this avowal would have for his friends. Mr. Catspaw went on. "Where did you hide at the time we pursued you in Tesseret?" Viola replied that he was not in Tesseret. "Do you mean to say you were not in the village?" "No." The attorney sent for the old Liptaka, to whom he read her depositions, from which it appeared that the prisoner attempted to inform Tengeli of the intended robbery. "What do you say to this evidence?" added he. "That it is true, every word of it. I'll swear to the truth of my words," said she. "Viola has confessed," said Mr. Catspaw, "that he told you of the matter when hiding in the notary's house, while we pursued him through Tesseret. Is there any truth in this statement?" The Liptaka, feeling convinced that Viola must have confessed as much, said it was quite true, but that Tengeli was ignorant of the prisoner's presence. The old woman was sent away, and Mr. Catspaw, turning to the court, asked triumphantly, "Did you ever hear of such impertinence? The prisoner protests that he did not inform anybody of the alleged intended robbery, and the old woman swears that Viola did inform her for the purpose of cautioning the notary. Then again, the old woman did not say anything to the notary, without having any ostensible reason for not doing what she alleged she promised to do. The prisoner will have it that he was not in Tesseret at the time we pursued him, and the witness, why, gentlemen, the witness deposes that the subject in question was mentioned to her at that very time. I say, you great fool, if you had time for another batch of lies, I would advise you to make out a better story. But let us go on. Who told you that the Jew and Zifra intended to rob the notary?" "I cannot answer that question," replied Viola. "Indeed, what a pity. I'd like to know the gentleman who gives you such correct information, unless, indeed, you keep a familiaris, a devil, I mean. The only thing I told you was that I knew of the robbery." "But how did you know of it?" "The Jew and Zifra talked about it in the pot-house near Dustbury." "Were you present? Did you hear them?" "No, I had it from a friend." "I'm sure it was your familiaris, your devil, your artful dodger," said Mr. Catspaw, smiling. "But since you knew that the robbery was to take place, why did you not inform the justice of it?" "I was outlawed. A prize was offered for my head." "Indeed, so it was. But your friend, why did not he inform the proper authorities? Was he also wanted? And if so, why did he not inform Tingelli or Mr. Vendori, who, I understand, has likewise lost his papers?" "I cannot tell you. Perhaps he did not find the notary. At all events, he knew that I would prevent the robbery, so he told me of it." "A very extraordinary thing, this," said Mr. Catspaw, "for a man to apply to a robber with a view to prevent a robbery. And you wanted to prevent the robbery, did you not? Now tell me, did you set about it by yourself, and what became of your comrade, I mean the man who told you about it? Did he too go to Tesseret?" "There was no occasion for it." "Still, it is very extraordinary that you should not have hunted in couples, knowing as you did that there were two men to commit the robbery. What a capital thing for you if you could summon your comrades to explain it all. For if some went to Tesseret to prevent the robbery, there can be no harm in our knowing who your comrade is. He ought to be rewarded for his zeal." "I had no comrade. I was alone," said Viola. "Very well, you were alone. Let it be so. Whom did you see in the notary's house?" "No one but the Jew, he who is now waiting in the hall." "Did you see Zifra?" "No, the Jew alone was in the house." "But the Jew swears that it was you who committed the robbery." "I don't care. I've said what I've said." "Is there anything else you have to say?" "No." "Very well, I've done with you," said the attorney, as he rang for the servants. "Take him away," said he, as the Hayducks made their appearance. Viola turned round and left the room. End of section 3. Read by Will Caffey, Oregon, October 2022.
Section 4 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in December 2022. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Section 4. Selected excerpts by Epictetus. Epictetus, 1st century A.D., by Thomas Wentworth Higginson. Of the three great authors among the later Stoics, Marcus Aurelius Antonius offers the most cultivated literary flavor, Seneca the most varied and discursive knowledge, and Epictetus the simplest and most practical tone. As compared with the two other writers, Epictetus shortens his sword, that is, his sentences. They have the merit which Thoreau set above all others. They are concentrated and witty. Some of them have attained to the rank of proverbs, that is, of being quoted by those who never heard of the author, as when men say, "All things have two handles, beware of the wrong one," which is not the precise phrase used by Epictetus, but comes very near it. What is more essential than any matter of language is that he, like the other later Stoics, and even more than the rest of these, had outgrown the earlier tradition of their predecessors and recognized human feeling. In this respect, indeed, he went further than many Christian teachers. When Cardinal Manning was on his way to Rome after his conversion, he lost his portmanteau containing family letters. The moral lesson to be drawn from this is thus noted in his diary: to be dead to earthly and natural affections. Epictetus, although a Stoic by profession and practice, would not have gone so far. The system of Epictetus is not hard to grasp, for it is very simple and wholly practical. All objects, all events, in short, everything earthly, may be divided into classes: the things which are within our own control, and the things over which we have no control. We must live for the one class, the things controllable, and must hold the other as absolutely secondary. All possessions that come to us from without, all joys, even those of domestic happiness, are beyond our own control, and must be held as loans, not as gifts. The inward life is apart from these and goes on the same, whether they come or go, and this alone we can control. Children are dear, love is real, God is good, but we must acquiesce quietly in the loss of every human joy at the word of command, and never murmur. There is no hardness, as of the elder Stoics, no jaunty refusal of personal ties, as with Epicurus. Behind the brief, terse maxims of this slave philosopher, there is an atmosphere of love and faith. It even meets curiously the maxims of some of the mystics. It teaches humility, unselfishness, forgiveness, trust in providence. What is the first business of one who studies philosophy? To part with self-conceit. The philosopher, when beaten, must love those who beat him. There is a special chapter headed, "That we ought not to be angry with the erring." All is full of beloved ones, by nature endeared to one another. Who is there whom bright and agreeable children do not attract to play and creep and prattle with them? In several places he speaks with contempt of suicide, although he vindicates divine providence by showing that we are not forcibly held down to a life of sorrow, since we always keep the power of exit in our own hands. To make this exit, at any rate, is but the cowardice of a moment, while a life of wailing is prolonged cowardice. There is absolutely no hair-splitting, no cloud of metaphysics. He does not aim at these things. He bears hard on all pretenders to abstract philosophy, and brings all to a strict practical test. Even the man who professes such a modest practical philosophy as his own must bring it constantly to the proof. "It is not reasonings that are wanted now," he says, "for there are books stuffed full of stoical reasonings. What is wanted then? The man who shall apply them, whose actions may bear testimony to his doctrines. Assume this character for one, that we may no longer make use in the schools of the examples of the ancients, and may have some examples of our own." Elsewhere, in a similar spirit, he spurns the thought of measuring virtue by the mere decree of familiarity with some great teacher. He refers, for instance, to Chrysippus, who was accepted as the highest authority among the later Stoics, although not one of his 700 volumes has come down to the present age. Who is in a state of progress? He who has best studied Chrysippus? Does virtue consist in having read Chrysippus through? Show me your progress. As if I should say to a wrestler, "Show me your muscle," and he should answer, "See my dumbbells." Your dumbbells are your own affair, I desire to see the effect of them. The only real thing, he adds, is to study how to rid life of lamentation and complaint, and "alas," and "I am undone," and misfortune and failure. Thus, at every step, Epictetus brings us resolutely down to real life. Let others, if they will, rest in the clouds. He thus leaves, it may be, some of the loftiest spiritual heights and the profoundest intellectual processes to others. No man can do everything. Yet he has found readers at all periods, alike among men of thought and men of action. Marcus Aurelius ranked him with Socrates, and Origen thought that his writings had done more good than those of Plato. In modern times, Niebuhr has said of him, "Epictetus's greatness cannot be questioned, and it is impossible for any person of sound mind not to be charmed by his works." Toussaint Louverture, the Black Patriot and general, kept his book by him, and one of the most delightful of modern actresses has the same habit. There is something extremely interesting in the thought that a Phrygian slave could have uttered thoughts which thus kept their hold for 1800 years upon minds thus widely varying. Little is known of Epictetus personally, except that he was probably born at Hierapolis in Phrygia, and that he was the slave of Epaphroditus, a freedman of Nero, living in Rome in the 1st century of our era. Origen preserves an anecdote of him, that, when his master once put his leg in the torture, Epictetus quietly said, "You will break my leg." And when this happened, he added in the same tone, "Did I not tell you so?" Becoming in some way free, he lived afterwards at Rome, teaching philosophy. According to his commentator Simplicius, he lived so frugally that the whole furniture of his house consisted of a bed, a cooking vessel, and a lamp, and Lucian ridiculed a man who bought the latter, after the death of Epictetus, in hopes to become a philosopher by using it. When Domitian banished the philosophers from Rome, Epictetus returned to Nicopolis, the city of Epirus, and taught in the same way there, still living in his frugal way, but adopting a child whose parents had abandoned it. He suffered greatly from lameness. After Hadrian became emperor, AD 117, Epictetus was treated with favor, but did not return to Rome. In his later life, his discourses were written down by his disciple Arrian. Only 4 of the original 8 books are extant. This, with the Enchiridion, a more condensed and aphoristic work, and a few fragments preserved as quotations by various authors, are all that we know of his teachings. Even the date of his death is unknown, but he wrote his own epitaph in 2 lines, preserved by Aulus Gellius. Epictetus, a slave, maimed in body, an heirs in poverty, and favored by the immortals. His works have gone through many editions, and a variety of translations, of which that of Elizabeth Carter, Dr. Johnson's friend and pronounced by him to be the best Greek scholar in England, has been most popular, being many times reprinted. It was somewhat formal and archaic in style, however, and was followed by that of Long, which was however the work of that author's old age, was somewhat stiff and cramped in style, and not nearly so readable as his Marcus Aurelius Antonius. In the 6th century, an elaborate commentary on the Enchiridion was written in Greek by Simplicius. This was translated into English by Stanhope, and was in turn made the text for a commentary, longer than itself, by Milton's well-known adversary Salmasius. T. W. Higginson. From the Discourses. Selections from Higginson's Discourses of Epictetus, Revised Edition, Boston, 1891. The Divine Supervision. When a person asked him how any one might be convinced that his every act is under the supervision of God, "Do you not think," said Epictetus, "that all things are mutually connected and united?" "I do." "Well, and do you not think that things on earth feel the influence of the heavenly powers?" "Yes." "Else how is it that in their season, as if by express command, God bids the plants to blossom, and they blossom, to bud, and they bud, to bear fruit, and they bear it, to ripen it, and they ripen, and when again he bids them drop their leaves, and withdrawing into themselves to rest and wait, they rest and wait? Whence again are there seen, on the increase and decrease of the moon, and the approach and departure of the sun, so great changes and transformations in earthly things? Have then the very leaves, and our own bodies, this connection and sympathy with the whole, and have not our souls much more? But our souls are thus connected and intimately joined to God, as being indeed members and distinct portions of his essence, and must he not be sensible of every movement of them as belonging and connatural to himself? Can you even think of the divine administration and every other divine subject, and together with these of human affairs also, can you at once receive impressions on your senses and your understanding from 1,000 objects, at once assent to some things, deny or suspend your judgment concerning others, and preserve in your mind impressions from so many and various objects, by whose aid you can revert to ideas similar to those which first impressed you? Can you retain a variety of arts and the memorials of 10,000 things? And is not God capable of surveying all things, and being present with all, and in communication with all? Is the sun capable of illuminating so great a portion of the universe, and of leaving only that small part of it unilluminated which is covered by the shadow of the earth? And cannot he who made and moves the sun a small part of himself if compared with the whole, cannot he perceive all things? But I cannot, say you, attend to all things at once. Who asserts that you have equal power with Zeus? Nevertheless, he has assigned to each man a director, his own good genius, and committed him to that guardianship, a director sleepless and not to be deceived. To what better and more careful guardian could he have committed each one of us? So that when you have shut your doors and darkened your rooms, remember never to say that you are alone, for you are not alone, but God is within, and your genius is within, and what need have they of light to see what you are doing? To this God you likewise ought to swear such an oath as the soldiers do to Caesar. For they, in order to receive their pay, swear to prefer before all things the safety of Caesar. And will you not swear, who have received so many and so great favours? Or if you have sworn, will you not fulfil the oath? And what must you swear? Never to distrust, nor accuse, nor murmur at any of the things appointed by him, nor to shrink from doing or enduring that which is inevitable. Is this oath like the former? In the first oath persons swear never to dishonour Caesar, by the last, never to dishonour themselves. Concerning Providence. Are these the only works of Providence with regard to us? And what speech can fitly celebrate their praise? For if we had any understanding, ought we not, both in public and in private, incessantly to sing and praise the Deity, and rehearse his benefits? Ought we not, whether we dig or plough or eat, to sing this hymn to God? Great is God who has supplied us with these instruments to till the ground. Great is God who has given us hands and organs of digestion, who has given us to grow insensibly, to breathe in sleep? These things we ought forever to celebrate, and to make it the theme of the greatest and divinest hymn, that he has given us the power to appreciate these gifts, and to use them well. But because the most of you are blind and insensible, there must be some one to fill this station, and lead, in behalf of all men, the hymn to God. For what else can I do, a lame old man, but sing hymns to God? Were I a nightingale, I would act the part of a nightingale. Were I a swan, the part of a swan. But since I am a reasonable creature, it is my duty to praise God. This is my business, I do it. Nor will I ever desert this post as long as it is permitted me, and I call on you to join in the same song. Concerning parentage. Why do you, Epicurus, dissuade a wise man from bringing up children? Why are you afraid that upon their account he may fall into anxieties? Does he fall into any for a mouse that feeds within his house? What is it to him if a little mouse bewails itself there? But Epicurus knew that if once a child is born, it is no longer in our power not to love and be solicitous for it. On the same grounds he says that a wise man will not engage himself in public business, knowing very well what must follow. If men are only so many flies, why should he not engage in it? And does he, who knows all this, dare to forbid us to bring up children? Not even a sheep or a wolf deserts its offspring, and shall man? What would you have, that we should be as silly as sheep? Yet even these do not desert their offspring. Or as savage as wolves, neither do these desert them. Pray, who would mind you if he saw his child fallen upon the ground and crying? For my part, I am of opinion that your father and mother, even if they could have foreseen that you would have been the author of such doctrines, would not have thrown you away. Concerning difficulties. Difficulties are things that show what men are. For the future, in case of any difficulty, remember that God, like a gymnastic trainer, has pitted you against the rough antagonist. For what end? That you may be an Olympic conqueror, and this cannot be without toil. No man, in my opinion, has a more profitable difficulty on his hands than you have, provided you will but use it as an athletic champion uses his antagonist. Suppose we were to send you as a scout to Rome. But no one ever sends a timorous scout, who when he only hears a noise or sees a shadow runs back, frightens, and says, "The enemy is at hand." So now, if you should come and tell us, "Things are in a fearful way at Rome, death is terrible, banishment terrible, calumny terrible, poverty terrible, run, good people, the enemy is at hand," we will answer, "Get you gone and prophesy for yourself. Our only fault is that we have sent such a scout. Diogenes was sent as a scout before you, but he told us other tidings. He says that death is no evil, for it is nothing base, that calumny is only the noise of madmen. And what account did this spy give us of pain, of pleasure, of poverty? He says that to be naked is better than a purple robe, to sleep upon the bare ground the softest bed, and gives a proof of all he says by his own courage, tranquillity, and freedom, and moreover by a healthy and robust body. There is no enemy near, he says, all is profound peace. How so, Diogenes? Look upon me, he says. Am I hurt? Am I wounded? Have I run away from any one? This is a scout worth having. But you come and tell us one tale after another. Go back and look more carefully, and without fear. Words and Deeds. Pray, see how I compose dialogues. Talk not of that, man, but rather be able to say, see how I accomplish my purposes, see how I avert what I wish to shun. Set death before me, set pain, a prison, disgrace, doom, and you will know me. This should be the pride of a young man come out from the schools. Leave the rest to others. Let no one ever hear you waste a word upon them, nor suffer it, if any one commends you for them, but admit that you are nobody, and that you know nothing. Appear to know only this, never to fail nor fall. Let others study cases, problems, and syllogisms. Do you rather contemplate death, change, torture, exile, and all these with courage, and reliance upon him who hath called you to them, and judged you worthy a post in which you may show what reason can do when it encounters the inevitable. Of tranquillity. Consider, you who are about to undergo trial, what you wish to preserve, and in what to succeed. For if you wish to preserve a mind in harmony with nature, you are entirely safe. Everything goes well, you have no trouble on your hands. While you wish to preserve that freedom which belongs to you, and are contented with that, for what have you longer to be anxious? For who is the master of things like these? Who can take them away? If you wish to be a man of modesty and fidelity, who shall prevent you? If you wish not to be restrained or compelled, who shall compel you to desires contrary to your principles, to aversions contrary to your opinion? The judge, perhaps, will pass a sentence against you which he thinks formidable, but can he likewise make you receive it with shrinking? Since, then, desire and aversion are in your own power, for what have you to be anxious? Let this be your introduction, this your narration, this your proof, this your conclusion, this your victory, and this your applause. Thus said Socrates to one who put him in mind to prepare himself for his trial. Do you not think that I have been preparing myself for this very thing my whole life long? By what kind of preparation? I have attended to my own work. What mean you? I have done nothing unjust, either in public or in private life. But if you wish to retain possession of outward things too, your body, your estate, your dignity, I advise you immediately to prepare yourself by every possible preparation, and besides, to consider the disposition of your judge and of your adversary. In that case, if it be necessary to embrace his knees, do so. If to weep, weep. If to groan, groan. For when you have once made yourself a slave to externals, be a slave wholly. Do not struggle, and be alternately willing and unwilling, but be simply and thoroughly the one or the other, free or a slave, instructed or ignorant, a gamecock or a craven, either bear to be beaten till you die, or give out at once, and do not be soundly beaten first, and then give out at last. From the Enchiridion, The Basis of Philosophy. There are things which are within our power, and there are things which are beyond our power. Within our power are opinion, aim, desire, aversion, and in one word, whatever affairs are our own. Beyond our power are body, property, reputation, office, and in one word, whatever are not properly our own affairs. Now, the things within our power are by nature free, unrestricted, unhindered, but those beyond our power are weak, dependent, restricted, alien. Remember then that if you attribute freedom to things by nature dependent, and seek for your own that which is really controlled by others, you will be hindered, you will lament, you will be disturbed, you will find fault both with gods and men. But if you take for your own only that which is your own, and view what belongs to others just as it really is, then no one will ever compel you, no one will restrict you, you will find fault with no one, you will accuse no one, you will do nothing against your will, no one will hurt you, you will not have an enemy, nor will you suffer any harm. Aiming therefore at such great things, remember that you must not allow yourself any inclination, however slight, towards the attainment of the others, but that you must entirely quit some of them, and for the present postpone the rest. But if you would have these greater things, and possess power and wealth likewise, you may miss the latter in seeking the former, and you will certainly fail of that by which alone happiness and freedom are procured. Terrors. Men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of things. Thus death is nothing terrible, else it would have appeared so to Socrates. But the terror consists in our notion of death, that it is terrible. When therefore we are hindered, or disturbed, or grieved, let us never impute it to others, but to ourselves, that is, to our own views. It is the action of an uninstructed person to reproach others for his own misfortunes, of one entering upon instruction to reproach himself, and of one perfectly instructed to reproach neither others nor himself. The voyage. As in a voyage, when the ship is at anchor, if you go on shore to get water, you may amuse yourself with picking up a shellfish or a truffle in your way, but your thoughts ought to be bent towards the ship and perpetually attentive, lest the captain should call, and then you must leave all these things, that you may not have to be carried on board the vessel, bound like a sheep. Thus likewise in life, if instead of a truffle or shellfish, such a thing as a wife or a child be granted you, there is no objection. But if the captain calls, run to the ship, leave all these things, and never look behind. But if you are old, never go far from the ship, lest you should be missing when called for. Events. Demand not that events should happen as you wish, but wish them to happen as they do happen, and you will go on well. Surrender. If a person had delivered up your body to some passer-by, you would certainly be angry. And do you feel no shame in delivering up your own mind to any reviler to be disconcerted and confounded? Integrity. If you have assumed any character beyond your strength, you have both demeaned yourself ill in that, and quitted one which you might have supported. The test. Never proclaim yourself a philosopher, nor make much talk among the ignorant about your principles, but show them by actions. Thus, at an entertainment, do not discourse how people ought to eat, but eat as you ought. For remember that thus Socrates also universally avoided all ostentation. And when persons came to him and desired to be introduced by him to philosophers, he took them and introduced them, so well did he bear being overlooked. So if ever there should be among the ignorant any discussion of principles, be for the most part silent. For there is great danger in hastily throwing out what is undigested. And if any one tells you that you know nothing, and you are not nettled at it, then you may be sure that you have really entered on your work. For sheep do not hastily throw up the grass to show the shepherds how much they have eaten, but inwardly digesting their food, they produce it outwardly in wool and milk. The two handles. Everything has two handles, one by which it may be borne, another by which it cannot. If your brother acts unjustly, do not lay hold on the affair by the handle of his injustice, for by that it cannot be borne, but rather by the opposite, that he is your brother, that he was brought up with you, and thus you will lay hold on it as it is to be borne. From the Fragments. Sweet and bitter. It is scandalous that he who sweetens his drink by the gift of the bees should by vice embitter reason, the gift of the gods. Love of man. No one who is a lover of money, a lover of pleasure, or a lover of glory, is likewise a lover of mankind, but only he who is a lover of virtue. Monuments. If you have a mind to adorn your city by consecrated monuments, first consecrate in yourself the most beautiful monument, of gentleness and justice and benevolence. Civic honor. You will confer the greatest benefits on your city, not by raising its roofs, but by exalting its souls. For it is better that great souls should live in small habitations, than that abject slaves should burrow in great houses. Healing. It is more necessary for the soul to be healed than the body, for it is better to die than to live ill. For humanity. A person once brought clothes to a pirate who had been cast ashore, and almost killed by the severity of the weather, then carried him to his house and furnished him with all necessaries. Being reproached by someone for doing good to the evil, "I have paid this regard," answered he, "not to the man, but to humanity." Aspiration. Think of God oftener than you breathe. Divine presence. If you always remember that God stands by as a witness of whatever you do, either in soul or body, you will never err, either in your prayers or actions, and you will have God abiding with you. Translated by T.W. Higginson, reprinted by his kind permission, and that of Little, Brown and Company, publishers, Boston, Massachusetts. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Erasmus, 1465 to 1536, by Andrew D. White. In any view of modern civilization, Erasmus is a leading personage, for he is one of the two great militant literary men of modern times, one of the two men of letters who have taken a stronger hold and exercised a wider influence on the thought of the civilized world than have any others, from the Roman Empire to this day. He was born at Rotterdam. Most biographers say in 1467. Hallam thought that he had proved the date to be 1465. Others see reasons for believing that it was 1466. Berigny insisted that no one knew the exact year, not even Erasmus himself. Footnote: for Hallam's argument regarding the exact date of Erasmus's birth, see his Introduction to the Literature of Europe, London, 1847, page 287. Note, see also Drummond. For Berigny, see his Vie d'Erasmus, Paris, 1757, pages 5 and 6, and note. End of footnote. But more important than a precise date is the fact that he was born only about 10 years after the downfall of the Eastern Empire, only about a quarter of a century after the discovery of printing, about 20 years before Luther, and but little longer before the great age of discovery, the period of Columbus, Vasco da Gama, and Magellan, the period also of a new awakening of scholarship in Germany, shown in the founding of new universities, and the putting of new life into old ones, the period of new horizons, hopes, and activities. He stood in the center of this great epoch and acted most powerfully upon it. Footnote: regarding the strengthening of university life and of thought generally in Germany at this period, see especially Creighton, History of the Papacy During the Reformation. End of footnote. Though an illegitimate child, he took his paternal name Gerard, which, being interpreted to mean amiable, was put into Latin as Desiderius and into Greek as Erasmios, or perhaps Erasmos. So, in accordance with the custom of men of his sort in his time, he called himself Desiderius Erasmus, just as Schwarzerd, or Black Earth, translated his name into Greek and called himself Melanchthon. The first years of Erasmus were full of hardship. His patrimony was stolen from him by faithless guardians. His liberty was wheedled from him by zealous monks, but a remarkable keenness, shrewdness, and passion for knowledge asserted itself in him. Though struggling against poverty throughout his early life and against ill health always, he grew rapidly and symmetrically in the best knowledge of his time, and especially in the new learning, that new study of Latin, thought to which thinking men, weary of scholastic philosophy, had turned toward the close of the Middle Ages, and above all, to that study of Greek thought, which had taken refuge in Western Europe at the downfall of the Eastern Empire, and especially at the Turkish conquest of Constantinople in 1453. It happened, to the great good fortune of the world, that the scholarship in which Erasmus was nurtured had in it not only enlightenment, but manliness and earnestness. In the little town of Deventer in Holland, Gerard Groot had founded in 1400 an order called the Brotherhood of the Life in Common, or, as they were more popularly known, the Good Brethren. The order was devoted to plain living and high thinking. Property was for the most part held in common. Manual labor was exacted of all. All showed a fervency and devotion and an energy in well-doing, such as the older order of monks had not known for many generations. Among other things, the brethren devoted themselves to a scheme of education at once thorough and comprehensive, not disdaining to work in primary schools, not shrinking from the most advanced scholarly inquiry. This Deventer school acted powerfully, infusing what was best in medieval thought with the new learning. Its influence was felt in all parts of Northern Europe. In 1433, the order numbered 45 houses. In 1460, 3 times as many. Several of its scholars became famous, among them Thomas à Kempis and Nicholas of Cues, the poor fisherman's son, who became the Cardinal de Cusa, scholar, statesman, and reformer, the forerunner of Hopinicius in teaching the new astronomy. Footnote: for the value of the Deventer School, see Hallam, History of Literature, Volume 1, page 125. Also a reference in Cantu, which is very striking as coming from so devoted a Catholic. Also Creighton as above, Volume 5, Chapter 1. End of footnote. From these men of the Deventer School, Erasmus received the first strong impulse toward his great career, and though he remained at the school only until about his 14th year, he secured recognition as a youth of wonderful promise. Now came an evil period. He was entrapped into a monastery, and finally, about the time of his coming of age, was induced to take priestly orders. Yet even in the monastery, the spirit of the Deventer School was still working within him, for now it was in his monastery at Stein, about 1490, that he took up the work of the man who first brought the modern spirit of scholarly criticism to bear upon biblical research, the brilliant Italian scholar Laurentius Viola. Out of this grew Erasmus's greatest contribution to the thought of Christendom, a contribution which is doing its work in all lands today. None of Erasmus's revolutionary work has ever shown such persistent vitality as this evolutionary work. Footnote: for the evolution of Erasmus's ideas in biblical criticism out of those of Viola, see White's History of the Warfare of Science with Theology, Volume 2, pages 303 and following. Also Drummond, Life of Erasmus, Volume 1, pages 26 and following. Also Durand de Lar, Erasmus, Volume 1, pages 16 and following. End of footnote. He soon saw that a monastic life was not for him. Others saw it, among these the Archbishop of Cambrai, who made him his private secretary, and finally supplied him the means with which to study at Paris. But these means were dealt out grudgingly. He still had to endure great privations in order to gain instruction from the accomplished teachers gathered there. And in one of his letters he writes, "I have given my whole soul to Greek learning, and as soon as I get any money I shall first buy Greek books, and then clothes." During his stay in Paris, his ability was noted by various men of influence. And now began his struggle to rid himself of monastic and clerical entanglements, in which effort he was finally successful. It was at this period, in 1500, that he published, among other things, the first edition of his Book of Adages, or Proverbs. The Book of Adages was the first broadside sent from the new scholarship into the old, and it penetrated European thought widely and deeply. Erasmus became at once the head of the party supporting the new learning against medieval scholasticism. Admirers sought his friendship on all sides, among them the leading mitred heads, crowned heads, and even the Pope himself. He received letters breathing the warmest friendship from Henri VIII of England, Francis I of France, Charles V of Spain and Germany, the two successive popes, Leo X, and the schoolmate of Erasmus at Deventer, Adrian VI, and still later from the two popes who succeeded these. In the Adages, Erasmus proclaimed war against the mendicant friars throughout Europe, and from time to time in new editions came new forms of ridicule, even more and more effective. Another manifestation of Erasmus's boldness is yet more striking, for while he attacked bigotry fearlessly, he attacked tyranny with yet more bitter hatred. Strenuous as his attacks on bigotry were, he never really penetrated to its underlying principle, to the doctrine that salvation depends upon belief. But in attacking the oppressions of monarchy, he went to its very heart. This will be especially shown in the extracts from the Adages, as well as from the other writings given as an appendix to this article. He attacked its foundations, so that one might imagine himself within sound not of a scholar admired in colleges and petted in courts, but of some modern French tribune or American stump orator. Curiously enough, this book, The Adages, which aided powerfully to bring in the great revolution of the 16th century, became the fashion and fad among those at whom it really struck. Pope Leo X, as well as Charles V, Henri VIII, Francis I, and a host of royal personages, welcomed the Adages of Erasmus, just as 2 centuries later Frederick the Great, Catherine the Great, Joseph II of Austria, Charles III of Spain, and a multitude of 18th century princes welcomed the Persian letters of Montesquieu and the philosophical dictionary of Voltaire. The book took hold upon thinking men throughout Europe, and it went speedily through more than 50 editions. The bitterness of the monks against him and the admiration of thinking men for him steadily increased. For almost every crowned head in Europe, including the Pope, came lucrative invitations to their respective courts, and here a remark should be made in justice to him. It strikes a modern scholar unpleasantly, in reading Erasmus's correspondence, to see him insisting constantly on his needs and demanding pecuniary aid. He seemed to feel that he had a right to it, and he obtained it. Gold, silver, and pensions came to him from every land, from friends in England like Lord Mountjoy and Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, and from various personages on the continent. But this was simply the way of his time among scholars. All this was in the old system of patronage. Men wealthy and high-placed were expected to see that the Republic of Letters received no detriment, and that its main upholders were cared for. But for any proper understanding of this history and of Erasmus's character, one thing should be most carefully noted. It is vastly to his credit. The highest church preferment was pressed upon him by the Pope, by the sovereigns, and by various eminent ecclesiastics throughout the greater part of his life. Cardinals' hats, bishoprics, deaneries would have been his had he signified a wish, or even a willingness to take them. But positions of this sort, lucrative though they might be, sinecures though they might be, he steadfastly refused. He determined to keep his freedom, to give no one a right to call him servant, to undertake no duties, no matter how splendid or honorable, no matter how easy, which should in any way deprive him of his liberty. And here, Sundry sources of Erasmus's quality should be noted. He was not only a scholar by the study of books, but by the study of men and events. For leading features in his training were his acquaintance with the men best worth knowing, and his knowledge of the history then making in all parts of Europe. Considering his limited resources and the difficulty of traveling at that period, the frequency and length of his journeys strike us with wonder. We hear of him in Paris, at Oxford and Cambridge, in various parts of Italy, in Germany, in Switzerland, and in the Netherlands. The extent of his correspondence amazes us. One thing, effective in determining his character, has perhaps not been sufficiently dwelt upon by those who have studied him. This was his intimate association with leading Englishmen. During his different residences in England, he was thrown into close relations with some of the best men that the Anglo-Saxon race has ever produced. It was not only the time of the revival of scholarship in England, but of great seriousness and thought. Wycliffe had been dead more than 100 years, but his spirit still lived. Among Erasmus's English associates were such scholars as Linacre, Grocyn, Latimer, and above all, Sir Thomas More and Colet. These English friends of his certainly promoted his zeal in scholarship and deepened his character. Footnote. For very full and interesting details of the relations of Erasmus to Englishmen, see Knight, Life of Dean Colet, Oxford, 1823, pages 152 et passum. See also Froude, Life and Letters of Erasmus, pages 105 to 7. Also Sebon, The Oxford Reformers, London, 1869, passum. End of footnote. In 1503 appeared a work which showed strongly the influence of Anglo-Saxon devotion to truth and to the exercise of reason in reaching truth. This was his Enchiridion, or Christian's Manual. It was in the main a quiet, strong argument against the substitution of fetishism for religious thought and action. Though pithy at times, it had much less of the biting satirical spirit that had his better-known writings. In this he argued against all substitutes for real Christian life, of which Europe was then full, and indeed of which all ages and countries have been full. He fell back mainly upon the exercise of right reason, as the God-given means of attaining to truth and righteousness. For this he was, of course, bitterly attacked. One charge against him was that he had denied the existence of real and literal fire in hell. He defended himself rather wittily by saying that he did not deny it, that he only declared it to be the more clearly taught in theology than in the scriptures. Many things might be noted in this book, but two should be remembered. First, that Erasmus throughout appeals to right reason, not unnatural then, was the declaration of Ignatius Loyola that these writings clothed his piety. The other point to be noted is that while there is a similarity in the work of Erasmus upon the great revolution of the 16th century to the work of Voltaire upon the revolution of the 18th, here is a fundamental difference. Here is a depth of moral and religious feeling and an appeal to the underlying constitution of Christendom, such as appears in none of the French philosophers or encyclopedists. In 1511, Erasmus gave to the world a book of a very different sort, his Encomium Morii, or Praise of Folly. It was dedicated to Sir Thomas More, and More's name, in a punning way, was embedded in its title. The work was received with delight from one end of Europe to the other. Later it was illustrated with caricatures by Hans Holbein, and so gained yet wider popularity. Footnote. For the origin and character of Holbein's illustrations of the Praise of Folly with specimens, see Waltman, Holbein and His Time, Chapter 6, end of footnote. In this book, folly is represented as preaching from her lofty pulpit to all sorts and conditions of men, proving that all are fools and therefore her subjects, and that from her come the gifts they most prize. Especially does she claim credit for the superstitions of the Church, and above all for the monks and theologians whom she exhibits as her masterpieces. The publication of the Praise of Folly raised a terrific storm. The monks were especially violent, but they succeeded poorly. They were too angry. Strange as it may seem, even this work did not lead to any decided break between Erasmus and the higher ecclesiastics outside the monasteries. Pope Leo X, with his dislike for over-fervid religionists and his passion for amusing literature, still held strongly to the bold thinker who expressed the leading thought of his time so pungently. So did those who succeeded Leo during Erasmus's lifetime, though his immediate successor Adrian VI was an ascetic and cared far more for theology than for literature. This book wrought more powerfully on Erasmus's own time and on that which immediately followed than any other he ever wrote. Here, to use the old phrase, was the egg which Erasmus laid and which Luther hatched, but far more powerful in its remoter consequences on the building up of modern Germany, and indeed on all thinking Christendom, was a book which he published 5 years later at Bâle, his first edition of the Greek Testament. His main object was doubtless to popularize biblical studies and to bring them to bear upon the needs of his time. But he also wished to show what the Bible really was, and thus to beat back the dogmatists who used its text to injure the new learning. This work was undoubtedly in some sort an evolution out of the earlier work of Laurentius Valla, the only great Italian scholar of the Renaissance, who had devoted himself to the problems of theology and biblical criticism. But the spirit of Erasmus was very different from that of Valla. Footnote: for a more thorough statement regarding the work of Valla, as compared with that of Erasmus, see White's History of the Warfare of Science with Theology, Volume 2, pages 303 and following. For the extent of Erasmus's New Testament work, see Jebb's Erasmus, pages 44, 45. End of footnote. Valla was a brilliant skeptic, Erasmus a profound believer in God and in righteousness. He stands among the first of those who have endeavored to bring the Scriptures within the reach of the world at large. Without him, the translations of Tyndale in England and of Luther in Germany would have been almost impossible. But Erasmus's work did not end with his Greek Testament. He wrote a new Latin version, enriching it with notes, and finally a series of paraphrases in Latin of all the New Testament books, except Revelation. These were translated into various modern languages, and of the English version, every parish church in England was supplied with a copy. The greatness of this work is shown in its remoter consequences. This it was which began the application of critical knowledge to our sacred books. Erasmus is the forerunner of that long line of devoted men in all countries who from that day to this have risked reputation and even life in endeavoring to clear from the sacred text the errors which so many pious men have in all ages insist on retaining in it. It is true that he had little of Hebrew scholarship, and that his critical apparatus and knowledge were small compared to that which scholars now consider indispensable. It is true that some of his annotations were fanciful, but as a whole, their acuteness and boldness are among the wonders of European history. He it was who dared strike out the famous verse in the 5th chapter of the first epistle general of St. John regarding the 3 witnesses. For this he was fiercely attacked. In England by Lee, afterwards Archbishop of York. In Spain by Stonica, one of the most renowned of southern European scholars. In France by Boudet, syndic of the Sorbonne, by the University of Paris, and throughout Europe by the friars. But he kept on, and today there is no scholar who does not acknowledge that he was right. He it was who did point out some of the mistakes and quotations made from the Hebrew scriptures in the Gospels, and to show that the Epistle to the Hebrews is not the work of St. Paul, and that the revelations of St. John and the Gospel according to St. John cannot be the work of the same person, and that the passage in Matthew, which is now inscribed around the inner base of St. Peter's dome, "Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I will build my church," has no reference to the papacy. For these things, which the great mass of scholars now accept as mere commonplaces, he was then called a blasphemer. But the ages since his time have more and more agreed in declaring all this a proof of Erasmus's greatness as a scholar and of his boldness as a man. Footnote: for excellent statements regarding Erasmus's relations to modern biblical criticism, see Beard, Hibbert Lectures for 1883 on the Reformation, pages 66 and following. For a very full detail of Erasmus's account of his dealing with the text regarding the three witnesses, see Jortin, London, 1808, Volume 2, pages 222 et seq. End of footnote. Here, too, we have utterances of his which throw light upon his view of his time and of his own work in it. In one of his letters he says, "I would rather work for a month at expounding St. Paul than waste a day in quarreling." Nor was he working for scholars alone. He had in mind also the plain everyday man. Regarding his translation of scriptures, he said, "I long that the husbandman should sing them as he follows the plow, that the weaver should hum them to the tune of the shuttle, that the traveler should beguile with him the weariness of his journey." Footnote: for the citation above given, see Jeb's Erasmus, Cambridge, 1890, pages 45, 46, and 53. End of footnote. In 1522, Erasmus published his Colloquies. These were conversations written nominally for the instruction of youth. They are not, in general, phrased so sharply as the adages and praise of folly. They are more kindly, more genial. The purpose of this work seems to have been to infuse into the youth of his time more earnestness, and especially to bring in a better handling of religious questions. In this, as in preceding works, Erasmus firmly adheres to the Church, no matter how much he criticizes various parasitic growths which had attached themselves to it, and he will listen to no suggestions of separation from it. The 29 Colloquies formed an arsenal of argument and satire. Again the monks trooped forth and widely denounced him as satirizing church fasts, virginity, monkery, pilgrimages, and other important parts of her system. But hardly anyone read their tirades. They were too long-winded. The main attack on the Colloquies was made in 1526, and in 1527, Collinius printed 24,000 copies of them and sold them all. Footnote: for satires and squibs against Erasmus, Chichadi, Satiren ou Pasquille aus der Reformationszeit. Hanover, 1863, Passum. End of footnote. But while the popes and higher ecclesiastics still professed themselves pleased with this work, theologians here and there became alarmed. Luther had appeared on the scene, and though Erasmus, during a large part of his literary life, was in quarrel with Luther, the deeper meanings of the whole movement and of their relations to it began to be revealed. The book was publicly condemned by the Sorbonne in France, solemnly burned by the Inquisition in Spain, and after the death of Erasmus, placed upon the Index in Italy. The Romantic countries thus sought to keep it out of popular reach. In the Teutonic countries its work continued, It held the field longer than did any of his other works, save his edition of the New Testament. Nearly a century and a half after Erasmus's time, Milton spoke of it as in the hands of everybody at Cambridge, and even our own time, new editions of it have been published. With the Colloquies ends the last of Erasmus's most popular books. Further into the vast mass of his writings, which have been collected into 10 great folios, we may not go, save to notice one field of his activity. In some respects the most important. This is his correspondence. As already hinted, it was enormous, and embraces letters to and from the most noted men of his time, including not only 4 successive popes and all the principal monarchs of Europe, but the leaders of thought on both sides for some time after the outbreak of the Reformation. The subjects treated were the most important: educational, literary, political, and religious. The mode of treatment was flowing, bright, witty, often playful and apparently superficial. But beneath all was deep religious and moral feeling, not conventionally so. Erasmus may well be called the first broad churchman. To him, the permanent element in Christianity was everything, the transient comparatively nothing. The influence of his letters was undoubtedly far-reaching and healthful. They penetrated and pervaded the minds of popes, monarchs, governors, counselors, professors, authors, the principal men of light and leading of his time. He thus urged especially better education, better literature, peace, tolerance, everything in the line of common sense and right reason. As to the medium, it was always Latin. The language of France, of Germany, of England, of Holland, and even of Italy, was then considered barbarous, and not without reason. But his was not the Latin of the Italian precisians and German pedants. It was virtually a living language, easy, flowing, sparkling, well adapted to use, and it is today easy reading, even to beginners in the language of Rome. Footnote: the most accessible collection of Erasmus's letters is the selection and abridgment of them by Froude. For some unedited and interesting epistles to Sadolet, Bembo, and others, see Dolnohek, Erasmus et Ital, Paris, 1888. For copious extracts, see especially Jortin and Drummond, Passim. For the difference between the racy, effective Latin of Erasmus and the stilted affectations of the purists of his time, see Jebb, Erasmus, Cambridge, England, 1890, pages 39 et seq. End of footnote. The value of Erasmus's writings caused much to be overlooked by the leaders of the older church. Pope Paul III, the fourth of the popes whom Erasmus had known, wrote him in 1535, a year before the great scholar's death, asking him for aid in the approaching council. During this year previous to his death, Erasmus gave us a final revelation of his feeling. In one of his letters, he says, "You talk of the great name, which I shall leave behind me, and which posterity is never to let die. But I care nothing for fame, and nothing for posterity. I desire only to go home, and to find favor with Christ." His desire to go home was granted in 1536 at Paul. Thither he had gone to seek solace from ill health and protection from enemies, with his old friend Froben, the renowned printer. His grave in the cathedral there remains a place of pious pilgrimage, and Holbein's portrait of him, in the neighboring museum, a revelation of much in his work and character. Footnote: for special details of the last days of Erasmus at Paul, see Monsieur de Rame in the Bulletin de l'Académie Royale des Sciences et Médiques, 1843, pages 462 et seq. End of footnote. In summoning up the work of Erasmus, it is first of all needful to clear our minds of cant. Cant on this subject has taken various shapes, but its most usual statement is that while Luther was brave, Erasmus was a coward. This is one of those superficial antitheses, popular in all times, but especially in periods of strife and struggle. That Luther was brave, the whole world knows. That Erasmus was brave, anyone may know who will study his writings. He showed this bravery by fighting the strong army of ignorance throughout Europe in his books, and by telling unpalatable truths to the great men of his time in his letters. It is also unjust to say that Erasmus was wavering, that his opinion showed varying moods and developed new phases, is true, but from first to last he stood consistently by his fundamental idea, progress by evolution rather than by revolution. It is foolish to say that he had no convictions. He had deep convictions, and among them a conviction as to the great value in religion of what is permanent, and as to the small value of what is transient. It is trivial to say that as he became old he grew weaker. Most men do. Even Luther did at times. That is in the order of nature. But even in Erasmus's last days we have noble exhibitions of strength, even as we have them in Luther's last days. It is shallow to say that Luther was open and Erasmus a trimmer. Each thought and fought in his own way. Luther soon thought it best to fight the church from without. Erasmus thought it wiser to renew the church from within. It is simply unhistorical to say that Erasmus was false both to the old church and to the new. He sought to save the old church, to renew it, to revive a better life in it. He sought to moderate the new church, to prevent the monstrous riot and unreason which followed. The ages of Protestant bigotry, far less excusable than Catholic bigotry. The carnival of fire and murder which lasted through 2 centuries. He sought to weld both churches into a new force, into a higher form of Christianity. He sought to clear and clean the dominant church of its noxious growths, and hoped that in the air of new knowledge and right reason it would grow into a church new and comprehensive, suited to the new and regenerate world. He foresaw justly that Protestant dogmatism would soon become as violent and unreasoning as Catholic dogmatism. He cared no more for Luther's dogma, justification by faith, than for the medieval dogma, justification by works. To him, the one thing precious was the simple teaching of Christ and his immediate followers. All the rest was sound and fury, signifying nothing. What he labored for was not to establish a new church and new growths of dogma, which he rightly believed would soon become an incubus upon the weary earth, but he sought to promote an evolution of righteousness, which is rightness. To find fault with him because he and his work were not like Luther and his work is like finding fault with Emerson because his makeup and methods were not those of Garrison. Footnote: for a very full expression of Erasmus's view regarding Luther, see his letter to Cardinal Wolsey, given by Jordan, Volume 1, pages 130 to 131. It must be confessed that this view differed in Erasmus's differing moods. End of footnote. One class of minds will always prefer Erasmus and believe in his work, and lament that he could not have had his way. Another class will prefer Luther and believe in his work and rejoice that he had his way. But it should be remembered that before Luther was heard of, Erasmus began, in political affairs and religious affairs, a course of astounding boldness, setting reform in motion. And this course, in spite of reproach and attack from both sides, he kept during his entire life. But it may be said that Erasmus's idea of a peaceful evolution was not the right idea, that what was needed was revolution. Alas, history confirms this view too thoroughly, just as Turgot, the greatest and wisest of French statesmen in the 18th century, proposing rational and peaceful measures which would have saved the ancient monarchy and developed liberty in France, was met by fierce opposition and unrelenting hate on both sides, so that the work had to be done far less satisfactorily, at the cost of millions of lives and billions of treasure and generations of sterile revolt and turmoil. Just as Henry Clay, one of the wisest American statesmen of the 19th century, proposing rational and peaceful measures which would have gradually extinguished slavery and compensated the slave owners at a paltry cost of 25 millions, was met by fierce, unrelenting opposition on both sides, so that the work had to be done by a civil war at a loss of 1 million of lives and many thousands of millions of dollars. So Erasmus, seeking concessions from the old church and moderation from the new, met opposition bitter and unrelenting from both sides, and the work of reform had to be accomplished by a schism which caused 200 years of frightful war, with the loss of millions on millions of lives and of billions on billions of treasure. Such was the price paid with the Teutonic, Scandinavian, and Anglo-Saxon countries and their colonies might be saved from the fate of Spain and her colonies. The question now occurs: what was Erasmus's work in its sum? What did he for Christendom in general and for Germany in particular? The Roman Church answers in the old saying, Erasmus laid the egg and Luther hatched it. Erasmus answers in the comparison of his work to the breaking of dikes. Luther answers in these words: Erasmus is very capable of exposing error, but he knows not how to reach the truth. Footnote. For a thoughtful estimate of Erasmus's work from the moderate Roman Catholic point of view, see Dollinger, De Reformatio. Regensburg, 1848, pages 1 to 20. End of footnote. All these estimates of his agency in the Reformation concur in making him a critic and satirist, a forerunner of reformers and revolutionists. But if we consider him merely as a forerunner, we shall form a judgment sadly inadequate. In a letter to Jean Gachet, Erasmus says, "Here, to sum up, is what I have done in my books. I have raised my voice boldly against the wars which for so many years we have seen shaking all Christendom. Theology had degenerated into sophistic niceties. I labored to bring it back to its sources and to its ancient simplicity. I endeavored also to restore their first luster to those sacred authors of whom men generally have only fragments. I taught literature, which before me was almost pagan, to speak of Christ. I have aided, so far as I was able, the revived study of languages. I have censured various foolish claims of men. I aroused the world which was sleeping in ceremonies almost Judaic, and called it to a Christianity more pure, never condemning the ceremonies of the Church, but showing that which is best." Although this claims much, every thoughtful student of the 16th century must now acknowledge that it claims too little. Let us sum up rapidly the work of Erasmus in the light of the history developed since his time. First, he did much to develop a better education and to instill a fruitful scholarship into the minds of the younger thinking men throughout Europe. Second, he contributed more powerfully than any other to the spreading of the revival of learning, and therefore to the awakening of reform ideas. Third, he did more than any other to prevent the revival of learning in the north of Europe from degenerating into mere dilettantism, as it did in the south of Europe. Fourth, more boldly than any other, he wrought to mitigate the tyranny of princes. Fifth, a great service in which he was far beyond his time, beyond the leaders of the Roman Catholic Church, beyond the leaders of the Protestant Church. He declared always for toleration. Sixth, he planted in European statesmanship a most beneficent germ, which has since come to great growth in showing at all times and all places the futility of attempting to crush thought by force. Seventh, centuries in advance of his time, he labored to discourage war and to substitute for its arbitration. Eighth, he stood at the beginning of the critical study of the scriptures, of all that great work going on in our own time, which is giving religion new and broader foundations. With good reason, as an eminent modern scholar said, Luther made the Reformation that was, Erasmus the Reformation that is to be. Anyone looking at contemporary portraits of Erasmus, and especially at that painted by Hans Holbein, will at once see that we have no right to expect in the great scholar a leader in the rough work of revolution. There is a delicacy in the face, a play of sarcasm over the features, a bright light from the eyes, which all remind us at once of Voltaire's portrait, but there is a quiet depth in it which we find in no portrait of Voltaire. So, too, his work in many respects was strongly like the work of Voltaire. Both exposed wrongs and satirized wrongdoers. Both reminded rulers of their duties. Both stirred the common sense of their own times. Both spurred on bold thinkers of after times. Both fought bigotry. Both wrought powerfully for a thorough change in the world's thought and action. One without designing it for the Reformation, the other without designing it for the French Revolution. And as Voltaire, the critic, satirist, and scholar preceding the French Revolution, is to Mirabeau the fearless orator of that revolution, so is Erasmus, the critic, satirist, and scholar preceding the Reformation, to Luther, the orator and warrior of the Reformation. Yet there was a deep difference between these two great European men of letters. Erasmus's is the more profound nature. Out of it grew no things more brilliant than out of Voltaire's nature, but out of it grew things more beautiful and noble. Finally, as to the sphere of Erasmus's influence, he wrought, as we have seen, on all Christendom, but most directly and fully upon Germany. His letters showed this amply. Under all temptations, he refused to break with German thought. He saw that in Germany the soil was deep, and that it was the garden where his ideas were to come to their first and perhaps their fullest bloom and fruitage. He himself has told us, "I did my best to deliver the rising generation from the slough of ignorance, and to inspire them with the taste for better studies. I wrote not for Italy, but for Germany and the Netherlands." End of section 5.
Section 6 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Erasmus. From the Adages. 1. Adages relating to monarchy. Let anyone turn over the pages of ancient or modern history. Scarcely in several generations will you find one or two princes whose folly has not inflicted the greatest misery on mankind. I know not whether much of this is not to be imputed to ourselves. We trust the rudder of a vessel, where a few sailors and some goods alone are in jeopardy, to none but skilful pilots. But the state, wherein the safety of so many thousands is concerned, we put into any hands. A charioteer must learn, reflect upon, and practice his art. A prince need only be born. Yet government, as it is the most honorable, so it is the most difficult of all sciences. And shall we choose the master of a ship, and not choose him who is to have the care of many cities and so many souls? But the usage is too long established for us to subvert. Do we not see that noble cities are erected by the people? That they are destroyed by princes? That the community grows rich by the industry of its citizens? Is plundered by the rapacity of its princes? That good laws are enacted by popular magistrates? are violated by these princes, that the people love peace, that princes excite war. It is the aim of the guardians of a prince that he may never become a man. The nobility, who fatten on public calamity, endeavor to plunge him into pleasures, that he may never learn what are his duties. Towns are burned, lands are wasted, temples are plundered, innocent citizens are slaughtered, while the prince is playing at dice, or dancing, or amusing himself with puppets, or hunting, or drinking. O race of the Bruti, long since extinct! O blind and blunted thunderbolts of Jupiter! We know indeed that those corrupters of princes will render account to heaven, but not easily to us. Let any physiognomist, not a blunderer in his trade, consider the look and features of an eagle, those rapacious and wicked eyes, that threatening curve of the beak, those cruel cheeks, that stern front. Will he not at once recognize the image of a king, of a magnificent and majestic king? Add to these a dark, ill-omened color, an unpleasing, dreadful, appalling voice, and that threatening scream at which every kind of animal trembles. Everyone will acknowledge this type who has learned how terrible are the threats of princes, even uttered in jest. At the scream of the eagle, the people tremble. The Senate shrinks, the nobility cringes, the judges concur, the divines are dumb, the lawyers assent, the laws and constitutions give way. Neither right nor religion, neither justice nor humanity prevails. And thus, while there are so many birds of sweet and melodious song, the unpleasant and unmusical scream of the eagle alone has more power than all the rest. Of all the birds, the eagle alone seemed to wise men the apt type of royalty. Not beautiful, not musical, not fit for food, but carnivorous, greedy, plundering, destroying, combating, solitary, hateful to all, the curse of all, and with its great powers of doing harm, surpassing them in its desire of doing it. 2. Adages showing Erasmus' political philosophy. Princes must be endured, lest tyranny should give way to anarchy, a still greater evil. This has been demonstrated by the experience of many states, and lately the insurrection of the German boors has taught us that the cruelty of princes is better to be borne than the universal confusion of anarchy. 3. Adages relating to the mendicant friars. There is a wretched class of men of low degree, yet full of malice, not less dingy, nor less filthy, nor less vile than beetles, who, nevertheless, by a certain obstinate malignity of disposition, though they can never do good to any mortal, become frequently troublesome to the great. They frighten by their ugliness, they molest by their noise, they offend by their stench. They buzz round us, they cling to us, they lie in ambush for us, so that it is often better to be at enmity with powerful men than to attack these beetles, whom it is a disgrace even to overcome, and whom no one can either shake off or encounter without some pollution. From The Christian's Manual, Enchiridion Militis Christiani. Every tree is known by its own fruit. Although you watch, fast, attend divine service, sing, or observe strict silence, and the like ordinances, I value them not, nor shall I believe that you are in the Spirit, except I behold in you the fruits of the Spirit. The generality of mankind place religion in ceremonies or creeds, a certain appointment of psalms, or in bodily exercises. If you examine them about spiritual matters, you will find them merely carnal. God despised the burnt offerings, new moons and Sabbaths, the calling of assemblies, and the appointed feasts of his people, while they were evildoers, although he himself had commanded them. And will any man dare to compare his own paltry institutions with the divine precepts? You may read in Isaiah what contempt and loathing he expresses concerning them. When he speaks of rites, ceremonies, and the multitude of prayers, does he not, as it were, point at those men who measure religion by psalms, prayers, creeds, or other human institutions? Christ is nothing else than love, simplicity, patience, purity, in short, all that he himself is. And the devil is nothing but that which draws us away from these ideals. From The Praise of Folly, Ecamium Morai. The next to be placed in the regiment of fools are such as make a trade of telling or inquiring after incredible stories of miracles and prodigies. And these absurdities do not only bring an empty pleasure and cheap diversion, but they are a good trade, and procure a comfortable income to such priests and friars as by this craft get their gain. To these, again, are nearly related such others as attribute strange virtues to the shrines and images of saints and martyrs, and so would make their credulous proselytes believe that if they pay their devotion to St. Christopher in the morning, they shall be guarded during the day following from all dangers and misfortunes. If soldiers, when they first take arms, shall come and mumble over a set prayer before the picture of St. Barbara, they shall return safe from their engagements. Or if anyone pray to St. Erasmus on particular holidays, with wax candles and other fopperies, he shall shortly be rewarded with plentiful increase of wealth. The Christians have now their gigantic St. George, just as the pagans had their Hercules. They paint the saint on horseback, and drawing the horse very gloriously accoutred, they scarce refrain in a literal sense from worshipping the very beast. What shall I say of such as cry up and maintain the cheat of pardons and indulgences, that by these compute the time of each soul's residence in purgatory, and assign them a longer or shorter continuance, according as they purchase more or fewer of these paltry pardons? By this easy way of purchasing pardons, any notorious highwayman, any plundering soldier, any bribe-taking judge, shall disperse some part of his unjust gains, and so think all his grossest impieties atoned for. So many perjuries, lusts, drunkenness, quarrels, bloodsheds, cheats, treacheries, debaucheries, shall all be, as it were, struck a bargain for, and such a contract made as if they had paid off all arrears and might now begin a new score. There are 1,000 other more sublimated and refined niceties of notions, relations, quantities, formalities, quiddities, haxidities, and such like absurdities. But alas! those notional divines, however condemned by the sober judgment of others, are yet mightily pleased with themselves, and are so laboriously intent upon prosecuting their crabbed studies, that they cannot afford so much time as to read a single chapter in any one book of the Bible. And while they thus trifle away their misspent hours in trash and babble, they think that they support the Catholic Church. Next to these are another sort of brain-sick fools, who style themselves monks and of religious orders, though they assume both titles very unjustly. For as to the last, they have very little religion in them, and as to the former, the etymology of the word monk implies solitariness, or being alone, whereas they are so thick abroad that one cannot pass any street or alley without running against them. Though this sort of men are so detested by every one that it is reckoned unlucky even to meet them by accident, They think nothing equal to themselves, and hold it as proof of consummate piety if they be so illiterate as to not be able to read. And when their asinine voices bray out in the churches their psalms, of which they understand the notes but not the words, then it is, they fancy, that the ears of the saints above are enraptured with the harmony. Among these, some make a good profitable trade of beggary, going abroad from house to house, not like the apostles to break their bread, but to beg it. Nay, thrust themselves into all public houses, crowd into passage boats, get into travellers' wagons, and omit no chance of craving people's charity, and injuring common beggars by interloping in their traffic of alms. All these orders are not so careful of becoming like Christ as to be unlike each other. They care less to be known as disciples of the founder of our religion than as followers of the founders of their orders. Some will not touch a piece of money, though they make no scruple of the sin of drunkenness and worse sins. Now, as to the popes of Rome, who pretend themselves Christ's vicars, if they would but imitate his exemplary life by preaching incessantly, by taking up with poverty, nakedness, hunger, and contempt of the world, if they did but consider the import of the word pope, which signifies father, there would be no such vigorous making of parties and buying of votes in the conclave, and those who by bribery should get themselves elected would never secure their sitting firm in the chair by pistol, poison, and violence. How much of their pleasure would be abated if they were endowed with 1 dram of wisdom? Wisdom, did I say? Nay, with 1 grain of that salt which our Saviour bid them not lose the savour of. In place of their riches, honours, jurisdictions, Peter's pence, offices, dispensations, licenses, indulgences, would succeed watchings, fastings, tears, prayers, sermons, hard studies, repentant sighs, and 1,000 such severe penalties. Nay, what is yet more deplorable, it would follow that all their clerks, notaries, advocates, grooms, ostlers, lackeys, pimps, and some others whom for modesty's sake I shall not mention, would all lose their employments. But all this is upon the supposition only that the popes understood what circumstances they are placed in, whereas now, by a wholesome neglect of thinking, they live as well as heart can wish. Whatever of toil and drudgery belongs to their office, that they assign over to St. Peter or St. Paul, who have time enough to mind it. But if there be anything of pleasure and grandeur, that they assume to themselves as being thereunto called. They think to serve their Master, our Lord and Saviour, with their great state and magnificence, with their titles of reverence and holiness, and with exercising their episcopal function only in blessing and cursing. The working of miracles is old and out of date. Teaching the people is too laborious. Interpreting the Scripture is to invade the prerogative of the schoolman. To pray is too idle. To repent is too unmanly and cowardly. To fast is too mean and sordid. Their only weapons ought to be those of the Spirit, and of these indeed they are mighty liberal, as of their interdicts, their suspensions, their denunciations, their greater and lesser excommunications, and their bulls. They give dispensations for the not preaching of Christ, make void the design and effect of our redemption by bribes and sales, adulterate the gospel by their forced interpretations and undermining traditions, and lastly, by their lusts and wickedness, grieve the Holy Spirit and make the Saviour's wounds bleed afresh. Farther, where the Christian Church hath been first planted, then confirmed, and then established by the blood of martyrs, as if Christ were not strong enough still to protect her, they invert the order, and propagate their religion now by arms and violence, which was formerly done only by patience and sufferings. From the Colloquies. Colloquy of the Shipwreck. Some were spewing, some were praying. I remember one Englishman there. What mountains of gold did he promise to Our Lady of Walsingham if he ever got safe ashore again? One made a vow to deposit a relic of the cross in this place, another to put a relic of it in that. Some promised to turn monks. One vowed a pilgrimage, barefooted and bareheaded, in a coat of mail, and begging his bread all the way to St. James of Compostela. I could not but laugh at one fellow there. He vowed as loud as he could bellow to the St. Christopher in the great church at Paris, that the saint might be sure to hear him, a wax candle as big as the saint himself. Now you must know that the Paris St. Christopher is enormous, and rather a mountain than a statue. He was so loud, and went over and over with it so often, that a friend of his gave him a touch on the elbow. "Take care what you promise," said he. "If you should sell yourself, you could not buy such a candle." "Hold your tongue, you fool," says the other, softly, so that St. Christopher might not hear. Let me but set foot on land once more, and St. Christopher has good luck if he can even get a tallow candle from me. Adolphus. To which of the two saints did you pray? Antony. To not one of them all, I assure you. I don't like your way of bargaining with the saints. Do this, and I'll do that. Here is so much for so much. Save me, and I will give you a taper, or go on a pilgrimage. Just think of it. I should certainly have prayed to St. Peter, if to any saint, for he stands at the door of heaven, and so would be likeliest to hear. But before he could go to the Almighty and tell him my condition, I might be 50 fathoms under water. Adolphus. What did you do then? Antony. I went straight to God himself, and said my prayer to him. The saints neither hear so readily, nor give so willingly. Colloquy of the Religious Pilgrimage. Just before the chapel stood a little house, which the officer told us was conveyed thither through the air after a wonderful manner. Upon strict observation of everything, I asked the officer how many years it might be since that little house was brought thither. He told me that it had been there for some ages. And yet, methinks, said I, the walls do not seem to be of that antiquity. And he did not much deny it. Nor these pillars, said I. No, sir, said he. Then, said I, methinks that straw, those reeds, and the whole thatch of it, look as if they had not been so long laid. 'Tis very right, said he. And what do you think, said I, of those cross-beams and rafters? They cannot be near so old. He confessed that they were not. At last, when I had questioned him as to every part of this poor cottage, said I, how do you know that this is the house that was brought so far in the air so many years ago? At that he laughed at us scornfully, as at people invincibly ignorant. I had rather lose all Duns Scotus, and 20 more such as he, than one Cicero or Plutarch. Not that I am wholly against them either, but from the reading of the one I find myself to become honester and better, whereas I rise from the other extremely dull, indifferent to virtue, but violently bent on cavil and contention. The seventh colloquy is levelled mainly against monastic vows. The 9th is entitled A Pleasant and Profitable Colloquy between 2 Franciscan monks and a German tavern-keeper. The 11th is entitled A Pleasant Relation of John Reuchlin's Ghost appearing to a Franciscan in a dream. The 21st is entitled Hell Broke Loose. The divisions of Christian princes are the scandal of their profession. The Furies strike the fire, and the monks blow the coal. Passages from Erasmus' correspondence. Passages showing his views of life and conduct. Read first the best books. The important thing for you is not how much you know, but the quality of what you know. Divide your day and give to each part of it a special occupation. Never work at night. It dulls the brain and hurts the health. I would not change my freedom for the best bishopric in the world. Letter to Peter Giles, 1516. I am now 51 years old. I am not enamored of life, but it is worthwhile to continue a little longer with such a prospect of a golden age. All looks brighter now. I myself, insignificant I, have contributed something. I have at least stirred the bile of those who would not have the world grow wiser, and only fools now snarl at me. One of them said in a sermon lately, in a lamentable voice, that all was now over with the Christian faith. Letter to Capito, circa 1518. Old institutions cannot be rooted up in an instant. Quiet argument may do more than wholesale condemnation. Avoid all appearance of sedition. Keep cool. Do not get angry. Do not hate anybody. Do not get excited over the noise which you have made. May Christ give you his Spirit, for his own glory and for the world's good. Letter to Luther, circa 1519. The world is waking out of a long, deep sleep. The old ignorance is still defended with tooth and claw, but we have kings and nobles now on our side. Letter to Sir Henry Guildford, 1519. For yourself, the intelligence of your country will preserve the memories of your virtues, and scholars will tell how a king once reigned there, who in his own person revived the virtues of the ancient heroes. Letter to King Henry VIII, 1519. The justest war can hardly approve itself to any reasonable person. The people build cities, the princes destroy them, and even victory brings more ill than good. Letter to the Abbot of St. Bertin. My work has been to restore a buried literature, and recall divines from their hair-splittings to a knowledge of the New Testament. Letter throwing light on his purpose in presenting his edition of the New Testament, 1521. Passages relating to the monks. Happy Epimenides, that he woke at last! Some divines never wake at all, and fancy themselves most alive when their slumber is deepest. Do not mistake me. Theology itself I reverence, and always have reverenced. I am speaking merely of the theologisters of our own time, whose brains are the rottenest, intellects the dullest, doctrines the thorniest, manners the brutalest, life the foulest, speech the spitefulest, hearts the blackest, that I have ever encountered in the world. Letter to his pupil, Gray. A set of creatures who ought to be lamenting their sins, but who fancy they can please God by snorting in their throats. You say that I cannot die better than among my brethren. I am not so sure of that. Your religion is in your dress. Your religious orders, as you call them, have done the Church small service. Letter to Servadius, 1514. I am delighted that you have stood up for Reuchlin. What a fight he is having, and with what enemies! The Pope himself is afraid to provoke the monks. Those wretches, in the disguise of poverty, are the tyrants of the Christian world. Letter to Pirkheimer, 1517. What a thing it is to cultivate literature! Better far to grow cabbages. Bishops have thanked me for my work. The Pope has thanked me. But these tyrants, the mendicant friars, never leave me alone with their railing. Letter to Cardinal Wolsey, 1518. Passages relating to scholasticism and theology. I wish there could be an end of scholastic subtleties, and Christ be taught plainly and simply. The reading of the Bible and the early fathers will have this effect. Letter to Capito, circa 1518. wrangling about the nature of the second person of the Trinity, as if Christ were a malignant demon, ready to destroy you if you made a mistake about his nature. Reduce the articles of faith to the fewest and simplest. Let our divines show their faith by their works, and convert Turks by the beauty of their lives. Letter to Abbot Volsius, circa 1518. Heresy is held a deadly crime, so if you offend one of these gentlemen, they all rush on you together, one grunting out "heretic," the rest grunting in chorus and crying for stones to hurl at you. Letter to Laurinius, circa 1518. It would be well for us if we thought less of our dogmas and more of the gospel. Letter to Peter Barberius, 1521. May not a man be a Christian who cannot explain philosophically how the nativity of the Son differs from the procession of the Holy Spirit? The sum of religion is peace, which can only be when definitions are as few as possible, and opinion is left free on many subjects. Our present problems are said to be waiting for the next ecumenical council. Better let them wait till the veil is removed and we see God face to face. Letter to the Archbishop of Palermo, 1522. Passages relating to Luther. Luther's party have urged me to join them, and Luther's enemies have done their best to drive me to it by their furious attacks on me in their sermons. Neither have succeeded. Christ I know. Luther I know not. I have said nothing, except that Luther ought to be answered and not crushed. We must bear almost anything rather than throw the world into confusion. The actual facts of things are not to be blurted out at all times and places, and in all companies. I was the first to oppose the publication of Luther's books. I recommended Luther himself to publish nothing revolutionary. I feared always that revolution would be the end. And I would have done more, had I not been afraid that I might be found fighting against the Spirit of God. Letter to Bishop Marlianus, 1520. May Christ direct Luther's actions to God's glory. In Luther's enemies I perceive more of the spirit of this world than of the Spirit of God. I wish Luther himself would be quiet for a while. What he says may be true, but there are times and seasons. Truth need not always be proclaimed from the housetops. Letter to Spalatin, 1520. As to Luther himself, I perceived that the better a man was, the less he was Luther's enemy. Can it be right to persecute a man of unblemished life, in whose writings distinguished and excellent persons have found so much to admire? The Pope has no worse enemies than his foolish defenders. He can crush any man if he pleases, but empires based only on terror do not last. Letter to Cardinal Campeggio, 1520. By burning Luther's books, you may rid your bookshelves of him, but you will not rid men's minds of him. Letter to Gottschalk, moderator of the University of Louvain, 1520. I told him that it was useless to burn Luther's books, unless you could burn them out of people's memories. Letter to Sir Thomas More, circa 1520. Curses and threats may beat the fire down for the moment, but it will burst out worse than ever. The bull has lost Luther no friends, and gained none for the Pope. Letter to a friend at Rome, circa 1521. All admit that the corruptions of the Church required a drastic medicine, but drugs wrongly given make the sick man worse. I said this to the King of Denmark lately. He laughed and answered that small doses would be of no use, that the whole system needed purging. For myself, I am a man of peace and hate quarrels. Letter to Warham, Archbishop of Canterbury, 1521. It is easy to call Luther a fungus. It is not easy to answer him. Letter to Lord Mountjoy, circa 1521. They may chain the tongues of men, they cannot touch their minds. Letter to Pirkheimer, circa 1521. They call me a Lutheran. Had I but held out a little finger to Luther, Germany would have seen what I could do. But I would rather die 10 times over than make a schism. Letter to Coronello, circa 1522. Christendom was being asphyxiated with formulas and human inventions. Men needed waking. The gospel light had to be rekindled. Would that more wisdom had been shown when the moment came. Your Highness sends me 2 books of Luther's, which you wish me to answer. I cannot read the language in which they are written. Letter to George, Duke of Saxony, circa 1522. I do not object generally to the evangelical doctrines, but there is much in Luther's teachings which I dislike. He runs everything which he touches into extravagance. Do not fear that I shall oppose evangelical truth. I left many faults in him unnoticed, lest I should injure the gospel. I hope mankind will be the better for the acrid medicines with which he has dosed them. Perhaps we needed a surgeon who would use knife and cautery. Letter to Melanchthon, 1524. Luther could not have succeeded so signally if God had not been with him, especially when he had such a crew of admirers behind him. I considered that it was a case for compromise and argument. Had I been at Worms, I believe I could have brought it to that. Letter to Duke George of Saxony, 1524. Letter to Pope Adrian VI. Your Holiness requires my advice, and you wish to see me. I would go to you with pleasure, if my health allowed. But the road over the Alps is long. The lodgings on the way are dirty and inconvenient. The smell from the stoves is intolerable. The wine is sour and disagrees with me. As to writing against Luther, I have not learning enough. One party says I agree with Luther because I do not oppose him. The other finds fault with me because I do oppose him. I did what I could. I advised him to be moderate, and I only made his friends my enemies. They quote this and that to show we are alike. I could find 100 passages where St. Paul seems to teach the doctrines which they condemn in Luther. I did not anticipate what a time was coming. I did, I admit, help to bring it on, but I was always willing to submit what I wrote to the Church. Those counsel you best who advise gentle measures. Your Holiness wishes to set things right, and you say to me, "Come to Rome. Write a book against Luther. Declare war against his party." Come to Rome? Tell a crab to fly. The crab will say, "Give me wings." I say, "Give me back my youth and strength." If I write anything at Rome, it will be thought that I am bribed. If I write temperately, I shall seem trifling. If I copy Luther's style, I shall stir a hornet's nest. But you ask me what you are to do. Well, some think there is no remedy but force. That is not my opinion, for I think there would be frightful bloodshed. Things have gone too far for cautery. Wycliffe and his followers were put down by the English kings, but they were only crushed, not extinguished. However that may be, if you mean to try prisons, lashes, confiscations, stake and scaffold, you need no help from me. You yourself, I know, are for mild measures, but you have no one about you who cares for anything but himself, and if divines only think of their authority, monks of their luxuries, princes of their politics, and all take the bit between their teeth, what can we expect? For myself, I should say, discover the roots of the disease. Clean out those to begin with. Punish no one. Let what has taken place be regarded as a chastisement sent by Providence, and grant a universal amnesty. If God forgives so many sins, God's vicar may forgive. You ask me why I did not speak out at once. Because I regarded Luther as a good man, raised up by Providence to correct the depravity of the age. Letter to the Prince of Carpi, 1525. You see how fiercely Luther strikes at me, moderate though I was. 10 editions of his reply have been published already. The great men in the church are afraid to touch him, and you want poor me to do it again? In France they are at work with gibbet and dungeon. It won't answer. Let Catholics meanwhile reform the abuses which have provoked the revolt, and leave the rest to a general council. Letter to Faber, 1525. The rival parties drag at the 2 ends of a rope. When it breaks, both will fall to the ground. Letter to the Archbishop of Cologne, 1528. The kings are fighting among themselves for objects of their own. The monks, instead of looking for a reign of Christ, want only to reign themselves. The theologians curse Luther. Idiots that they are, they alienate with their foul speeches many who would have returned to the Church. Letter to the Bishop of Augsburg, 1528. Now, partly from superstition, partly from avarice, the saying of masses has become a trade like shoemaking or bricklaying. Letter to the Bishop of Hildesheim, 1530. The problem is how to heal this fatal schism without rivers of blood. Letter to Mexia, 1530. To kill one's fellow creatures needs no great genius, but to calm a tempest by prudence and judgment is a worthy achievement indeed. Letter to the Bishop of Trent, 1530. Passages showing various moods, but generally his strong tendency toward broad churchmanship. Others may be martyrs if they like. I aspire to no such honor. We have not all strength for martyrdom, and I fear that if trouble comes, I shall act like Peter. I have not condemned ceremonies. I have only insisted on a proper use of them. Christ did the same, so why find fault with me? The Christian religion nowadays does not require miracles, and there are none. But you know what lying stories are set going by crafty knaves. Letter to an English bishop, 1528. Passage showing a playful skepticism, referring to the tearing down of the saints' images at Basel. Strange that none of them worked a miracle to avenge their dignity, when before they had worked so many at the slightest invitation. At Basel, not a saint stirred a finger. Letter to Pirkheimer, circa 1529. Passages revealing his feelings toward the end of life. You talk of the great name which I shall leave behind me, and which posterity is never to let die. But I care nothing for fame and nothing for posterity. I desire only to go home and find favor with Christ. Letter to Pope Paul III, in 1535, the year before Erasmus' death. End of section 6. Recording by Olivia.
Section 7 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts from Erckmann, 1822, Chatrian, 1826 to 1890, by Frederick Lollier. Erckmann-Chatrian is the joint name of 2 French novelists, Émile Erckmann, born at Wolfsburg in 1822, and Alexander Chatrian, born in 1826, at Soldatenthal, in the Merthyr department, died in 1890, whom constant collaboration, a completely similar bent of mind, grasp of things, observation, and style of writing did, so to speak, blend into one and the same literary man. Their friendship and joint labor dated from their meeting in Alsace in 1845. At an early date, they acquired that unity of style and conception which so long puzzled public opinion as to the double origin of their productions. Erckmann, as a rule, presided at Salzburg. As to Chatrian, he lived in Paris. The descriptions of the former were sketched in the Vosges country, those of the latter in the Seine department. But their conception was identical, the flight of their imagination similar, so that, being in close communion of ideas, the style of the one became that of the other. From afar they completed each other. This perfectly simultaneous collaboration, of which the de Goncourt brothers alone offer another instance, was unprecedented in literary history. Unnoticed, and trying for the first attempts of our novelists, the special charm of their descriptions of the homes of middle-class people of the Rhine country was not at first appreciated as fully as it deserved to be, being, as they were, regular masterpieces as regards reality, feeling, and nicety of delineation. L'Illustre Docteur Matthias, the illustrious Dr. Matthias, 1859, whose exploits are performed in the misty spheres of the supernatural, constituted the first success of the novelists. The way now lay open before them. Ringing successes made them soon forget their disappointing beginnings. Erckmann and Chatrian, in twin, cultivated narrative poetry, the rustic and sentimental novel, the picture of country life, having for preferred frame the quiet horizons which extend between the Rhine and the Moselle, dismal and fantastic fancies after the manner of Hoffmann, the weird German dreamer, and lastly, the historical and political novel. Chiefly under this last form, as applied to the revolutionary epopee and to the wars of conquest of Napoleon I, did they make their names popular. Theirs was a personal and quite new conception of those episodical novels to which they gave the title of national, and which, however, caused them to be twitted with anti-patriotism, for the reason that they represented war with the pen of philosophers rather than with the pencil of poets, and because they did not hesitate to show therein, with all the real horror pertaining to the subject, how through the frenzy of battles the fortune of a country runs out in blood, noise, and smoke. The twin authors had given up, or at least put aside for a while, their primitive manner. Getting tired of those quiet descriptions, they felt driven to mix the simple legends of the Vosges country and those of the Black Forest with more solid and broader ideas. They now no longer limned the peaceful scenes of l'ami Fritz, friend Fritz, the vast beer shops filled with the smoke of the long china pipes, the fair housewives surrounded by their fair offspring, the pensive maids of German leader, or the country balls at which the waltz carries away, on a rocking rhythm, the betrothed couples. To their lovely and limited former pictures had now succeeded the tumult of the camps and the horrors of battlefields, hospital and ambulance scenes, all the awful details which disclose the ambitious egotism of leaders, the hesitation, the confusion, the half-pluck of the soldiers, the smallness of great things. They had then marked their twin object, quite democratic in its inspiration, which was to set off the luster of the campaigns fought unto the Revolution for the defense of national soil, and to sap the prestige of the Napoleonic idol, dimmed as it is in clouds of blood. The essential aim they had in view was to point out to the young generations the emptiness of military glory, and to prove to them that one is never so happy as through peace, liberty, and toil. The public forthwith followed them in their evolution. In a short time, Erckmann-Chatrian's works were eagerly read throughout France. Aided by the currents of anti-governmental opposition, they soon acquired an immense popularity. Everybody was anxious to read the pages of Madame Thérèse and L'Histoire D'un Conscript de 1813, the story of a conscript of 1813, where the conscript relates himself with charming artlessness the great military events in which he had been an actor, albeit indifferent and devoid of enthusiasm. Success unfortunately so increased their productiveness as to completely exhaust the happy vein they had discovered. They were constantly writing, without, however, varying their topic. It was always the same variation performed by clever virtuosi on an Alsatian political and social theme. The first works had been enthusiastically welcomed. The following delighted the readers, but the last only met with a lukewarm and indifferent reception from the public. When Waterloo was published, people noticed that that book was inferior to Le Conscript. Le Blocus, the blockade, seemed still beneath Waterloo. L'histoire d'un homme du peuple, the story of a man of the people, had more the merits of the foregoing works. As to l'histoire de personne, the story of a peasant, it was but the last expression of a form which had come to be but a process of writing. Literary critics ceased to notice the new productions of Erckmann-Chatrian. True to say, each of these works represented an idea. They at times breathed a powerful air of justice and liberty, but the plot was monotonous. The various episodes were ill-combined and ill-arranged. The style had become heavy and began to lack the fine simplicity which constituted the very talent of Erckmann-Chatrian. In short, the cohesion that marked their former works no longer existed in the latter. They were no longer books, but series of fragments. Possessed of rare perfection in their best passages, though not throughout equally good, the productions of Erckmann-Chatrian are like a poem in two canti. The military canto may grow obsolete as to the more personal canto, that of the Vosgian legends, of sweet landscapes and picturesque manners. It is better assured of life. One may likewise detect in the twin authors' talent two very distinct manifestations. The purely romantic one, rather weak as a rule, on account of the superabundance of the scenes and episodes which constantly break up the main plot, and the descriptive one, simply admirable. Their books, whose charm and merit chiefly consist in the finish of details, might be likened to a gallery of genre pictures. That is why anthologies, the aim of which is to pick only that which is excellent in an author's productions, might easily be enriched with marvelous passages borrowed from the somewhat massive work of Erckmann-Chatrian. To make choice collections from them, one would have to search right and left in their poems, legends, fantastic visions, great military scenes, and lovely pictures of rural life. The most important share might be gathered from those calm and comforting provincial scenes of which they were so faithfully fond. As an instance of their style, one might likewise include that charming Alsatian idyll, L'Ami Fritz, in which seems to revive the placid beauty of Hermann and Dorothea, Goethe's immortal masterpiece. The Dance in the Village Inn, from Friend Fritz. They descended, therefore, into the hall. The stewards of the dance, their straw hats streaming with ribbons, made the round of the hall close to the railing, waving little flags to keep back the crowd. Hahn and Schultz were still walking about looking for partners. Josef was standing before his desk waiting. Bockel, his double bass, resting against his outstretched leg, and Andres, his violin, under his arm, was stationed close beside him, as they alone were to accompany the waltz. Little Suzel, leaning on Fritz's arm in the midst of the crowd of spectators, cast stolen glances around, her heart beating fast with agitation and inward delight. Everyone admired her long tresses of hair, which hung down behind to the very hem of her little blue skirt, with its velvet edging. Her little round-toed shoes, fastened with black silk ribbons, which crossed over her snow-white stockings, her rosy lips, her rounded chin, and her graceful, flexible neck. More than one pretty girl scrutinized her with a searching glance, trying to discover something to find fault with, while her round white arm, bared to the elbow after the fashion of the country, rested on Fritz's with artless grace. But 2 or 3 old women, peering at her with half-shut eyes, laughed amidst their wrinkles and said to each other quite loud, "He has chosen well." Cobus, hearing this, turned towards them with a smile of satisfaction. He too would have liked to say something gallant to Suzel, but he could think of nothing. He was too happy. At last Han selected from the third bench to the left a woman about 6 feet high, with black hair, a hawk nose, and piercing eyes, who rose from her seat like a shot and made her way to the floor with a majestic air. He preferred this style of woman. She was the daughter of the burgomaster. Hans seemed quite proud of his choice. He drew himself up and arranged the frill of his shirt, whilst the tall girl, who out-topped him by half a head, looked as if she were taking charge of him. At the same moment, Schultz led forward a little roundabout woman, with the brightest red hair possible, but gay and smiling, and clinging tight to his elbow as if to prevent him making his escape. They took their places, in order to make the circuit of the hall, as is the usual custom. Scarcely had they completed the first round, when Joseph called out, "Cobus, are you ready?" As his only answer, Fritz seized Suzel by the waist with his left arm, and holding her hand aloof with the other, after the gallant manner of the 18th century, he whirled her away like a feather. Joseph commenced his waltz with 3 strokes of his bow. Everyone understood at once that something strange was to follow. A waltz of the spirits of the air, which they dance on summer nights when nothing is to be seen but a streak of reddish light in the distant horizon, when the leaves cease their rustling, when the insects fold their wings to rest, and the chorister of the night preludes his song with 3 notes, the first low and deep, the second tender, and the third so full of life and passion that every noise is hushed to listen. So commenced Joseph, having many a time in his wandering life taken lessons from the songster of the night, his elbow resting on some mossy bank, his head supported on his hand, and his eyes closed in a sort of dreamy ecstasy of delight. Then rising in animation, like the Grand Master of melody, with his quivering wings, who showers down every evening around the nest where his well-beloved reposes, more floods of melody than the dew showers pearly drops on the grass of the valley. The waltz commenced, rapid, sparkling, wild. The spirits of the air soared aloft, drawing Fritz and Suzel, Han and the burgomaster's daughter, Schultz and his partner, after them in endless gyrations. Bockel threw in the distant murmur of the mountain torrents, and the tall Andres marked the time with rapid and joyous touches, like the cries of the swallows cutting the air. For inspiration comes from heaven, and knows no law but its own fantasy, while order and measure reign on this lower earth. And now picture to yourself the amorous circles of the waltz crossing and interlacing in never-ending succession, the flying feet, the floating robes, rounding and swelling in fan-shaped curves. Fritz holding little Suzel in his arms, raising her hand aloft gracefully, gazing at her with delight, whirling around at times like the wind, and then slowly revolving in measured cadence, smiling, dreaming, gazing at her again, and then darting off with renewed ardor, while she, with her waist undulating in graceful curves, her long tresses floating behind her like wings, and her charming little head, thrown backwards, gazed at him in ecstasy, her little feet scarcely touching the ground as she flew along. Fat Han, grappling his tall partner with an uplifted arm, galloped away without a moment's intermission, balancing and stamping with his heels to mark the time, and looking up at her from time to time, with an air of profound admiration, while she, with her hooked nose, twirled about like a weather clock. Schultz, his back rounded in a semicircle and his long legs bent, held his red-haired partner under the arms and kept turning, without a moment's cessation, and with the most wonderful regularity, like a bobbin on its spindle, and keeping time so exactly that the spectators were fairly enchanted. But it was Fritz and the little Suzel that excited universal admiration, from the grace of their movements and the happiness which shone in their faces. They no longer belonged to this lower earth. They felt as if they were floating in a sort of celestial atmosphere. This music, singing in joyous strains the praises of happiness and love, seemed as if composed expressly for them. The eyes of the whole hall were riveted upon them, while they saw no one but each other. At times their youth and good looks so excited the enthusiasm of the audience that it seemed as if they were about to burst into a thunder of applause. But their anxiety to hear the waltz kept them silent. It was only when Hahn, almost beside himself with delight in the contemplation of the tall burgomaster's daughter, raised himself on tiptoe, and whirling her around him twice, shouted in a stentorian voice, "You! You!" subsiding the next moment into the regular cadence of the dance, and when Schultz at the same moment, raising his right leg, passed it, without missing a bar of the tune, over the head of his plump little partner, and in a hoarse voice, and whirling round like one possessed, began to shout, "You, you, 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 you," that the admiration of the spectators found vent in clapping of hands and stamping of feet, and a storm of hurrahs which shook the whole building. Never in their whole lives had they seen such dancing. The enthusiasm lasted for more than 5 minutes, and when at last it died away, they heard with pleasure the waltz of the spirits of the air again resume the ascendant, as the song of the nightingale swells out in the night air after the summer storm has passed. At last Hahn and Schultz were fairly exhausted. The perspiration was pouring down their cheeks, and they were fain to promenade their partners through the hall, although it seemed as if Hahn were being led about by his danseurs, while Schultz, on the other hand, looked as if he were carrying his fair one suspended from his elbow. Suzel and Fritz still kept whirling round. The shouts and stamping of feet of the spectators did not seem to reach their ears, and when Josef, himself exhausted, drew the last long-drawn sigh of love from his violin, they stopped exactly opposite Father Christel and another old Anabaptist, who had just entered the hall and were gazing at them with surprise and admiration. "Hello! So you are here too, Father Christel," exclaimed Fritz, beaming with delight. "You see, Suzel and I have been dancing together." "It is a great honor for us, Mr. Cobus," replied the farmer, smiling. "A great honor indeed. But does the little one understand it? I fancied she had never danced a step in her life." "Why, Father Christel, Suzel is a butterfly, a perfect little fairy. I believe she has wings." Suzel was leaning on his arm, her eyes cast down and her cheeks covered with blushes, and Father Christel, looking at her with delight, asked, "But Suzel, who taught you to dance? I was quite surprised to see you just now." "Maisel and I," replied the little one, "used to take a turn or two in the kitchen now and then to amuse ourselves." Then the people around, who had leaned forward to listen, could not help laughing, and the other Anabaptist exclaimed, "What are you thinking of, Christel? Do you imagine that young girls require to be taught to waltz? Don't you know that it comes to them by nature?" Ha, ha, ha. A Bivouac at Ligny, from Waterloo, a sequel to the Conscript of 1813, copyright 1869, by Charles Scribner and Company. It was dark already, and the dense masses of smoke made it impossible to see 50 paces ahead. Everything was moving toward the windmills, the clatter of the cavalry, the shouts, the orders of the officers, and the file firing in the distance. All were confounded. Several of the squares were broken. From time to time a flash would reveal a lancer bent to his horse's neck, or a cuirassier, with his broad white back and his helmet with its floating plume, shooting off like a bullet. 2 or 3 foot soldiers running about in the midst of the fray. All would come and go like lightning. The trampled grain, the rain streaking the heavens, the wounded under the feet of the horses, all came out of the black night, through the storm which had just broken out for a quarter of a second. Every flash of musket or pistol showed us inexplicable things by thousands, but everything moved up the hill and away from Ligny. We were masters. We had pierced the enemy's center. The Prussians no longer made any defense, except at the top of the hill, near the mills and in the direction of Sombref, at our right. Saint Armand and Ligny were both in our hands. As for us, a dozen or so of our company there alone among the ruins of the cottages, with our cartridge boxes almost empty. We did not know which way to turn. Zebedee, Lieutenant Bretonville, and Captain Florentin had disappeared, and Sergeant Robat was in command. He was a little old fellow, thin and deformed, but as tough as steel. He squinted and seemed to have had red hair when young. Now, as I speak of him, I seem to hear him say quietly to us, "The battle is won. By file right. Forward, march." Several wanted to stop and make some soup, but we had eaten nothing since noon and began to be hungry. The sergeant marched down the lane with his musket on his shoulder, laughing quietly and saying in an ironical tone, "Oh, soup, soup, wait a little. The commissary is coming." We followed him down the dark lane. About midway, we saw a cuirassier on horseback with his back toward us. He had a saber cut in the abdomen and had retired into this lane. The horse leaned against the wall to prevent him from falling off. As we filed past, he called out, "Comrades!" but nobody even turned his head. 20 paces farther on, we found the ruins of a cottage, completely riddled with balls, but half the thatched roof was still there, and this was why Sergeant Rabot had selected it, and we filed into it for shelter. We could see no more than if we had been in an oven. The sergeant exploded the priming of his musket, and we saw that it was the kitchen, that the fireplace was at the right, and the stairway on the left. 5 or 6 Prussians and Frenchmen were stretched on the floor, white as wax, and with their eyes wide open. "Here is the mess room," said the sergeant. "Let everyone make himself comfortable. Our bedfellows will not kick us." As we saw plainly that there were to be no rations, each one took off his knapsack and placed it by the wall on the floor for a pillow. We could still hear the firing, but it was far in the distance on the hill. The rain fell in torrents. The sergeant shut the door, which creaked on its hinges, and then quietly lighted his pipe. Some of the men were already snoring when I looked up, and he was standing at the little window, in which not a pane of glass remained, smoking. He was a firm, just man. He could read and write, had been wounded and had his 3 chevrons, and ought to have been an officer, only he was not well formed. He soon laid his head on his knapsack, and shortly after all were asleep. It was long after this when I was suddenly awakened by footsteps and fumbling about the house outside. I raised up on my elbow to listen, but somebody tried to open the door. I could not help screaming out. "What's the matter?" said the sergeant. We could hear them running away, and Rabat turned on his knapsack, saying, "Night birds, rascals, clear out, or I'll send a ball after you." He said no more, and I got up and looked out of the window and saw the wretches in the act of robbing the dead and wounded. They were going softly from one to another, while the rain was falling in torrents. It was something horrible. I lay down again and fell asleep, overcome by fatigue. At daybreak, the sergeant was up and crying, "En route!" We left the cottage and went back through the lane. The cuirassier was on the ground, but his horse still stood beside him. The sergeant took him by the bridle and led him out into the orchard, pulled the bits from his mouth and said, "Go and eat. They will find you again by and by." And the poor beast walked quietly away. We hurried along the path which runs by Ligny. The furrow stopped here, and some plots of garden ground lay along by the road. The sergeant looked about him as he went, and stooped down to dig up some carrots and turnips which were left. I quickly followed his example, while our comrades hastened on without looking round. I saw that it was a good thing to know the fruits of the earth. I found 2 beautiful turnips and some carrots, which are very good raw, but I followed the example of the sergeant and put them in my shako. I ran on to overtake the squad which was directing its steps toward the fires at Sombref. As for the rest, I will not attempt to describe to you the appearance of the plateau in the rear of Ligny, where our cuirassiers and dragoons had slaughtered all before them. The men and horses were lying in heaps, the horses with their long necks stretched out on the ground, and the dead and wounded lying under them. Sometimes the wounded men would raise their heads to make signs, when the horses would attempt to get up and fall back, crushing them still more fearfully. Blood, blood everywhere. The directions of the balls and shot were marked on the slope by the red lines, just as we see in our country, the lines in the sand formed by the water from the melting snow. But will you believe it? These horrors scarcely made any impression upon me. Before I went to Lutzen, such a sight would have knocked me down. I should have thought then, do our masters look upon us as brutes? Will the good God give us up to be eaten by wolves? Have we mothers and sisters and friends, beings who are dear to us, and will they not cry for vengeance? I should have thought of 1,000 other things, but now I did not think at all. From having seen such a mass of slaughter and wrong every day, and in every fashion, I began to say to myself, the strongest are always in the right. The emperor is the strongest, and he has called us, and we must come in spite of everything, from Pfalzburg, from Severn, or other cities, and take our places in the ranks and march. One who showed the least sign of resistance would be shot at once. The marshals, the generals, the officers, down to the last man, followed their instructions. They dare not make a move without orders, and everybody obeys the army. It is the emperor who wills, who has the power, and who does everything. And would not Joseph Berta be a fool to believe that the emperor ever committed a single fault in his life? Would it not be contrary to reason? That was what we all thought, and if the emperor had remained here, all France would have had the same opinion. My only satisfaction was in thinking that I had some carrots and turnips, for in passing in the rear of the pickets to find our place in the battalion, we learned that no rations had been distributed except brandy and cartridges. The veterans were filling their kettles, but the conscripts, who had not yet learned the art of living while on the campaign, and who had unfortunately already eaten all their bread, as will happen when one is 20 years old, and it is on the march with a good appetite, they had not a spoonful of anything. At last, about 7 o'clock, we reached the camp. Zebedee came to meet me, and was delighted to see me, and said, "What have you brought, Joseph? We have found a fat kid, and we have some salt, but not a mouthful of bread." I showed him the rice which I had left in my turnips and carrots. "That's good," said he. "We shall have the best soup in the battalion." I wanted Bush to eat with us too, and the 6 men belonging to our mess, who had all escaped with only bruises and scratches, consented. Padu, the drum major, said, laughing, "Veterans are always veterans. They never come empty-handed." We looked into the kettles of the 5 conscripts and winked, for they had nothing but rice and water in them, while we had a good rich soup, the odor of which filled the air around us. At 8 we took our breakfast with an appetite, as you can imagine. Not even on my wedding day did I eat a better meal, and it is a pleasure even now to think of it. When we are old, we are not so enthusiastic about such things as when we are young, but still, we always recall them with satisfaction. End of section 7. Section 8 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected poems by José de Espronceda, 1810 to 1842, by Mary J. Serrano. In the year 1810, all Spain was in arms, disputing Spanish soil inch by inch with the soldiers of Napoleon, who, including in his plan of universal conquest the crown of Spain, had decoyed into France and then perfidiously imprisoned the Spanish King Ferdinand, and placed his brother Joseph by force of arms upon the vacant throne. It was in the spring of this year that José de Espronceda was born in the little town of Almendralejo, in the province of Estremadura, during a halt of the cavalry regiment of which his father was colonel, his mother having accompanied her husband in the marches of the campaign. Nursed amid the din of battle waged in defense of national rights, drawing in with every breath the spirit of national liberty that filled the air and that continued to fill it during his childhood and youth. As an aspiration towards national regeneration, it was not strange that this spirit of liberty, converted by the workings of his poet's imagination into a spirit of revolt against all restraint, should have fermented in his blood and should remain a ruling influence in his short and agitated existence. Thus it is that almost all Esponceda's poems, whatever their subject, are an aspiration toward freedom, whether from the bonds of spirit or of matter, or a passionate protest against the injustice of man or of fate. But in Esponceda's cynicism, unlike that of Byron, whom he so strongly resembled both in his genius and his character, of Heine, of Leopardi, or of Musset, there is nothing of egotism or of affectation, defects from which his sincere and generous nature was altogether free, and while his expression of feeling is intensely personal, as for instance in the cry of passionate regret for lost illusions, which he calls Canto to Teresa, and which stands as the second canto of El Diablo Mundo, the world spirit. The feelings he expresses are the common feelings of humanity, as the injustice against which he protests is the injustice suffered by his fellow men. Thus, in the mendicant, the executioner, and the condemned criminal, he arraigns human society for the inequality of station and of fortune which array man against his fellow man, and for the indifference with which it regards the victim of its own defective organization, while sanctioning, in decreeing his death, the crime for which it condemns him to die. These Song of the Cossack and the Pirate reflect vividly the free life of nature, the freedom of the desert and of the sea, the dash across the plain of the Cossack horseman, the wild sweep in which the steed responds to the will of the rider as the hand responds to the brain, the wide solitude of the boundless sea, the invigorating saltness of the breeze, murmuring through the sails, the shimmer of the moon on the blue waters, and through and above all, the intoxicating sense of conscious power, of strength unconquered and defiant. Another note is struck in the poem, To Jarifa in an Orgy. Here the freedom aspired to is freedom from law, the unescapable law that ordains that satiety shall inevitably attend upon excess. But when the poet's soul, steeped in the dregs of pleasure, abandons itself unresistingly to its fate, a sudden touch of human sympathy, a pure feeling, stirs it with regenerating power, and so saves it from moral death. In The Student of Salamanca, one of Espronceda's 2 long poems, 4 of Poleo, an epic poem written in his boyhood, and a remarkable production thus considered, only a few fragments remain. The prevailing note is one of defiance of all authority, human or divine. The poem is based on the legend of Don Juan Tenorio, and in the character of the hero, Espronceda, like Byron in Don Juan, is supposed to have depicted his own. Imaginative power of the highest order and an extraordinary skill in the employment of the resources of poetic expression characterize this work, in which earth and heaven and hell, the natural and the supernatural, are brought together on a single canvas without dissonance or disproportion of line or color. The solitary landscape bathed in the mellow light of the moon, the branches of the trees outlined darkly against the softly luminous midnight sky, the brook murmuring its plaintive song, the touching figure of the gentle and unfortunate Elvira, whose illusions have been scattered to the wind by the ruthless hand of her faithless lover, like the petals which she pulls, in the abstraction of her grief, from the flowers, the gambling house with its exhibition of cynicism and depravity, the graves giving up their dead to celebrate ghastly festivities, all form a picture of surpassing power and extraordinary artistic beauty. El Diablo Mundo, Esponceda's most important composition, recalls in its plan the legend of Faust, the hero, an old man who becomes endowed with immortal youth, has scarcely put on his new form when he is seized by the police as a fugitive from justice and cast into prison. Here he finds a companion in a hardened criminal who indoctrinates him in his own cynical philosophy of life. For the mind of the new Adam is the blank mind of a child. The daughter of his mentor comes to visit her father in the prison, and Adam conceives a violent passion for her, which he returns with equal vehemence. In the prison, Adam meets some thieves who induce him to join in the midnight robbery of a beautiful and wealthy countess. The alarm is given, but Adam makes his escape. He wanders through the city streets, and at last enters a house where an orgy is going on in one room, while in another the daughter of the house lies dead. Touched by the mother's lamentations, Adam's heart is filled with the desire to restore the dead girl to life. Here ends the poem, which the author did not live to finish. In Esponceda's poems, the spirit of the man is reflected, a spirit of fire, a flame lurid and obscured at times by smoke, but a flame that always aspires. In his poems, too, is to be found the best history of his unsettled and adventurous life, of which the chief events to be recorded are his journeyings, now voluntary, now as an exile, to Lisbon, to Paris, to London, and back again to Madrid, and the part he took in the political movements of which they were in general the result. An incident characteristic of the poet is related of his first visit to Lisbon. When the vessel on which he was a passenger arrived in port, the health officer, boarding her, proceeded to collect a small tax which it was the custom to demand from the passengers. When Esponceda's turn arrived, the poet took from his pocket $1, all the money he possessed, and handed it to the officer, who returned him the change. The poet tossed the coins lightly into the water, in order, as he said, that he might not enter so great a capital with so small a sum of money. During his residence in London, Espronceda devoted himself with ardor to the study of the English poets, more particularly of Byron, whose influence is clearly traceable in his works. Here the passionate lament entitled Elegy to Spain was written. Here, too, the unhappy passion, which inspired the canto to Teresa, reached the fatal culmination which was to prove a source of unending remorse to both the guilty lovers. the accession to power in 1840 of the Liberal Party, whose principles he advocated, seemed to promise Espronceda at last leisure to take his just place in literature, a place, according to the judgment of Valera, a cautious critic, besides Goethe, Byron, and Leopardo. The promise, however, was never realized. His health had been undermined by a life often of privation and always irregular, and before he could take his seat, he was attacked by an inflammation of the larynx and died after 4 days' illness on the 23rd of May, 1842, at the age of 32 years. To Spain, an elegy. How solitary is the nation now, that people countries vast of former day, that all beneath her sovereignty to bow, from east to west extended once her sway. Tears now profuse to shed, unhappy one, queen of the world, 'tis thine, and from thy face, enchanting yet in sorrow, there is none its overwhelming traces to erase. How fatally o'er thee has death poured forth darkness and mourning, horrible and great, and the stern despot in his maddened wrath exulted wildly o'er thy low estate. Nothing or great or beautiful he spared, my country. The young warrior by him fell, the veteran fell, and while his war axe glared, pleased all its fury o'er thee to impel. Even the pure maiden fell beneath the rage of the unpitying despot as the rose, condemned the summer's burning sun to engage, her bloom and beauty withering, soon must close. Come, O ye inhabitants of all the earth, and contemplate my misery. Can there, tell me, be any found of mortal birth, bearing the sorrows I am doomed to bear? I, wretched, banished from my native land, behold, far from the country I adore, her former glories lost in high command, and only left her sufferings to deplore. Her children have been fatally betrayed by treacherous brethren and a tyrant's power, and these her lovely fertile plains have made fields, o'er which only lamentations lour. Her arms extended wide, unhappy Spain, her sons imploring in her deep distress. Her sons they were, but her command was vain, unheard the traitor madness to repress. Whate'er could then avail thee, tower or wall, my country, still amid thy woes adored? Where there the heroes that could once appall the fiercest foe? Where thy unconquered sword? Alas, now on thy children's humbled brow, deeply a shame engraved, and on thy eyes, cast down and sorrowfully throbbing now, the tears alone of grief and mourning rise. Once was a time for Spain when she possessed 100 heroes in her hour of pride, and trembling nations saw her manifest her power and beauty, dazzling by their side. As lofty shows itself in Lebanon the cedar, so her brow she raised on high, and fell her voice the nations round upon, as terrify a girl the thunders nigh. But as a stone now in the deserts wild, thou liest abandoned, and an unknown way, through strangers' lands, uncertain where, exiled, the patriots doomed unfortunate to stray. Her ancient pomp and power are covered o'er with sand and weeds contemptuous, and the foe that trembled at her puissance before now mocks exulting and enjoys her woe. Maidens, your flowing locks dishevelled tear, to give them to the wandering winds, and bring your harps in mournful company to share with me the sorrowful laments I sing. Thus banished from our homes afar away, still let us weep our miseries. O Spain, who shall have power thy torments to allay? Who shall have power to dry thy tears again? The Song of the Pirate. The breeze fair aft, all sails on high, 10 guns on each side mounted seen. She does not cut the sea, but fly, a swiftly sailing brigantine, a pirate bark, the dreaded, named, for her surpassing boldness famed, on every sea well known and shore, from side to side their boundaries o'er. The moon in streaks the waves illumes, hoarse groans the wind the rigging through, in gentle motion raised, assumes the sea a silvery shade with blue, while singing gaily on the poop, the pirate captain in a group sees Europe here, there Asia lies, and Stamboul in the front arise. Sail on, my swift one, nothing fear, nor calm, nor storm, nor foeman's force shall make thee yield in thy career, or turn thee from thy course. Despite the English cruisers' fleet, we have full 20 prizes made, and see, their flags beneath my feet 100 nations laid. My treasure is my gallant bark, my only God is liberty. My law is might, the wind my mark, my country is the sea. There blindly kings fierce wars maintain for palms of land, when here I hold as mine, whose power no laws restrain, whate'er the seas enfold. Nor is there shore around whate'er or banner proud, but of by might is taught the valorous proofs to bear, and made to feel my right. My treasure is my gallant bark, my only God is liberty. My law is might, the wind my mark, my country is the sea. Look, when a ship our signals ring, full sail to fly, how quick she's veered. For of the sea I am the king, my furies to be feared. But equally with all I share whate'er the wealth we take supplies. I only seek the matchless fair, my portion of the prize. My treasure is my gallant bark, my only God is liberty. My law is might, the wind my mark, my country is the sea. I am condemned to die, I laugh, for if my fates are kindly sped, my doomer from his own ship's staff, perhaps I'll hang instead. And if I fall, why what is life? For lost I gave it then as due, when from slavery's yoke and strife a rover I withdrew. My treasure is my gallant bark, my only God is liberty. My law is might, the wind my mark, my country is the sea. My music is the north wind's roar, the noise when round the cable runs, the bellowings of the Black Sea's shore, and rolling of my guns. And as the thunders loudly sound, and furious as the tempest rave, I calmly rest in sleep profound, so rocked upon the wave. My treasure is my gallant bark, my only God is liberty. My law is might, the wind my mark, my country is the sea. End of section 8. Section 9 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Henri Alphonse Esquiros. 1812 to 1876. If my hair must turn gray, 1,000-fold sooner let it be with the dust of highways than that of musty tomes, said Alphonse Esquiros, and the words show an energy which always longed to accomplish something of practical utility, and which expended itself in too many directions to be adequately successful in any one. For his contribution to literature is too meritorious not to win appreciation, yet so scanty that we wonder why he did not leave us more. Esquiros first made himself known as a poet. He was very young, only 20, when his little volume of odes and sonnets, Les Hirondelles, attracted Victor Hugo's admiration and friendship. A true poet's book Hugo called it, the fair beginning of a young man, a swarm of charming verses on radiant wing. Then Esquiros engaged in journalism, and at the same time prepared a historical novel, Charlotte Corday, founded on the tragic life of the revolutionary heroine. This true story, strengthened by an imagination which presented both Charlotte and her victim, Marat, sympathetically, was very popular. Esquiros invested both murderous figures with a fine ideality which made them seem victims rather than sinners. And he made them symbolic too. Their final meeting, the inevitable clash between the Gironde and the mountain. In the simple, direct style there is no falsetto, and yet, as has been pointed out, Esquiros here deserts the crisp French romanticism for a touch of the sentiment we associate with our English Lawrence Sterne. With his skill in storytelling and his poetic quality, his feeling for delicate emotion and grace of form, Esquiros combined much of the reformer's spirit, and that brought him into trouble. The same year that Charlotte Corday appeared, 1840, he published too, L'Evangile du Peuple, a religious and political work in which Jesus is portrayed as a socialistic reformer in harmony with revolutionary spirits. Naturally, this revival of revolutionary thinking was disapproved by the government, and its author was severely punished. He was sentenced to the payment of a fine of 500 francs and to an imprisonment of 8 months. While confined in Sainte-Pelagie, he diverted himself with poetic composition and wrote Les Chants du Prisonnier, pretty reminiscences of his early life. He wrote, too, several semi-socialistic works, Les Vierges Martyrs, The Virgin Martyrs, Les Vierges Follies, The Foolish Virgins, and Les Vierges Sages, The Wise Virgins. Esquiros was a Parisian, and much of his life was spent in the center of the political storms of his country. He was ardently patriotic, and his mind was always strongly diverted from literature to politics, in which he stoutly advocated radical and socialistic reform. Soon after his release, he became a Democratic member in the Legislative Assembly, where he continued until, upon the overthrow of the government, he found himself exiled. His series of historical and political works, L'Histoire des Montagnards, History of the Montagnards, 1847, L'Histoire des Martyrs de la Liberté, History of the Martyrs of Liberty, 1851, and La Vie future au point de vue socialiste, The Future Life from the Socialist Standpoint, 1857. Although often eloquent and always earnest, are considered superficial in thought. He was a man of feeling and imagination rather than that of analysis and synthesis, and philosophy was not his true vocation. One quality in which he excelled found exercise now that he was sent away from France. He had the faculty, not usual with Frenchmen, of understanding a foreign point of view, of studying other lands and peoples with intuitive sympathy. For years he lived in England, where he made many friends and was for some time professor of French literature at Woolwich. He thoroughly investigated the different interests and industries of the country, the various forms of religion, the departments of government, the army and navy, and obtained a just and comprehensive knowledge of English life, which he embodied in serious and interesting studies which ran through a long series in the Revue des Deux Mondes. They were translated into English and in book form, L'Angleterre et la vie anglaise, England and the English life, and Les Moralistes Anglaises, the English moralists, were greatly enjoyed on both sides of the Channel. He spent some time in Holland too, and of this one result was a delightful volume, Les Nederlands et la vie hollandaise, The Netherlands and Dutch Life, 1861, in which he gathered together a great deal of information about that interesting little land, and gave it graphic presentation. This too was translated into English, and The Dutch at Home is still a popular book. In 1869, Esquiros returned to France and was soon after elected Democratic deputy from Bouches-du-Rhône. The next year came the downfall of the empire, after which he was appointed administrateur supérieur from the same department. Something about Esquiros is suggestive of Malesherbes, and in this position he showed similar integrity and fearless energy, until, like Malesherbes, his virtues proved his own undoing, and he was driven to resign. The narrative talent which makes his works on foreign lands such pleasant reading, and his two novels, Charles Corday and Le Magicien, always interesting, is especially striking in his one little volume of short stories, Le Château Enchanté, The Enchanted Castle, Le Mariage Fatal, The Fatal Marriage, and the others are romantic tales told with the convincing simplicity and earnest realization of the pathos of human life. Perhaps, on the whole, the most striking quality of Alphonse Esquiros was his broad sympathy. The Death of Marat, from Charles Corday. On the evening of the 13th of July, after leaving Du Perret, Charlotte Corday started to return to her hotel and crossed the Palais Royal. It was still quite light. Everything sparkled in the mild, reddish glow, which the setting sun shed along the galleries and on all the little shops. In the clear windows of a cutlery shop especially, the steel blades glittered brilliantly. Charlotte Corday stopped. After looking a few minutes at the sharp, murderous instruments, she entered the shop. There was one large knife with an ebony handle exposed for sale, and Charlotte Corday tried the blade with her finger. A sheath lay beside it in the case. The price was 3 francs. She paid it. Then she hid the knife in its sheath under the red fichu which covered her throat. As it was a beautiful evening, she went out into the garden and sat down on a bench in the shade of the chestnut trees. A little child was playing near, gathering sand in its red apron. The stranger's face pleased him. He drew near, smiled, hovered about the bench, courting attention. Beauty attracts children. Then, becoming quite familiar at last, he bravely dropped back his little blonde curly head on the lady's lap. Charlotte took him in her arms and gave him a melancholy look. In the refreshing breezes of the evening, she felt many tender and profound thoughts at sight of this little being, sitting innocently on her knees. In spite of herself, she thought of the joys of maternity, of the family, of love. She told herself that perhaps she was mad, thus to sacrifice to vain chimeras the sweet and facile happiness offered by nature. The agitations into which events and public affairs had thrown her for the past 6 months subsided under the limpid gaze of this little creature. Her eyes filled with tears before his ingenuous smile. Fresh and charming recollections of that early age rushed wildly to her heart. At sight of so much serenity, grace, forgetfulness, universal pardon, painted on the child's face, she felt her fierce resolution soften and her vengeance slipping from her hands. Now the prying, inquisitive little fingers of the child, which for a moment had been investigating under her red fichu, drew out the sinister knife for a plaything. At sight of it, Charlotte grew pale, rose, set the child on the ground, and went away, first casting an unquiet glance around her, replacing the knife under her fichu, and the fatal secret in her breast. At the entrance to the garden, she met a cabman, whose horses were resting before the door of a house. "Citizen coachman," she asked, "can you tell me, if you please, where Citizen Marat lives?" "Rue des Couteliers, number 30. And fearing this woman might forget the address, the cabman wrote it himself in pencil on a bit of white paper. This done, Charlotte Corday went back to her hotel. The next day, Du Perret called as he had promised, and after chatting with her for about a quarter of an hour, took her to the minister. But Charlotte Corday found that she could not draw her friend's papers from the hands of the administration. Then she took leave of Duperret, thanking him and forbidding him to call again. "You know what I told you yesterday," she added. "Fly as quickly as you can. Fly this very night, but tomorrow it will be too late." The claims of friendship satisfied, she turned all her strength and resolution toward the true object of her journey. That morning she had addressed the following letter to Marat by post. "Citizen, I have just arrived from Caen. Your love for the country makes me think that you will be interested to know the unhappy events in that part of the Republic. I will call upon you about 1 o'clock. Be so good as to receive me and grant me a moment's interview. I will show you how to render France a great service. Charlotte Corday." A perfidious intention like a knife blade was hidden under the last sentence. Receiving no answer, Mademoiselle Corday wrote again about 4 o'clock that afternoon. "I wrote you this morning, Marat. Did you receive my letter? I cannot believe so, since I am refused admittance at your door. I hope you will grant me an interview tomorrow. I repeat that I have just come from Caen. I wish to tell you secrets most important to the safety of the Republic. Moreover, I am being persecuted for the cause of liberty. I am unhappy. That alone gives me a right to your protection. Charlotte Corday." The note written, she folded it and placed it in her breast. This second message must be given to Marat's housekeeper, if he still refused to see her. At 7:15, Charlotte Corday took a cab on the Place de Victoires. "Where to?" asked the driver. "Rue des Cordeliers, number 30, answered a voice clear and gentle as a child's. The cab jogged along for a quarter of an hour and then stopped before a grim, dull-looking house, where, to follow the language of the Girondistes, the monster of the mountain had established his den. Marat's house, number 30, Rue des Cordeliers, now Rue de l'École de Médecine, is still standing and has retained its former character. The monolithic mass, pierced with rather high windows, draws the attention by its rigid, gloomy, and solitary aspect. Dwellings as well as men have a physiognomy. Providence doubtless chose this house from among all others for its air of fitness as witness and somber setting of one of the most tragic scenes of the great revolutionary drama. Since then it has been repaired to some extent, but no amount of freshening can remove its sadness. Before the 13th of July, this sadness was a presentiment. Since then, it has been a memory. Still on the wall in pale letters are the words, "Ou la in," the remnant of that stern inscription, "La fraternité, l'indivisibilité, ou la mort." Alas, this great word, in which all the others are lost, is itself becoming effaced under the file of time. As one of the ancients said, death dies, mors moritur. The front door, in its frame of black paint, gives the whole house a funereal air. A kind of square vestibule with a wretched porter's lodge to the right leads to a damp little court where the dank, mossy pavement sends to the surface a cold sweat, as it were, in time of rain. This court is bounded by a wing of the building, streaked with cracks and mold. There is a well in one of the angles. On the right, a staircase of greasy stone steps surmounted by an iron railing leads up to a large landing lighted by a double casement. Under the stairs, the eyes plunge into a sordid hollow, where there is a confusion of old household utensils, and where cellar doors open confusingly, like shadowy mouths. This house was made for some sinister event. Charlotte, trim and alert, stepped out of the cab before the porte-cochere. Afterwards, the neighbors remembered their surprise at seeing a young woman with a green ribbon in her hair getting out of a carriage. First of all, she had to brave the cross-grained portress in her lodge, a veritable female Cerberus, who, knowing that her tenant was ill and much beset, pitilessly refused to let her enter. Charlotte Corday insisted, subdued by urgent and resolute tone. The portress finally allowed her to go upstairs. Marat was living upon the first floor. The staircase conducted to a long landing, at the end of which was an obscure kitchen window, covered with iron bars, beside a door painted yellow. This grim grating must have vividly touched Charlotte Corday's imagination, and she fancied Marat in his lodging like a wild beast in its cage. She stopped near the barred window with its menacing air, before the door to the left. A strange coldness seized her heart. Her enemy was behind this light partition, and behind it too was her own future. The scaffold already and threatening. There was still time to retreat. She could return to Caen or sail to England. Easy, admissible joys held out loving arms to the young and beautiful woman, either under the trees of Normandy or on the white shores of Great Britain. The struggle before her was one of those irrevocable struggles where, like the bee, the victor leaves his life in the wound he inflicts. The sill of this door once crossed, she could never retrace her steps. This door upon which she was about to knock was the door to her tomb. She hesitated. The most fearless hand must needs tremble before this perilous entrance, over which, in letters visible to her excited imagination, she read the terrible sentence of the damned. Leave all hope at the door. True, she had dreamed, the blow once struck of escaping and gaining a seaport. But this was so doubtful a chance, so light and fragile a thread to support the weight of her crime, that she could scarcely trust it. To shake the wood of this door was to awaken the dull and terrible sound which comes from a coffin lid when touched. And there was something horrible, too, in this calm moment, preceding so furious and violent an action as the murder of a man. She felt the need of gathering all her strength to hold the knife in her delicate white hands. She stood erect and motionless like the statue of Judith. Her hands seemed to weigh 100 pounds. However, someone was coming up the stairs behind her, and the fixed resolution at the bottom of her heart conquered. The hesitations of the avenging arm before this fatal door ceased, and Charlotte Corday knocked. Marat was lying in his bath. The bathroom was dimly lighted by a window on the court. The only furniture was a block of wood, upon which papers, pens, and a lead inkstand were thrown pell-mell. Marat was writing. He was signing a petition to the administration in behalf of a poor widow with 4 children who had asked the aid of the people's friend. For several days, as we have said, Marat had not been able to stay out of the bath without being consumed by sharpest sufferings. There the agitated and volcanic little man tried to take the attitude and repose of the tomb, where he was soon to rest. In these moments of solitude, preyed upon by horror of the death which was slowly and surely taking possession of his perishing body, Marat was pierced to the heart by an invisible sword, and bled within of an incurable wound. All his life this man had kept his sufferings to himself. As he neared the tomb, his grief surged up out of his breast and suffocated him. He glanced drearily over his life of crucifixion. When he remembered the ills he had endured for the cause of the Revolution, he asked himself if it would not have been better to have given himself to the calm and serious work of science. In mind, he entered again his little room at Versailles, where the birds came to pick up the crumbs on his windowsill, and where the trees cast their green shadows. Then he thought sadly how little joy, and that frothy and shadowed, was brought to the heart by the puissance of success in civil storms. Marat the persecuted, who in time had made himself a persecutor, offered in this moment a striking and terrible example of what he himself had once written. One would be tempted to accuse heaven and to deny its justice, if there were not some consolation at sight of frightful tyrants, themselves suffering the ills which they inflict upon others. The great executioner of divine justice had fallen into the cold and painful hands of the final torture. The blood of the 2nd of September was dripping back upon his heart. Disease showed itself subtle and merciless to him, and played with his expiring body as with an elected victim, who, in his one death, must expiate all the violent deaths in which the popular influence of his newspaper had given him a sort of moral complicity. God purifies by fiery coals and by the bed of thorns before he withdraws from the world those whose hateful mission has been to purify by the sword. Suddenly Marat heard in the antechamber the harsh voice of his housekeeper, contesting a very young voice, whose clear and tempting tones reached him in his bath. "Citizen Marat? This is the place, but he is not at home. I must see him. I have just come from Caen. I wrote him this morning. I tell you he cannot receive anyone. He is ill. Call again in a few days. I implore you to give him my name. He must have had my letter. I am sure he will not refuse me a short interview." The housekeeper, a rather nervous and neutral nature, gently but decidedly continued to refuse, and Charlotte, murmuring, was already turning back toward the door, which the woman seemed anxious to close behind her. Now a gentle emotion entered Marat's heart with this fresh voice, which he thought he must have heard before. This young voice took him back to the better springtime years of his youth, impressed by its purity, which made it seem the natural music of a beautiful spirit. He called to his friend, "Let her come in." "But, citizen, you are worn out with business. You are suffering. The doctor has forbidden you to see anyone." "The doctors are ignorant fellows who can do nothing to cure me. I won't be a slave to them." "But you should not admit every chance comer like that. There are rumors of assassination. You know yourself that the Royalists and the Girondists are plotting. Marat, you once told me that you were to die by the hands of a woman." An old servant of Marat's named Catherine, who claimed to be a sorceress and to divine the future, had predicted his violent death. "Take heed," she had added, "against girls in red fichus." "True," answered Marat after a silence and a bitter sigh, "but I have no faith in such follies. Women don't like me well enough to kill me." "Well, I shall send away this intruder." "No, I tell you, let her come in. This girl comes from Caen, where the rebel deputies are. She wrote me this morning. She is unhappy." Marat emphasized the last words. Then the woman grumblingly obeyed and showed the unknown into the bathroom. When Charles Corday entered, Marat had his head inclined upon his naked breast. The gloomy little room is at the back of the house. Heavy silence reigns there night and day. A window, then of heavy divisions with dull glass, received light from the court. The woman stood motionless near the bath, the Gironde and the mountain, as represented by Charlotte Corday and Marat, had a terrible struggle before them. Charlotte already bore signs of victory in her brilliant eyes, her robust health, her bright color, her magnificent arm and firm and resolute hand. Marat lay in his bath with outstretched arms. A white sheet draped the tub in careless folds. It looked like a bier. The woman stood looking fixedly. Her face had the fatal and extraordinary beauty called forth by an heroic deed. The old servant closed the door of the dark and narrow room and left Charlotte almost touching Marat. All at once Marat uttered a great cry, "Help! Help!" and having uttered it, turned his head aside and died. The housekeeper and some servants of the house rushed to the bathroom. They found Marat with great drops of blood welling from his side, his eyes open, his tongue moving but speechless. The murderous knife had fallen on the floor. Charlotte Corday was standing near the window. At first she had put her hand to her head. Then, calm, severe, and haughty, she seemed to be spellbound beside the corpse. The pride of success, The realization of the immense thing she had accomplished plunged her into a moral transport. In killing Marat, she had killed the plebeian king of the Revolution. The Poet's Little Home, from The Enchanted Castle. There is a narrow two-story house in one of the suburbs of Berlin, where, about 50 years ago, Theodor Wilhelm and his wife Virtua were living. They were a young couple, very poor but happy, for Wilhelm and Virtua loved each other. One evening, the young wife was sewing at her window when the needle paused between her fingers. The work fell on her apron, and a tear rolled down her cheek. At the same moment, the bell rang over her head. Virtua rose, wiped her red eyes, and opened the door with a smile on her lips. It was Wilhelm returning. "I was sewing and forgot all about the time," she said, throwing her arm around her husband and receiving his kiss. "We won't have much of a supper today, but then we don't care." While saying this, she placed on the table a dish of boiled potatoes and some dry nuts. "You must be out of money," remarked Wilhelm gloomily. "No, I have some," she said, shaking some copper coins in her apron pocket. "I think I have found a place," went on Wilhelm, in a tone not very hopeful. "If I accept it, I will begin work tomorrow." "What place?" asked Virtua. "I am promised the position of head of the orchestra in a small theater. The salary is not very much, but as I know a little about painting, I can act as decorator at the same time. Then, as I still have great faith in my literary talent, I will induce them to play some of my compositions there." Virtua smiled indulgently at her husband's golden dreams. Their meal was tranquil and gay. Love, great worker of miracles, found a way to change the water in their pitcher to a wine better than that of the wedding at Cana. After supper, Theodor Wilhelm spoke of writing. Virtua dared not tell him that there was no oil for the lamp. "Bah," said she, "it's too fine an evening to light that horrid wick. Let us stay at the window and watch the stars, the lights of the good God." Theodor Wilhelm understood that he was reduced to the state of the Italian poet Torquato Tasso, who went without working at night. "Non avendo candele per scrivere I versi suoi." "Perhaps I would have been wiser," he said, "to have stuck to my first studies. By this time I would have been a counselor." "Why these regrets, dear?" "At least you would have a servant in new clothes," continued Wilhelm, who was cut to the heart by his wife's deprivations. "I don't need anything," interrupted Virtua, with a smile which she tried to make natural. "If I don't wear my fine clothes, it is because I don't think I need them in order to please you." The next morning Virtua awoke before dawn and crept softly out of bed to get things ready for her husband. Her eyes reviewed sadly the shabby black coat, white on the seams and on the back of the cuffs, the shapeless shoes, and the worn cravat. In vain she brushed them, cut up broken threads with her needle, touched the garment here and there with ink. She could never restore the irreparable injury of years. Just before Wilhelm started out, he looked at himself in the mirror. "You are all right," said Virtua in a confident voice. "That coat looks quite new, and the hat seems fresh enough to have been bought yesterday." The two lovers exercised a kind of divine trickery to deceive each other as to their wretched state. Theodor Wilhelm obtained a position in the orchestra of a little theater, where he was the only musician, but he lost it again in a few days. Then he tried various callings which cost much to his self-love, and which barely satisfied the first needs of life. 10 years later, the same man was the most popular author of all Germany. In the early days of his success, Wilhelm plunged his lips eagerly in this cup of gold, but it soon transformed him, and he fell into a bored and dreary frenzy. Satiety brought disgust. His celebrity dazed him. Long before this, he had moved from the little house in the suburb to a rich and commodious mansion in the city. One evening Virtua took his hand in hers and said to him, "We are not happy anymore. Happiness was to love each other, and now that we are rich, we no longer do so. This miserable gold has destroyed all the charm of our home. When we were poor, I used to see you all day. Now other people have you. You are called here and there. You are invited by the whole town. You are sought after by women, and I am unhappy. Are you yourself content? No, Wilhelm, acknowledge the truth. This life wearies you. You regret the time when we suffered the bitter privations of life together." "You are right, Virtua. For a long time I have thought all that you have just said, but I have never dared to tell you. When we were living in our little house, the necessity of fighting outside evils calmed the agitation of my spirit. The struggle was good for me and helpful. Now I am afraid of going mad. No, I have never suffered so much as since I have been delivered from the hard necessities of life and delivered to myself. My cruel imagination is an enemy 10 times more insupportable than poverty. Fame is killing me. I am no longer free. Now that I am celebrated, I am stifling under this cape of gold, which divine justice has thrown on my shoulders to punish my foolish ambitions. I too hate this glory as a rival who has made you desert me. Since you have given yourself up to it, you hardly care for me. But I do not ask you to relinquish it. I know what such ties mean. However much one curses, he has never the strength to relinquish them. But let us do one thing. That little house in the suburb, of which you were just speaking, I have been renting for the last 10 years without telling you so. Our old furniture, which I pretended to sell, is all there just as we left it. Let us go back and spend the day tomorrow in this old nest of our early love." Wilhelm threw his arms around Virtua in gratitude for this happy thought. The next morning they rose before the sun and fled to the little house in the suburb. A gentle emotion touched them even to tears as they entered the 2 rooms where they had passed the bitter, beautiful days of delightful youth. The straw chairs were neatly ranged as when Virtua's hand took care to keep them so. Virtua opened the oaken wardrobe, which was nearly all the furniture in the place, and drew out Wilhelm's old coat, so often inked over on the seams, and handed it to her husband to put on. "I never saw you look so handsome," she said, gazing at him with delight. She herself laid on the bed her veil, her velvet bonnet, her cashmere shawl, her dress trimmed with lace, and put on again the simple cap, the fichu, the linen blouse in which Wilhelm had loved her. After this, Virtua prepared the breakfast with her own hands, as in the days when she had no other servant than her activity of 20 years. She set the table with 2 pewter spoons, 2 flowered delft cups, and 2 coarse linen napkins. The milk was boiling on the chafing dish, with its white foam gathering on top. For the first time in 10 years, Theodor Wilhelm felt hungry. A rustic perfume of youth and sentiment entered his heart. The little birds came in at the window as in the old days, and picked the dry bread which Virtua crumbled for them under the table. Wilhelm and Virtua sat opposite each other, as in their happy time. Their knees touched under the little pine table. Their breakfast was delicious. They felt themselves back in the old love, when their hearts were young and black care evaporated in a ray of sunshine. Breakfast was short, and after it Wilhelm drew his violin from its case and practiced his lesson for the evening, as he had done when employed in the orchestra of the theater. Virtua, who had not sung for 10 years, accompanied him with her voice. It was a simple and touching piece which suited their mood. The little room was all stirred with it, and the birds responded from the roof. But Wilhelm had scarcely finished the selection when the sound of applause was heard under the windows. Some friends or some inquisitive people, how know which, had followed Virtua and her husband. "We are discovered," the poet murmured sadly. "Alas," said Virtua, "I was afraid of it." not to be able to go where one wants or to do what one chooses without being spied upon, to suffer everybody's follies because one is said to have talent, to be forced to abjure calm of spirit, charm in one's home, love in one's heart. What is it all? This, answered Virtua timidly, is what men seek after. It is glory. This man, so long pursued by misfortune, and later pursued by glory, this Theodor Wilhelm, was Hoffmann. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Euripides by William Cranston Lawton. Euripides, latest in age and perhaps least in rank among the three surviving tragic poets of Athens, was said to have been born on Salamis during the decisive battle for freedom, when his mother, like the homeless folk of Attica generally, was in temporary exile upon the little island. The legend was at least an artistic invention, since Aeschylus shared in the sea fight, and Sophocles, as a beautiful stripling, led the band of boys who danced about the trophy of victory. The supreme rank of these three is no accident of survival. When news of Euripides' death reached Athens, Sophocles bade his chorus appear in mourning for him, and a few months later, when both were in the underworld, Aristophanes, in his comedy The Frogs, makes the god Dionysus follow them thither, and beg Pluto to restore to earth one dramatist worthy to grace the annual contest at his festival. This testimony from the lifelong enemy and ridiculer of Euripides is borne out by all the evidence we have. He was probably of good Attic stock, the stories of his parents' poverty being inventions of the comic poets. He was one of the first to collect a large library. He was carefully educated, at first as an athlete, from a misunderstanding of an oracle to the effect that he was to, quote, win prizes in contests, end quote. He also developed youthful skill, like his friend Socrates, as an artist. At 25, he first obtained the honor of competing as one of the 3 chosen tragic poets at the Dionysia. All these facts point to good social rank. He did not, however, like the youthful Sophocles, win at once the popular heart. At his first venture he was placed last. He secured highest honors not once until 14 years later, and only 5 times altogether. Yet toward the end of his life, and after his death, his influence, not merely in Athens but throughout Greek lands, was unrivaled. It is no accident that 7 dramas of Aeschylus, 7 of Sophocles, 19 of Euripides have been preserved for us. Euripides is said to have composed 23 tetralogies, 92 dramas. Each play was doubtless an independent and complete work of art, so that the number is indeed surprising. No worthy successors to this brief line ever arose. The 3 and their forgotten rivals filled the 5th century BC with their splendor. The likeness of them all should strike a modern student before their differences. All their plays graced the greatest state festival and were part of the popular religious ceremonial. All save Aeschylus's Persians, no real exception in its spirit, aim to represent a remote heroic age. The characters are chiefly gods or the immediate offspring of gods. The vain struggle of man against fate is always a motive, usually the chief thread of the tale. As to outward form, also, the chorus remains to the end the central feature, though its importance is somewhat lessened. The small number of actors, the stiffness of mask and buskin, the simple stage setting, the avoidance of violent or confused action, continued apparently little modified. Still, there has been a very general conviction in ancient and modern times, first uttered effectively by Aristophanes, that Euripides was a radical innovator, both in art and in religion. Of course, this is necessarily true in some degree of any original creative artist, but the question goes much deeper. That wonderful 5th century falls inevitably into 3 periods. The generation that saw the terrific invading host of Xerxes melt away like a dream, and Athens arise from her ashes to become a queen of the Aegean and the foremost state in the Greek world, could hardly escape a fervent belief in divine guidance of all earthly affairs. Aeschylus, himself a Marathonian warrior, probably stamped upon tragedy much of his own intensely religious nature. His human characters seem almost helpless in the grip of stern but just fate. In Sophocles, the gods are rarely seen on the stage. Man is subject indeed to their rule, but he usually works out his own doom of ill or happiness by ways not inscrutable. In the prosperous period of Cimon and Pericles, which formed his early maturity, Athens doubtless felt herself quite capable of accomplishing her own destiny. Pericles and the enlightened circle about him probably troubled themselves very little, beyond judicious outward conformity, with the traditional mythology. To many admiring readers, Sophocles seems cold. His Electra best illustrates what we cannot here discuss. His conformity to Aeschylean theology seems usually a mere artistic utterance of his own rather vague optimism. Euripides lived through the same period also, but he was not so harmonious and happy in nature. The pathos of human life, the capriciousness of destiny, the seemingly unjust distribution of lots, distressed and perplexed him. This may not have been so largely true of his earlier work. We have only one play, the Alcestis, previous to his 50th year. At that very time began the great national tragedy of the 30 Years' War, destined to end in the utter humiliation and downfall of imperial Athens. The plague and the death of Pericles made even the beginnings of the great strife seem tragic. The appalling disaster in Sicily foreshadowed the end, and indeed made it inevitable long years before it came. It is not strange if the favorite, the popular Athenian poet of that darkening day, often doubted the divine wisdom, felt a strife which his art could not reconcile between man and providence. Whatever the reason, the gods do take again a prominent share in Euripidean as in Aeschylean drama, but they often, perhaps usually, act from less noble motives than the human characters. It has been maintained even, especially by a living English scholar, Professor Verrall, that Euripides made it his lifelong purpose to undermine and destroy any belief in the real existence of Zeus and Apollo, Pallas Athene, and all their kin, that he was an aggressive agnostic, using the forms of the traditional gods only to show their helplessness, their imbecility, their impossibility. But surely the generation that slew Socrates for, quote, introducing strange gods and not honoring those of the state, end quote, would have detected and resented any such flagrant misuse of the holy place and day. Moreover, any such lifelong cynicism would have corroded the artistic powers themselves. Lucian, Voltaire, Swift illustrate this truth. Many of the pessimistic outbursts often cited as Euripides' own are uttered in character by his sufferers and sinners, and are mere half-conscious cries of distress or protest. His dramatic power was not always sufficient to recast the old myths in an ethical form which satisfied him. He knew men and women thoroughly, loved them, found them heroic, generous, noble, and he so painted them. The gods, whom he did not know, fared worse at his hands. Often one is introduced in spectacular fashion at the close, to cut the knot which the poet had failed to untie in the natural course of his plot. Even Sophocles, once at least, in the Philoctetes, does very much the same thing. In general, Euripides seems distinctly inferior to his two masters at their best, in construction, in plot. The world of scholarship is still laughing with Aristophanes at Euripides' long narrative prologues. See Mr. Shore's translation of the scene in The Frogs, Volume 2 of this work, pages 786 to 787. His long messenger speeches, fine as they are, seem almost epic in their broad descriptions of what we have not seen. Again, as Professor Mahaffy himself remarks, Sophocles' Electra is the most unfortunate perversion of this indulgence. On the other hand, in romantic lyric, in connected picturesque description, in pathos, in sympathy with elemental human feeling, Euripides has no Attic rival whatever. His women, his slaves, his humbler characters generally, are evidently drawn with especial tenderness. He is perhaps so far a realist in his art that he should not have been restricted to the stately figures and famous names of the national myths. Much of his work seems more fitted to frankly contemporaneous drama. He is drawing men and women whom he has known, and should be allowed to say so. His fussy old nurse in the Hippolytus, his homely rustic husband of Electra, certainly cannot be set upon a pedestal. But should a work of art, above all of dramatic art, be set upon any pedestal at all? Should not the dramatist, rather, hold the mirror up to nature, bid living men and women walk and talk before us? It is in part the old antagonism, actual or supposed, of idealism or classicism against realism that has raged so long about the name of Euripides. There is much to be said, and truly said on both sides, but certainly Euripides is, for us, by far the most important of the Attic dramatists. He influenced far more than any other the later course of his art, hastened the fusion of tragedy and comedy in the society melodrama of Menander and Philemon, dominated the Roman stage, and through it, modern dramatic art. His claim to be a great ethical teacher cannot be successfully disputed. Whatever we may think of his divinities, the world is not the worse, but better, as Mr. Browning puts it, quote, because Euripides shrank not to teach, if gods be strong and wicked, man, though weak, may prove their match by willing to be good. End quote. Primarily and chiefly, however, he is a poet. His pictures are vivid, his characters alive, they speak usually in their own voice, and are a part of the mimic scene. There are indeed instants when we hear, beyond or through them, a sigh from the poet's own soul, the cry of a perplexed truth-seeker in an age of doubt and discouragement. Thus, when Menelaus promises to punish Helen for her long guilt, there is no adequate dramatic reason for Hecuba's far-thought apostrophe, quote, O thou that bearest earth thyself by earth upborne, where thou art, hard for our powers to guess, or Zeus, or nature's law, or mind of man, to thee I pray, for all the things of earth in right thou guidest on thy noiseless way. End quote. Such passages are not rare, especially in choral odes, where the poet oftener seeks to utter the general belief or feeling of mankind as it appears to himself. It is never perfectly safe to ascribe them to Euripides the man, least of all when quoting from a lost play, where the very sentiment preserved may have been signally refuted. As we associate Aeschylus first of all with the suffering Titan Prometheus, and Sophocles with the stately figure of an Oedipus or an Antigone, proudly facing the blows of fate with human courage, so the pathetic, even elegiac tale of Hippolytus is the most characteristic Euripidean study. Here, for the first time, the passion of love is made the central motive of a great poem. Here, too, every human character is fearless in life and in death, while the gods are quarrelsome, vindictive, and ignoble. It is the very play on which Aristophanes lavished his biting wit and ridicule. It was performed in 428 BC, and appealed to the audience as an Attic myth centered around their great legendary king Theseus, who is a central, though not a leading, character. A matter system of superhuman government surely was never outlined, even in Aristophanes' own realm of Cloud-Cuckooville. But these divinities, after all, supply merely a spectacular tableau at the beginning and end, and the pathetic elegiac motive. Their appearance clears Phaedra, Hippolytus, even Theseus of all fault. The nobler tone is supplied in the splendid courage displayed by men and women, even by the old attendants, even by the messenger who tells the prince's mishaps and faces fearlessly the unforgiving sire. Quote, "I am a slave within thy house, O king, but this at least I never will believe, that he thy son was guilty, not although the whole of womankind go hang themselves, and with their letters fill the pines that grow on Ida." End quote. Throughout the play there are fresh glimpses of outdoor life. Fragrant breezes blow from glen and sea, strange far-off visions of enchantment arise at the magician's call. Again, the birds form the only rival of scenes worthy to be mentioned with Midsummer Night's Dream itself. And yet, Phaedra's plea for death to destroy the mad desire that horrifies her wifely heart, the youthful athlete's piteous plea to his frenzied steeds as they trample upon their beloved master, these are realism of the noblest kind. And all these varied pictures are included in a play not 1,500 lines in length. Racine's Phèdre is much longer and far less effective. Better known and simpler in its plot is Euripides' earliest extant play, the Alcestis. The dying Alcestis is one of the most noble and pathetic figures in literature. It was popular at once, for her words are parodied by Aristophanes. Milton felt its power, as a famous sonnet reveals. Mr. Browning has made it the center of his great imaginative poem, Balaustion's Adventure. This character should alone secure Euripides from the epithet of woman-hater, first cast at him by the most audacious scoffer at women who ever lived. There are cruel and wicked women in Euripides, though none approaches Aeschylus's Clytemnestra. The most terrible of them is Medea, who murders her own children to punish their unfaithful father, Jason the Argonaut. Even her action is adequately justified in a dramatic sense. It is made quite credible that a wronged woman, with the blood of gods and savages in her veins, should do the deeds she dares. The ethical question hardly comes up at all. The capital fault of the play is that we have no adequate reward at last for all the horrors we have undergone. Indeed, Medea is promised safe refuge in Athens, and the innocent Corinthians are bidden to atone for her deeds. In truth, Medea is, in earlier forms of the myth, merely sinned against. Euripides' love of striking contrasts often, perhaps too often, tempted him into making a seemingly defenseless woman's hand deal the decisive stroke of fate. So in the Hecuba, the Trojan queen, dethroned, enslaved, bereft of all her dearest ones, strikes an unexpected and deadly blow at the most cruel and selfish of men, the Thracian king who for love of gold has murdered his guest, her young son Polydorus. The comparatively noble Agamemnon, who fights for just revenge, or slays the innocent only at superhuman command, is made the half-willing tool of her imperial vengeance. This tale may remind us that more than half the extant plays, and countless others known by titles and scanty fragments, dealt with characters familiar from the Homeric poems. The great tragedians wisely avoided, as a rule, the very scenes immortalized in Iliad or Odyssey, seizing by preference on earlier or later episodes in the same storm-lost lives. The most curious illustration here is doubtless the Helena. After utilizing Menelaus's faithless queen as an ignoble and much berated character in several plays, Euripides gives her the title role in a drama intended to rescue her character. It is but a wraith that Paris has wooed and defended for 20 years. Happier than the many heroes who perish in her defense, she herself has been living safe and innocent all these years under enchantment in Egypt, the abode of mystery. Here Menelaus, sailing homeward triumphant with the Eidolon, is made doubly happy by receiving a stainless Helen once more. This strange myth, if we can accept it, at least effaces in some degree our indignant sense of injustice, aroused when the ageless daughter of Zeus appears in the Odyssey reigning once more happily over a contented people and an uxorious husband. But Helen, the immortal ideal of beauty, should not be judged, I suppose, by anything so narrow and puritanical as an ethical standard. Among Euripides' happiest works is the Tauric Iphigenia. The happy outcome of this Greek play is by no means rare on the Attic stage. A certain spirit of reconciliation, or submission at least, seems to have been demanded for a closing scene. At the end of his life, Euripides returned to this myth to depict the earlier scene of sacrifice at Aulis. The play seems to have been left unfinished, and many lines have been added by a weaker hand. Still, the fearless princess, facing death cheerfully for the honor of her people, is a most pathetic figure, and was used with thrilling effect in the quadrimillennial Harvard oration of James Russell Lowell, who compared to her the glad young martyrs of the Civil War. The return of the poet to a theme already used, as was said, in an earlier year, doubtless illustrated the narrow range of myths acceptable to his audience. So all the great three wrote on Phaedra and Hippolytus, on Electra and Orestes, on Philoctetes and his bow. The courageous surrender of life at the altar or under similar conditions is also repeated in a number of plays, and may remind us of the startling truth that human sacrifice was not absolutely unknown, even in the most enlightened age of historical Hellas. Polyxena, in the Hecuba, is more forlorn than Iphigenia, since she actually perishes at a foeman's hand, and without the faintest hope of saving even her mother and sisters from slavery, much less of restoring her native city from its ashes. The poet who created such noble and inspiring types of women deserves the eternal gratitude of all who love and honor heroic wives and mothers. It is not possible nor desirable to discuss here all the 19 Euripidean plays. We will only mention further the Bacchae. It was written near the close of the century, when the poet was living in voluntary exile as the honored guest of Archelaus the Macedonian monarch. Those who regard Euripides as a heretic and a skeptic sometimes consider this play as a sort of deathbed recantation. Certainly the divine power of Semele's child is revealed by a terrific vengeance on those of his own kin who had denied and persecuted him. The play is badly mutilated in the manuscripts, its ethical tone is low, and the chief interest centers upon the splendid choral odes in Dionysus' honor. Out of such odes, as is well known, the drama itself took its rise. It is curious that from this one tragedy alone, at the very close of the century of creative dramatic art, we must form what conception we may of the early dithyramb. More perhaps than other arts, literature as a rule survives in its maturer forms only, and rarely affords us adequate materials for studying its development. Here, as in other fields of Greek literature, we must say that chance, or providence, has preserved a mere handful out of a whole library of scrolls, but these are, in the main, the masterpieces of the greatest masters. The only available edition of Euripides' plays with English notes is the one in the Bibliotheca Classica by the indefatigable F.A. Paley. It is not very satisfactory, and there are many better editions of single plays. A large part of Euripides has been excellently edited in French by Weil. The great work upon the dramatist's art is in the same language. Paul Deschamps' Euripides et l'esprit de son théâtre. One of the most readable chapters in J.A. Symonds' Greek Poets is devoted to our author. Professor Jebb has a masterly article in the Britannica, but his sympathies are, on the whole, with the elder school. It is much better, however, to let the poet make his own impression on us, even if only in translation. The lack of a scholarly version of Euripides was, until very recently, one of the greatest gaps in our libraries. The new Beaune version, in prose, by Coleridge, is careful and in good taste. Moreover, we may hope that by the time this page is printed, we can welcome the third and concluding volume of A. S. Way's brilliant translation. This will present all Euripides' plays in English meter and rhyme. Mr. Way has made a daring venture, and the result is at least very interesting. His rhymes are copious and resounding. In meter he is an avowed and advanced student of Swinburne. All the resources of English poetry are richly lavished on the work. There is a splendor in the general effect, to which the classical pedant naturally objects that it is not always Euripidean splendor. But the present essayist is inclined to agree that there is no secure middle ground between these two methods in translation. Notable English versions of single plays are the Cyclops by Shelley, the Hercules by Browning, the Medea by Mrs. Augusta Webster, the Bacchae by H. Milman, etc. The essayist's three dramas of Euripides was an attempt to combine close metrical versions of the Alcestis, Medea, and Hippolytus with such literary comment as the modern reader might feel he needed in so remote a theatre. The transcript of Alcestis in Browning's Balaustion is hardly a translation, but is encrusted with the most inspiring illustration any classical drama has yet received. End of section 10. Section 11 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected Scenes by Euripides. Choral Song from the Bacchae. On the mountains wild 'tis sweet, when faint with rapid dance our feet, our limbs on earth all careless thrown, with the sacred fawn skin strown, to quaff the goat's delicious blood, a strange, a rich, a savage food. Then off again the revel goes, o'er Phrygian, Lydian mountain brows. Evoe, Evoe leads the road, Bacchus' self, the maddening god, and flows with milk the plain, and flows with wine, flows with the wild bees' nectar dews divine, and soars like smoke the Syrian incense pale, the while the frantic Bacchanal, the beaconing pine torch on her wand, whirls around with rapid hand, and drives the wandering dance about, beating time with joyous shout, and casts upon the breezy air all her rich luxuriant hair. Ever the burthen of her song, raging maddening haste along. Bacchus' daughters, ye the pride of golden Tmolus' fabled side, while your heavy cymbals ring, still your Evoe, Evoe sing. Evoe, the Evian god rejoices in Phrygian tones and Phrygian voices, when the soft holy pipe is breathing sweet in notes harmonious to her feet. Who to the mountain speeds, like some young colt that by its mother feeds. Gladsome with many a frisking bound, the Bacchanal goes forth and treads the echoing ground. Translation of H. Milman. Aeon's Song. The boy Aeon is in charge of the temple at Delphi, and his duties include driving away the birds. Behold, behold, now they come, they quit the nest on Parnassus' topmost crest. Hence away, I warn ye all, light not on our hallowed wall. From eve and cornice keep aloof, and from the golden gleaming roof. Herald of Jove, of birds the king, fierce of talon, strong of wing. Hence, be gone, or thou shalt know the terrors of this deadly bow. Lo, where rich the altar fumes, soars yon swan on hoary plumes. Hence and quiver in thy flight, thy foot that gleams with purple light. Even though Phoebus' harp rejoice to mingle with thy tuneful voice, far away thy white wings shake o'er the silver Delian lake. Hence obey or end in blood the music of thy sweet-voiced ode. Away, away, another stoops, down his flagging pinion droops. Shall our marble eaves be hung with straw nests for your callow young? Hence, or dread this twanging bow, hence where Alpheus' waters flow, or the Isthmian groves among. Go and rear your nestling young, hence nor dare pollute or stain Phoebus' offerings, Phoebus' fane. Yet I feel a sacred dread, lest your scattered plumes I shed. Holy birds, 'tis yours to show heaven's auguries to men below. Translation of H. Milman. Songs from the Hippolytus, from 3 dramas of Euripides, copyright 1889 by W.C. Lawton and reprinted by permission of the publishers, Houghton, Mifflin, and Co. 1. Eros, Eros, thou whose eyes with longing overflow, whose sweet delight bringest to the soul thou stormest, come not, prithee, sorrow-laden, nor too mighty unto me. Neither flaming fire is stronger, nor the splendor of the stars, than the shaft of Aphrodite darting from the hands of Eros, who is child of Zeus supreme. Vainly, vainly, by the stream Alpheus, or in Phoebos' Pythian fane, Hellas heaps the slaughtered oxen. Eros, of mankind the tyrant, holder of the key that locks Aphrodite's dearest chambers, is not honored in our prayers, though he comes as the destroyer, bringing uttermost disaster unto mortals when he comes. 2. Oh, for some retreat afar sequestered, may some god into a bird, flitting mid the winged throng, transform me, where the Adriatic's wave breaks upon the shore I fain would hasten, or to the Eridanos, where into the purple tide mourning over Phaeton, evermore the wretched maidens drop their amber-gleaming tears. Gladly would I seek the fertile shoreland of Hesperian minstrelsy, where the sea-lord over purple waters bars the way of mariners, setting there to be upheld by Atlas, heaven's holy boundary. There ambrosial fountains flow from the place where Zeus abides, and the sacred land of plenty gives delight unto the gods. O thou white-winged Cretan vessel, that across the ever-smiting briny billow of the ocean hither hast conveyed my queen, from her home of royal splendor, wretched in her wedded bliss, for to both of evil omen surely, or at least for Crete, thou to glorious Athens flitted, where in the Munician harbor they unbound their twisted cables and set foot upon the shore. Therefore is she broken-hearted, cursed with an unholy passion by the might of Aphrodite. Wholly overwhelmed by woe, in the chamber of her nuptials fitted to her snowy neck, she will hang the cord suspended, showing thus her reverence for the god by men detested, eager most for reputation, and releasing so her spirit from the love that brought her pain. 3. Truly the anxious attention bestowed by the gods upon mortals, when it recurs to my mind, greatly assuages my grief. Yet am I quickly bereft of the hope and conviction I cherished, pondering over the deeds, over the fortunes of men. Change is but followed by change in our erring mortal existence. Oh, that heavenly fate, responding to prayer, would accord us fortune to happiness joined, courage undaunted by pain. May my repute be neither exceedingly great nor ignoble. Still, with the changing day easily changing my ways, may I forever enjoy a life of prosperous fortune. Clear no more are my thoughts when I see this trouble unhoped for, see the illustrious star of Athena, driven before the paternal wrath to a far habitation. O ye sands on the shore of the city, O ye glades in which, attendant on holy Dictynna, once with his hounds fleet-footed he hunted. Never again shalt thou yoke and guide thy coursers Venetian over the track that encircles Limna. Sleepless once was the muse by the lyre in the halls of thy fathers, now is she silent, and stripped of her garlands lie in the long deep grass the retreats of the daughter of Leto. Maidens contend not for thee in thy exile. I with my tears for thy sorrows will share in thy destiny hapless. Ah, thy mother, how wretched! In vain were the pangs of her travail. Frenzied am I of the gods, ye close-linked graces. Ah, wherefore, forth from this his home, and out of the land of his fathers, send ye a youth ill-fated, who nowise of crime has been guilty? 4. Restive hearts of god and mortal, thou, O Cypris, captive leadest, while upon his shimmering pinions round them swift-winged Eros flits. Over earth he hovers ever, and the salt resounding sea. Eros charms the heart to madness, smitten by his golden arrow, charms the hounds upon the mountain, creatures of the land and wave. Wheresoever Helios gazes, even man and royal honors thou alone, O Cypris, hast from all. Hippolytus rails at womankind. From 3 Dramas of Euripides. Copyright 1889 by W. C. Lawton, and reprinted by permission of the publishers, Houghton, Mifflin, and Co. O Zeus, pray why, a specious curse for men, hast thou set women in the light of day? For if thou wouldst engender humankind, through women thou shouldst not have furnished them, but in thy fanes depositing as pay, or gold, or iron, or the weighty bronze. Men ought to buy the race of children, each according to his worth, but in their homes to dwell in liberty, from women free. That woman is a grievous curse is clear. He who begets and breeds her adds a dower and sends her forth to rid himself of ill. And he who takes the bane into his house delights to put fair ornaments upon this basest idol, decks it out with robes, and squanders, wretched man, his household joy. It must be that, delighted to have gained good kinsmen, he endures a hateful wife, or, winning happy wedlock, useless kin, he finds the evil overborne by good. Most blessed his lot within whose home is set as wife a harmless, silly nobody. I hate a clever woman. In my house be no one sager than befits her sex. For Cypris oftener stirs up villainy within the clever, but the guileless wife is saved from folly by her slender wit. No servant should approach the wife's abode, but speechless animals should dwell with her, that she may have not one to whom to speak, nor ever hear from them an answering voice. But now the wicked weave their plots within for mischief, and their servants bear them forth, even as thou, O evil one, hast come to proffer me my father's sacred rites. This I will purge away with running brooks, cleansing my ears. Could I be evil then, who hold myself defiled to hear such words? And woman, know, my reverence saves thy life. Were I not unawares so bound by oaths, I would have straightway told my father this. But now, while Theseus is in other lands, I leave his halls, and we will hold our peace. But coming with my father, I'll behold how thou wilt face him, and thy mistress too. Thy insolence I shall know, who tasted it. Perish your sex, nor will I ever tire of hating women, though men say I speak of nothing else, for base they always are. Either let someone teach them self-restraint, or let me attack them for evermore. Hippolytus's Disaster. From 3 Dramas of Euripides, copyright 1889, by W. C. Lawton, and reprinted by permission of the publishers, Houghton, Mifflin, and Co. We, near the seashore, where it greets the waves, were currying with combs our horses' manes, lamenting, for the message came to us that in this land Hippolytus should set foot, no more to wretched exile sent by thee. He also, with the self-same tale of tears, came to us on the beach, and following him, a myriad throng of comrades marched along. After a time he ceases to weep, and said, Why am I frenzied thus? I must obey my father. Harness to the car my steeds, O slaves, for now the city is mine no more. And thereupon did every man make haste, quicker than one could speak. We set the steeds, all fully harnessed, at their master's side. Then from the chariot rail he seized the reins, upon the footboard set his booted feet, and first, with hands upraised to heaven, he said, Zeus, may I live no more, if I am base, but may my sire know how he does me wrong, whether I lie in death or see the light. With that he took the goad in hand, and urged the colts, and we, attendants by his car, followed beside our lord, along the road toward Argos and to Epidauria. When we had entered the deserted land, there was a coast that lies beside this realm, bordering already the Saronic Gulf. There, like Zeus's thunder, from the earth a roar resounded deep, a fearful thing to hear. The horses pricked their ears and raised their heads aloft, and on us boyish terror fell, wondering whence came the sound. But then we glanced toward the sea-beaten shore, and saw a wave divine that rose to heaven, so that mine eye beheld no longer the Scironian crags. The Isthmus and Asclepios' rock were hid. Swelling aloft, and white with bubbling foam, with roaring sound the billow neared the spot, where on the beach the 4-horse chariot stood, and from the mighty breaker as it fell, a bull, a furious monster, issued forth. The land that with his bellowings was filled re-echoed fearfully, and we who gazed found it too grim a sight to look upon. A dreadful panic seized at once the steeds. Their master, fully trained in all the arts of horsemanship, laid hold upon the reins, and pulled as does a sailor at the oar, back leaning all his weight upon the thongs, but champing with their jaws the fire-wrought bit. They burst away, nor could the pilot hand, nor curb, nor massive chariot hold them in. And now, if toward a softer spot of earth the helmsman strove to turn and guide their course, the bull appeared in front and drove them back, maddening with affright the 4-horse team. Or if with frenzied mind they neared the rocks, he followed silent at the chariot's rim, until he overthrew and cast it down, dashing the wheel against a stone. Then all lay wildly mingled. High aloft were tossed the naves and linchpins from the axle trees, while he, poor wretch, entangled in the reins, was dragged along, inextricably bound. His gentle head was dashed upon the rock, his flesh was bruised, and piteous were his words. "Stand, ye who at my mangers took your food, and crush me not. Alas, my father's curse! Who is there here will save an upright man?" And many would, but we were come too late with tardy feet. So he, released from thongs and well-cut reins, but how I do not know, is fallen, breathing yet a little life. The steeds and cursed bull were hid from sight, but where I know not, in the rocky land. And then the messenger lifts his head defiantly to face the unrelenting king, and adds, "I am a slave within thy house, O king, but this at least I never will believe, that he thy son was guilty, not although the whole of womankind go hang themselves, and with their letters fill the pines that grow on Ida. For that he was noble, I know." Hecuba hears the story of her daughter's death. Translation of J. A. Symonds, published by Harper and Brothers. The whole vast concourse of the Achaean host stood round the tomb to see your daughter die. Achilleus' son, taking her by the hand, placed her upon the mound, and I stayed near, and youths, the flower of Greece, a chosen few, with hands to check thy heifer, should she bound, attended. From a cup of carven gold, raised full of wine, Achilleus' son poured forth a libation to his sire, and made me sound silence throughout the whole Achaean host. I, standing there, cried in the midst these words, "Silence, Achaeans! Let the host be still! Hush! Hold your voices!" Breathless stayed the crowd, but he, "O son of Peleus, father mine, take these libations pleasant to thy soul, draughts that allure the dead. Come, drink the black pure maiden's blood, wherewith the host and I sue thee. Be kindly to us, loose our prows, and let our barks go free. Give safe return homeward from Troy to all, and happy voyage." Such words he spake, and the crowd prayed assent. Then from the scabbard by its golden hilt he drew the sword, and to the chosen youths signalled that they should bring the maid. But she, knowing her hour was come, spake thus, and said, O men of Argos, who have sacked my town, lo, of free will I die. Let no man touch my body, boldly will I stretch my throat. Nay, but I pray you set me free, then slay, that free I thus may perish 'mong the dead. Being a queen, I blush to be called slave. The people shouted, and King Agamemnon bade the youths loose the maid and set her free. She, when she heard the order of the chiefs, seizing her mantle from the shoulder down to the soft centre of her snowy waist, tore it, and showed her breasts and bosom fair as in a statue. Bending then with knee, on earth she spake a speech most piteous. See you this breast, O youth? If breast you will, strike it, take heart, or if beneath my neck, lo, here my throat is ready for your sword. He, willing not, yet willing, pity stirred in sorrow for the maiden, with his blade severed the channels of her breath, blood flowed, and she, though dying, still had thought to fall in seemly wise, hiding what eyes should see not. But when she breathed her life out from the blow, then was the Argive host in diverse way of service parted. For some, bringing leaves, strewed them upon the corpse, some piled a pyre, dragging pine trunks and boughs, and he who bore none heard from the bearers many a bitter word. Standest thou, villain? Hast thou then no robe, no funeral honours for the maid to bring? Wilt thou not go and get for her who died most nobly, bravest souled, some gift? Thus they spake of thy child in death. O thou most blessed of women in thy daughter, most undone! Medea, resolving to slay her children. O sons, my sons, for you there is a home and city where, forsaking wretched me, ye shall still dwell and have no mother more. But I in exile seek another land, ere I have joyed in you and seen you glad, ere I have decked for you the nuptial pomp, the bride, the bed, and held the torch aloft. O me, forlorn by my untempered moods! In vain then have I nurtured ye, my sons, in vain have toiled and been worn down by cares, and felt the hard child-bearing agonies. There was a time when I, unhappy one, had many hopes in you, that both of you would cherish me in age, and that your hands, when I am dead, would fitly lay me out. That wish of all men, but now lost indeed, is that sweet thought, for I must, reft of you, live on a piteous life and full of pain. And ye, your dear eyes, will no more behold your mother gone into your new strange life. Alas, why do ye fix your eyes on me, my sons? Why smile ye on me that last smile? Alas, what must I do, for my heart faints, thus looking on my children's happy eyes? Women, I cannot. Farewell, my past resolves, my boys go forth with me. What boots it me to wring their father with their cruel fates, and earn myself a doubled misery? It shall not be, shall not. Farewell, resolves! And yet, what mood is this? Am I content to spare my foes and be a laughing-stock? It must be dared. Why, out upon my weakness, to let such coward thoughts steal from my heart. Go, children, to the house, and he who lacks right now to stand by sacrifice of mine, let him look to it. I'll not stay my hand. Alas, alas! No, surely, oh, my heart, thou canst not do it. Racked heart, let them go safely, spare the boys. Living far hence with me, they'll make thee joy. No, by the avenging demon gods in hell, never shall be that I should yield my boys to the despitings of mine enemies. For always they must die, and since 'tis so, better I slay them, I who gave them birth. Always 'tis fated, there is no escape. For now in the robes, the wealth upon her head, the royal bride is perishing, I know it. But since I go on so forlorn a journey, and them too send on one yet more forlorn, I'd fain speak with my sons. Give me, my children, give your mother your right hands to clasp to her. O darling hands, O dearest lips to me, O forms and noble faces of my boys, be happy but there, for of all part here your father has bereft you. O sweet kiss, O grateful breath and soft skin of my boys, go, go, I can no longer look on you, but by my sufferings am overborne. Oh, I do know what sorrows I shall make, but anger keeps the mastery of my thoughts, which is the chiefest cause of human woes. Translation of Mrs. Augusta Webster. Account of Alcestis's farewell to her home, from Robert Browning's Balaustion. What kind of creature should the woman prove that has surpassed Alcestis, surely has shown preference for her husband to herself than by determining to die for him? But so much all our city knows indeed. Hear what she did indoors, and wonder then. For when she felt the crowning day was come, she washed with river waters her white skin, and taking from the cedar closets forth vesture and ornament, bedecked herself nobly, and stood before the hearth and prayed, Mistress, because I now depart the world, falling before thee the last time, I ask, be mother to my orphans, wed the one to a kind wife, and make the others mate some princely person, nor, as I who bore my children perish, suffer that they too die all untimely, but live, happy pair, their full glad life out in the fatherland. And every altar through Admetos's house she visited, and crowned, and prayed before, stripping the myrtle foliage from the boughs, without a tear, without a groan, no change at all to that skin's nature fair to see, caused by the imminent evil. But this done, reaching her chamber, falling on her bed, there truly burst she into tears, and spoke, O bride bed, where I loosened from my life virginity for that same husband's sake, because of whom I die now, fare thee well, since nowise do I hate thee, me alone hast thou destroyed, for shrinking to betray thee and my spouse I die. But thee, O bed, some other woman shall possess as wife, truer no, but of better fortune say. So falls on, kisses it, till all the couch is moistened with the eye's sad overflow. But when of many tears she had her fill, she flings from off the couch, goes headlong forth, yet forth the chamber, still keeps turning back, and casts her on the couch again once more. Her children, clinging to their mother's robe, wept meanwhile, but she took them in her arms, and as a dying woman might, embraced now one and now the other. 'Neath the roof, all of the household servants wept as well. Moved to compassion for their mistress, she extended her right hand to all and each, and there was no one of such low degree she spoke not to, nor had no answer from. Such are the evils in Admetos's house. Fragments from Lost Plays, Professional Athletics. Of all the thousand ills that prey on Hellas, not one is greater than the tribe of athletes, for first they never learn how to live well, nor indeed could they, seeing that a man slave to his jaws and belly cannot hope to heap up wealth superior to his sire's. How to be poor and row in fortune's boat they know no better, for they have not learned manners that make men proof against ill luck. Lustrous in youth they lounge like living statues decking the streets, but when sad old age comes they fall and perish like a threadbare coat. I've often blamed the customs of us Hellenes, who for the sake of such men meet together to honor idle sport and feed our fill. For who, I pray you, by his skill in wrestling, swiftness of foot, good boxing, strength at quoits, has served his city by the crown he gains? Will they meet men in fight with the quoits in hand, or in the press of shields drive forth the foemen by force of fisticuffs from hearth and home? Such follies are forgotten face to face with steel. We therefore ought to crown with wreaths men wise and good, and him who guides the state, a man well-tempered, just, and sound in counsel, or one who by his words averts ill deeds, warding off strife and warfare, for such things bring honor on the city and all Hellenes. Children, a blessing. Lady, the sun's light to our eyes is dear, and fair the tranquil reaches of the sea, and flowery earth in May, and bounding waters, and so right many fair things I might praise, yet nothing is so radiant and so fair as for souls childless, with desire sore smitten to see the light of babes about the house. Resignation. Think'st thou that death will heed thy tears at all, or send thy son back if thou wilt but groan? Nay, cease, and gazing at thy neighbour's grief grow calm, if thou wilt take the pains to reckon how many have toiled out their lives in bonds, how many wear to old age, robbed of children, and all who from the tyrant's height of glory have sunk to nothing. These things shouldst thou heed. No man was ever born who did not suffer. He buries children, then begets new sons, then dies himself, and men forsooth are grieved, consigning dust to dust. Yet needs must be lives should be garnered like ripe harvest sheaves, and one man live, another perish. Why mourn over that which nature puts upon us? Not that must be is terrible to mortals. Captive good, attending captain ill. Doth someone say that there be gods above? There are not, no, there are not. Let no fool led by the old false fable thus deceive you. Look at the facts themselves, yielding my words no undue credence. For I say that kings kill, rob, break oaths, lay cities waste by fraud, and doing thus are happier than those who live calm, pious lives, day after day. How many little states that serve the gods are subject to the godless but more strong, made slaves by might of a superior army. Translation of J. A. Symonds. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected entries from John Evelyn's diary. John Evelyn, 1620 to 1706. Evelyn is known to us first as a diarist, and then as the author of Silva, but his cultivated tastes, his publications upon art subjects, and his devotion to Tory ideals brought him before his contemporaries, mainly as a virtuoso and a royalist. A descendant of George Evelyn, who was the first to introduce the manufacture of gunpowder into England, he was born in 1620 at Wotton in Surrey, a home large and ancient, suitable to those hospitable times, he wrote, and so sweetly environed with those delicious streams and venerable woods, as in the judgment of strangers as well as Englishmen, it may be compared to one of the most tempting and pleasant seats in the nation. I was not initiated into any rudiments till near 4 years of age, he says in the early part of his diary, and then one friar taught us at the church porch of Wotton. The rudiments were continued at the free school at Southover near the town, of which one Agnes Morley had been the foundress, and now Edward Snat was the master, under whom I remained till I was sent to the university. 1637, 3rd of April, I left school, where till about the last year I had been extremely remiss in my studies, so as I went to the university rather out of shame of abiding longer at school than for any fitness, as by sad experience I found, which put me to relearn all that I had neglected or but perfunctorily gained. 10th of May I was admitted a fellow commoner of Balliol College, Oxford. After 3 years' diligent study, Evelyn removed to the Middle Temple in London to study law, and in 1641, having repeated his oath of allegiance, he absented himself, he says, from the ill face of things at home. Civil war was beginning. He travelled in Holland and France, and remained long in Italy, studying the fine arts. The better part of 10 years he was absent from England, marrying in the meantime the daughter of Sir Richard Browne, the king's minister at the French court. His bride was barely 12, and Evelyn returned to England in 1647, leaving Mrs. Evelyn in the care of her excellent and prudent mother. While waiting for the maturing of his domestic plans, he commenced another, one of his biographers quaintly says, translating from the French the liberty and servitude of Le Veillet, and inserting a royalist preface for which he was threatened, and writing a Character of England. In 1652 he established himself with his wife at Sayes Court, Deptford, of which she was the heiress. Here he busied himself with beautifying the place, where he entertained men like-minded to himself, and composed a long list of works. Some of these pertained to landscape gardening and to architecture, subjects upon which he was an authority, some to politics or archaeology. He was on friendly terms with the virtuosi of his time, and he sought the acquaintance of men who formed and ruled affairs. Much of his claim on our attention comes from his having rubbed up against greatness. He was a follower of men, never a leader, and his life was filled with usefulness. As his diary shows, he welcomed the Restoration and took some part in it. The marks of esteem shown by the new king caused him to leave his retirement and sharpen his pen for such brochures as Panegyric at His Majesty King Charles II's Coronation, 1661, while he was preparing his History and Art of Calcography and Engraving in Copper. He was one of the commission to take care of the sick and wounded in the war with the Dutch in 1664, the year in which Silva, or a Discourse of Forest Trees, and the Propagation of Timber in His Majesty's Dominions, his magnum opus in the eyes of his contemporaries, was published. Evelyn undertook the work at the wish of the Royal Society. Among the devastations of the Civil War and of the parliamentary party was the cutting down of the ancient trees. The oaks especially were said to have incurred the wrath of the revolutionists, perhaps because of the service of the royal oak at Boscobel, perhaps because the landed gentry took pride in comparing the durance of their order with the great age of the trees. Be that as it may, the oaks were gone, and Charles Stuart lacked timber to build a royal navy. Men of Evelyn's stamp were set to thinking and planting, and Evelyn himself, with his great knowledge and taste, was set to writing. Thus came about the Silva, to which he annexed Pomona, or an appendix concerning fruit trees in relation to cider, the making and several ways of ordering it. His parallel of the ancient architecture with the modern appeared also in 1664. Evelyn's royalist ardour cooled under the domestic and foreign policy of the Stuarts, and while a commissioner of the Privy Seal, he refused, at the risk of offending James II, to sign an illegal license for the sale of certain books treating of the king's religion. It was about this time that, having helped to collect them, Evelyn persuaded Lord Henry Howard to give to the University of Oxford the famous Arundelian marbles, brought together from Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor. On inheritance of the ancestral Wotton by the death of his brother, he left Sayes Court in 1694. This court was afterwards sublet to Peter the Great, the Tsar desiring to be near the king's dockyard at Deptford, where he proposed to learn the art of shipbuilding. "There is a house full of people, and right nasty," wrote a servant to Evelyn, while the imperial Caesar was dwelling therein. "The Tsar lies next your library, and dines in the parlour next your study. He dines at 10 o'clock and 6 at night, is very seldom at home a whole day, very often in the king's yard, or by water, dressed in several dresses. The king is expected here this day. The best parlour is pretty clean for him to be entertained in. The king pays for all he has." During Peter's stay, from some time in January till towards the end of April 1698, his favourite recreation was to break down the holly hedges which were the pride of Say's court, by riding through them in a wheelbarrow. This, with other amiable eccentricities of the great civilizer, proved so costly that in the final settlement the owner received £150 in recognition of damages. Weighted with age and honourable action, Evelyn died in 1706 at his ancestral home, and was buried in Wotton Church in a tomb which recorded at his desire that, living in an age of extraordinary events and revolutions, he had learned from thence this truth, which he desired might be thus communicated to posterity, that all is vanity which is not honest, and that there is no solid wisdom but in real piety. Evelyn's friend Bishop Burnet referred to him as a most ingenious and virtuous gentleman. He was devoted to his church, and when he had an endurable king, to that king. In his diary, the sweetness and purity of his life and his love of home are not less visible than his deep religious feeling. By nature Evelyn was conservative. He had no sympathy with the reformers who were trying to bring about a new order, or with those uncomfortable disturbers of the peace who wished to correct the abuses that had crept into the Church, or to oppose the assumptions of Charles I. He preferred to sup and dine and compare intaglios with easy-going and well-mannered gentlemen. A complete list of Evelyn's works would be long. A quarto volume edited by William Upcott, first published in 1825, contains his literary remains. Silva has been edited at various times in the interest of tree-planting and forestry commissions, the most commendable edition being that of Dr. Alexander Hunter, first published in 1776. The Memoirs of John Evelyn, Esquire, F.R.S., comprising his diary from 1641 to 1705-6, and a selection of his familiar letters, was edited from the original manuscript by William Bray in 1818, and since then has been several times republished. From Evelyn's Diary, 1654, 3rd of December. Advent Sunday. There being no office at the church, but extempore prayers after the Presbyterian way, for now all forms are prohibited, and most of the preachers were usurpers, I seldom went to church upon solemn feasts, but either went to London, where some of the orthodox sequestered divines did privately use the common prayer, administer sacrament, etc., or else I procured one to officiate in my house. 25th, Christmas Day. No public offices in churches, but penalties on observers, so as I was constrained to celebrate it at home. 1655, 9th of April. I went to see the great ship newly built by the usurper Oliver, carrying 96 brass guns and 1,000 tons burthen. In the prow was Oliver on horseback, trampling 6 nations underfoot, a Scot, Irishman, Dutchman, Frenchman, Spaniard, and English, as was easily made out by their several habits. A faun held a laurel over his insulting head, the word, God with us. 15th. I went to London with my family to celebrate the feast of Easter. Dr. Wilde preached at St. Gregory's, the ruling powers conniving at the use of the liturgy, etc., in this church alone. 27th of November. To London, to visit honest and learned Mr. Hartlib, note, Milton's acquaintance, to whom he addressed his Tractate on Education, end of note. A public-spirited and ingenious person, who had propagated many useful things and arts. He told me of the castles which they set for ornament on their stoves in Germany, he himself being a Lithuanian, as I remember, which are furnished with small ordnance of silver on the battlements, out of which they discharge excellent perfumes about the rooms, charging them with a little powder to set them on fire and disperse the smoke, and in truth no more than need, for their stoves are sufficiently nasty. This day came forth the Protector's edict or proclamation, prohibiting all ministers of the Church of England from preaching or teaching any schools, in which he imitated the apostate Julian, with the decimation of all the royal party's revenues throughout England. 14th of December. I visited Mr. Hobbes, the famous philosopher of Malmesbury, with whom I had been long acquainted in France. 25th. There was no more notice taken of Christmas Day in churches. I went to London, where Dr. Wilde preached the funeral sermon of preaching, this being the last day, after which Cromwell's proclamation was to take place, that none of the Church of England should dare either to preach or administer sacraments, teach school, etc., on pain of imprisonment or exile. So this was the mournfullest day that in my life I had seen, or the Church of England herself, since the Reformation. 1657, 25th of December. I went with my wife to celebrate Christmas Day. The chapel was surrounded with soldiers, and all the communicants and assembly surprised and kept prisoners by them, some in the house, others carried away. It fell to my share to be confined to a room in the house, where yet I was permitted to dine with the master of it, the Countess of Dorset, Lady Hatton, and some others of quality who invited me. In the afternoon came Colonel Whaley, Gough, and others from Whitehall, to examine us one by one. Some they committed to the marshal, some to prison. When I came before them, they took my name and abode, examined me why, contrary to an ordinance made that none should any longer observe the superstitious time of the Nativity, so esteemed by them, I durst offend, and particularly be at common prayers, which they told me was but the Mass in English, and particularly pray for Charles Stuart, for which we had no scripture. I told them we did not pray for Charles Stuart, but for all Christian kings, princes, and governors. They replied in so doing we prayed for the King of Spain too, who was their enemy and a papist, with other frivolous and ensnaring questions and much threatening. And finding no colour to detain me, they dismissed me with much pity of my ignorance. These were men of high flight and above ordinances, and spake spiteful things of our Lord's nativity. As we went up to receive the sacrament, the miscreants held their muskets against us, as if they would have shot us at the altar. 1660, 3rd of May. Came the most happy tidings of His Majesty's gracious declaration and applications to the Parliament, General, and people, and their dutiful acceptance and acknowledgment after a most bloody and unreasonable rebellion of near 20 years. Praised be forever the Lord of heaven, who only doeth wondrous things, because his mercy endureth forever. 8th. This day was His Majesty proclaimed in London, etc. 29th. This day His Majesty Charles II came to London, after a sad and long exile and calamitous suffering both of the king and church, being 17 years. This was also his birthday, and with a triumph of above 20,000 horse and foot, brandishing their swords and shouting with inexpressible joy, the ways strewed with flowers, the bells ringing, the streets hung with tapestry, fountains running with wine, the mayor, aldermen, and all the companies in their liveries, chains of gold and banners, lords and nobles clad in cloth of silver, gold, and velvet, the windows and balconies all set with ladies, trumpets, music, and myriads of people flocking, even so far as from Rochester, so as they were 7 hours in passing the city, even from 2 in the afternoon till 9 at night. I stood in the Strand and beheld it, and blessed God. And all this was done without one drop of blood shed, and by that very army which rebelled against him. But it was the Lord's doing, for such a restoration was never mentioned in any history, ancient or modern, since the return of the Jews from the Babylonish captivity, nor so joyful a day and so bright ever seen in this nation. This happening, when to expect or effect it was past all human policy. 4th of June. I received a letter of Sir Richard Browne's. Note, his father-in-law, landing at Dover, and also letters from the Queen, which I was to deliver at Whitehall, not as yet presenting myself to his Majesty by reason of the infinite concourse of people. The eagerness of men, women, and children to see his Majesty, and kiss his hands, was so great that he had scarce leisure to eat for some days, coming as they did from all parts of the nation. And the king being so willing to give them that satisfaction, would have none kept out, but gave free access to all sorts of people. 6th of July. His Majesty began first to touch for the evil, according to custom, thus. His Majesty sitting under his state in the banqueting house, the chirurgeons caused the sick to be brought or led up to the throne, where, they kneeling, the king strokes their faces or cheeks with both his hands at once, at which instant a chaplain in his formalities says, "He put his hands upon them, and he healed them." This is said to every one in particular. When they have been all touched, they come up again in the same order, and the other chaplain kneeling, and having angel gold strung on white ribbon on his arm, delivers them one by one to his Majesty, who puts them about the necks of the touched as they pass, whilst the first chaplain repeats, "That is the true light who came into the world." Then follows an epistle, as at first a gospel, with the liturgy, prayers for the sick, with some alteration, lastly the blessing. And then the Lord Chamberlain and the controller of the household bring a basin, ewer, and towel for his Majesty to wash. The Great Fire in London, 1666, 2nd of September. This fatal night, about 10, began that deplorable fire near Fish Street in London. 3rd. The fire continuing, after dinner I took coach with my wife and son, went to the Bankside in Southwark, where we beheld that dismal spectacle, the whole city in dreadful flames near the waterside. All the houses from the bridge, all Thames Street, and upwards towards Cheapside, down to the Three Cranes, were now consumed. The fire having continued all this night, if I may call that night which was light as day for 10 miles round about after a dreadful manner, when conspiring with a fierce eastern wind in a very dry season, I went on foot to the same place and saw the whole south part of the city burning from Cheapside to the Thames, and all along Cornhill, for it kindled back against the wind as well as forward. Tower Street, Fenchurch Street, Gracious Street, and so along to Baynard's Castle, and was now taking hold of St. Paul's Church, to which the scaffolds contributed exceedingly. The conflagration was so universal and the people so astonished, that from the beginning, I know not by what despondency or fate, they hardly stirred to quench it, so that there was nothing heard or seen but crying out and lamentation, running about like distracted creatures without at all attempting to save even their goods. Such a strange consternation there was upon them, so as it burned both in breadth and length, the churches, public halls, exchange, hospitals, monuments, and ornaments, leaping after a prodigious manner from house to house and street to street, at great distances one from the other. For the heat, with a long set of fair and warm weather, had even ignited the air, and prepared the materials to conceive the fire, which devoured, after an incredible manner, houses, furniture, and everything. Here we saw the Thames covered with goods floating, all the barges and boats laden with what some had time and courage to save, as on the other the carts, etc., carrying out to the fields, which for many miles were strewed with movables of all sorts, and tents erecting to shelter both people and what goods they could get away. Oh, the miserable and calamitous spectacle, such as, haply, the world had not seen the like since the foundation of it, nor be outdone till the universal conflagration thereof. All the sky was of a fiery aspect, like the top of a burning oven, and the light seen above 40 miles round about for many nights. God grant my eyes may never behold the like, who now saw above 10,000 houses all in one flame. The noise and cracking and thunder of the impetuous flames, the shrieking of women and children, The hurry of people, the fall of towers, houses, and churches was like an hideous storm, and the air all about so hot and inflamed that at last one was not able to approach it, so that they were forced to stand still and let the flames burn on, which they did for near 2 miles in length and 1 in breadth. The clouds of smoke were dismal, and reached upon computation near 50 miles in length. Thus I left it this afternoon burning, a resemblance of Sodom or the last day. It forcibly called to my mind that passage, Non anim hic habemus, stabilem civitatem. The ruins resembling the picture of Troy. London was but is no more. Thus I returned. 4th. The burning still rages, and it is now gotten as far as the Inner Temple, all Fleet Street, the Old Bailey, Ludgate Hill, Warwick Lane, Newgate, Paul's Chain, Watling Street, now flaming, and most of it reduced to ashes. The stones of Paul's flew like grenadoes, the melting lead running down the streets in a stream, and the very pavements glowing with fiery redness, so as no horse nor man was able to tread on them. And the demolition had stopped all the passages, so that no help could be applied. The eastern wind still more impetuously drove the flames forward. Nothing but the almighty power of God was able to stop them, for vain was the help of man. 5th. It crossed towards Whitehall, but oh, the confusion there was then at that court! It pleased his Majesty to command me, among the rest, to look after the quenching of Fetter Lane End, to preserve, if possible, that part of Holborn, whilst the rest of the gentlemen took their several posts. For now they began to bestir themselves, and not till now, who hitherto stood as men intoxicated, with their hands across, and began to consider that nothing was likely to put a stop but the blowing up of so many houses as might make a wider gap than any had yet been made by the ordinary method of pulling them down with engines. This some stout seamen proposed early enough to have saved near the whole city, but this some tenacious and avaricious men, aldermen, etc., would not permit, because their houses must have been of the first. It was therefore now commanded to be practised, and my concern being particularly for the hospital of St. Bartholomew near Smithfield, where I had many wounded and sick men, made me the more diligent to promote it, nor was my care for the Savoy less. It now pleased God, by abating the wind, and by the industry of the people, infusing a new spirit into them, that the fury of it began sensibly to abate about noon, so as it came no farther than the Temple westward, nor than the entrance of Smithfield north. But it continued all this day and night so impetuous towards Cripplegate and the Tower, as made us all despair. It also broke out again in the Temple, but the courage of the multitude persisting, and many houses being blown up, such gaps and desolations were soon made, as with the former 3 days' consumption, the backfire did not so vehemently urge upon the rest as formerly. There was yet no standing near the burning and glowing ruins by near a furlong's space. The coal and wood wharves and magazines of oil, rosin, etc., did infinite mischief, so as the invective which a little before I had dedicated to his Majesty and published, giving warning what might probably be the issue of suffering those shops about to be in the city, was looked on as a prophecy. The poor inhabitants were dispersed about St. George's Fields, and more fields, as far as Highgate, and several miles in circle, some under tents, some under miserable huts and hovels, many without a rag or any necessary utensils, bed or board, who from delicateness, riches, and easy accommodations in stately and well-furnished houses were now reduced to extremest misery and poverty. In this calamitous condition I returned with a sad heart to my house, blessing and adoring the mercy of God to me and mine, who in the midst of all this ruin was like Lot in my little Zoar, safe and sound. 7th. I went this morning on foot from Whitehall as far as London Bridge, through the late Fleet Street, Ludgate Hill, by St. Paul's, Cheapside, Exchange, Bishopgate, Aldersgate, and out to Moorfields, thence through Cornhill, etc., with extraordinary difficulty, clambering over heaps of yet smoking rubbish, and frequently mistaking where I was. The ground under my feet was so hot that it even burnt the soles of my shoes. In the meantime his Majesty got to the tower by water, to demolish the houses about the Graph, which being built entirely about it, had they taken fire and attacked the White Tower where the magazine of powder lay, would undoubtedly not only have beaten down and destroyed all the bridge, but sunk and torn the vessels in the river, and rendered the demolition beyond all expression for several miles about the country. At my return, I was infinitely concerned to find that goodly church St. Paul's now a sad ruin, and that beautiful portico, for structure comparable to any in Europe, as not long before repaired by the late king, now rent in pieces, flakes of vast stones split asunder, and nothing remaining entire but the inscription in the architrave, showing by whom it was built, which had not one letter of it defaced. It was astonishing to see what immense stones the heat had in a manner calcined, so that all the ornaments, columns, friezes, and projectures of massic Portland stone flew off, even to the very roof, where a sheet of lead covering a great space was totally melted, the ruins of the vaulted roof falling broken into St. Faith's, which being filled with the magazines of books belonging to the stationers, and carried thither for safety, they were all consumed, burning for a week following. It is also observable that the lead over the altar at the east end was untouched, and among the divers monuments the body of one bishop remained entire. Thus lay in ashes that most venerable church, one of the most ancient pieces of early piety in the Christian world, besides near 100 more. The lead, ironwork, bells, plate, etc., melted. The exquisitely wrought Mercer's Chapel, the sumptuous Exchange, the august fabric of Christ Church, all the rest of the company's halls, sumptuous buildings, arches, all in dust. The fountains dried up and ruined, whilst the very waters remained boiling. The viragos of subterranean cellars, wells, and dungeons, formerly warehouses, still burning in stench and dark clouds of smoke, so that in 5 or 6 miles, in traversing about, I did not see one load of timber unconsumed, nor many stones but what were calcined white as snow. The people who now walked about the ruins appeared like men in a dismal desert, or rather in some great city laid waste by a cruel enemy, to which was added the stench that came from some poor creatures' bodies, beds, etc. Sir Thomas Gresham's statue, though fallen from its niche in the Royal Exchange, remained entire, when all those of the kings since the Conquest were broken to pieces, also the standard in Cornhill, and Queen Elizabeth's effigies, with some arms on Ludgate, continued with but little detriment, whilst the vast iron chains of the city streets, hinges, bars, and gates of prisons, were many of them melted and reduced to cinders by the vehement heat. I was not able to pass through any of the narrow streets, but kept the widest. The ground and air, smoke and fiery vapor continued so intense that my hair was almost singed and my feet unsufferably surheated. The by-lanes and narrower streets were quite filled up with rubbish, nor could one have known where he was, but by the ruins of some church or hall that had some remarkable tower or pinnacle remaining. I then went towards Islington and Highgate, where one might have seen 200,000 people of all ranks and degrees dispersed and lying along by their heaps of what they could save from the fire, deploring their loss, and though ready to perish for hunger and destitution, yet not asking 1 penny for relief, which to me appeared a stranger sight than any I had yet beheld. His Majesty and Council indeed took all imaginable care for their relief, by proclamation for the country to come in and refresh them with provisions. In the midst of all this calamity and confusion there was, I know not how, an alarm begun that the French and Dutch, with whom we were now in hostility, were not only landed, but even entering the city. There was, in truth, some days before, great suspicion of these two nations joining, and now that they had been the occasion of firing the town. This report did so terrify, that on a sudden there was such an uproar and tumult that they ran from their goods, and taking what weapons they could come at, they could not be stopped from falling on some of those nations whom they casually met, without sense or reason. The clamour and peril grew so excessive that it made the whole court amazed, and they did with infinite pains and great difficulty reduce and appease the people, sending troops of soldiers and guards to cause them to retire into the fields again, where they were watched all this night. I left them pretty quiet, and came home sufficiently weary and broken. Their spirits thus a little calmed and the affright abated, they now began to repair into the suburbs about the city, where such as had friends or opportunity got shelter for the present, to which his Majesty's proclamation also invited them. 1685, 13th of February. I can never forget the inexpressible luxury and profaneness, gaming and all dissoluteness, and as it were total forgetfulness of God, it being Sunday evening, which this day sevennight I was witness of. The king sitting and toying with his concubines, Portsmouth, Cleveland, and Mazarin, etc., a French boy singing love songs in that glorious gallery, whilst about 20 of the great courtiers, and other dissolute persons, were at basset round a large table, a bank of at least 2,000 pounds in gold before them, upon which 2 gentlemen who attended with me made reflections with astonishment. 6 days after, all was in the dust. 31st of October. I dined at our great Lord Chancellor Jeffreys, who used me with much respect. This was the late Chief Justice, who had newly been the Western Circuit to try the Monmouth conspirators, and had formerly done such severe justice among the obnoxious in Westminster Hall, for which his Majesty dignified him by creating him first a Baron, and now Lord Chancellor. He had for some years past been conversant at Deptford, is of an assured and undaunted spirit, and has served the court interest on all the hardiest occasions. Is of nature cruel and a slave of the court. 1688, 18th of September. I went to London, where I found the court in the utmost consternation on report of the Prince of Orange's landing, which put Whitehall into so panic a fear that I could hardly believe it possible to find such a change. Writs were issued in order to a Parliament, and a declaration to back the good order of elections, with great professions of maintaining the Church of England, but without giving any sort of satisfaction to the people, who showed their high discontent at several things in the government. 1689, 21st of February. I saw the new Queen and King proclaimed the very next day after her coming to Whitehall, Wednesday, 13th of February, with great acclamation and general good reception, bonfires, bells, guns, etc. It was believed that both, especially the princess, would have showed some seeming reluctance at least of assuming her father's crown, and made some apology, testifying by her regret that he should by his mismanagement necessitate the nation to so extraordinary a proceeding, which would have showed very handsomely to the world, and according to the character given of her piety, consonant also to her husband's first declaration, that there was no intention of deposing the king, but of succouring the nation. But nothing of all this appeared. She came into Whitehall laughing and jolly, as to a wedding, so as to seem quite transported. She rose early the next morning, and in her undress, as it was reported, before her women were up, went about from room to room to see the convenience of Whitehall, lay in the same bed and apartment where the late Queen lay, and within a night or two sat down to play at basset, as the Queen her predecessor used to do. She seems to be of a good nature, and that she takes nothing to heart, whilst the prince her husband has a thoughtful countenance, is wonderful serious and silent, and seems to treat all persons alike gravely, and to be very intent on affairs. Holland, Ireland, and France calling for his care. 1698, 6th of August. I dined with Mr. Pepys, where was Captain Dampier, who had been a famous buccaneer, had brought hither the painted Prince Job, and printed a relation of his very strange adventure and his observations. He was now going abroad again by the king's encouragement, who furnished a ship of 290 tons. He seemed a more modest man than one would imagine by the relation of the crew he had assorted with. 1699, 25th of November. There happened this week so thick a mist and fog that people lost their way in the streets, it being so intense that no light of candles or torches yielded any or but very little direction. I was in it and in danger. Robberies were committed between the very lights which were fixed between London and Kensington on both sides, and whilst coaches and travellers were passing. It began about 4 in the afternoon, and was quite gone by 8, without any wind to disperse it. At the Thames they beat drums to direct the watermen to make the shore. 1700, 13th of July. I went to Marden, which was originally a barren warren bought by Sir Robert Clayton, who built there a pretty house, and made such alteration by planting not only an infinite store of the best fruit, but so changed the natural situation of the hill, valleys, and solitary mountains about it, that it rather represented some foreign country which would produce spontaneously pines, firs, cypress, yew, holly, and juniper. They were come to their perfect growth, with walks, mazes, etc., amongst them, and were preserved with the utmost care, so that I who had seen it some years before in its naked and barren condition was in admiration of it. The land was bought of Sir John Evelyn of Godstone, and was thus improved for pleasure and retirement by the vast charge and industry of this opulent citizen. He and his lady received us with great civility. 1703, 31st of October. This day, being 83 years of age, upon examining what concerned me more particularly the past year, with the great mercies of God preserving me, and in some measure making my infirmities tolerable, I gave God most hearty and humble thanks, beseeching him to confirm to me the pardon of my sins past, and to prepare me for a better life by the virtue of his grace and mercy, for the sake of my blessed Saviour. 1705, 31st of October. I am this day arrived to the 85th year of my age. Lord, teach me so to number my days to come, that I may apply them to wisdom. End of section 12. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in November of 2022. Section 13 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 14. Selected excerpts by Edward Everett. Edward Everett, 1794 to 1865. Edward Everett occupies an honorable place in American life. He was a scholar when exact scholars were rare. He was a man of letters when devotion to literature was not common. He was an orator when the school of Chatham was in vogue, and when the finest grace of diction and the studied arts of gesture and intonation were cultivated, and he was a patriot all his life. In his day he was on the side of culture for its own sake, of order in letters as in life, and he was the model in courteous speech and unexceptionable manners. He began his life as a student. He passed nearly all of it in the public service, and in both capacities he was an ornament to his country, meeting the demands upon the citizen at home and a competent representative of his country abroad. All that careful study and the cultivation of his good natural parts, all that industry, painstaking, and faithfulness to duty in the matter in hand could do, Everett did. The psychological student who believes that genius is only taking pains will find a profitable study in his successful career. His life is an interesting one in this point of view, namely, how much can a man of good natural parts, industry, and ambition who lacks the creative touch of genius make of himself? His career is held in grateful memory by a generation that is little curious to read his elaborate orations or his scholarly reviews, and regards his statesmanship as too conventional and timid in the national crisis in which he was an actor. Edward Everett was born in Dorchester, Massachusetts, November 11th, 1794, and died in Boston, January 15th, 1865. He entered Harvard College in 1807 and graduated with the highest honors in 1811 at the age of 17. 2 years after, he succeeded the renowned Joseph Stevens Buckminster as pastor of the Unitarian Brattle Street Church in Boston, and won an enviable reputation by his polished eloquence. A sermon delivered in the House of Representatives at Washington in February 1820 gave him a national reputation. Immediately after his graduation, he was a Latin tutor in Harvard. In 1814 he was elected to the chair of Greek, and he spent 4 years in Europe, 2 of them at the University of Göttingen, to fully qualify himself for that position. Monsieur Cousin, whom he met in Germany at this period, spoke of him as one of the best Grecians he ever knew. On his return, his lectures on the Greek literature aroused great enthusiasm for that study, a service to our early scholarship which ought never to be forgotten. In 1820 he took upon himself, with his other duties, the editorship of the North American Review, to which then and for many years he was a prolific contributor. His great learning and his facility made his pen always in demand. In 1822 he married Charlotte Gray, a daughter of Peter Chardon Brooks, whose biography he wrote. A man of Mr. Everett's capacity and distinction as an orator was irresistibly attracted to politics, and in 1824 he represented Boston in Congress as a Whig, taking the side of John Quincy Adams in politics, and sat in the House of Representatives for 10 years. In 1835 he was chosen governor of Massachusetts, and served for 3 successive terms, failing of election for the 4th by the loss of 1 vote in over 100,000. In 1840 he again visited Europe, and while residing in London was appointed minister to the court of St. James. His position as a man of affairs and of uncommon learning was recognized by the British universities. Oxford gave him the degree of D.C.L., and Cambridge and Dublin that of LL.D. Returning, he was president of Harvard College from 1846 to 1849, and on the death of Webster in 1852, he entered the cabinet of President Fillmore as Secretary of State. Always a conservative in politics, he identified himself at this time with those known as silver-gray Whigs, men who for prudential reasons were not disposed to join the Liberal party in any sturdy opposition to the extension of slavery. He was a patriot and loved his country, but belonged to the many who fervently believed that the Union could be served by compromise. In 1853 he was elected to the United States Senate from Massachusetts, but his health was so much impaired by his zeal and fidelity in the work of that important period, which saw the repeal of the Missouri Compromise, that he was obliged to resign his seat. Yet it was in 1856 that he undertook one of the most fatiguing labors of his life, in aid of the plan for purchasing Mount Vernon by private subscription. He prepared an oration on Washington, which he delivered between 1856 and 1859 122 times, to vast audiences in all the considerable cities of the Union, and which was listened to as one of the most impressive and eloquent addresses of the century. It gained over $58,000 for the Mount Vernon Fund. This, however, was only one of his orations given for charitable purposes. Others during this later period produced over $90,000 for their objects. Collections of his orations and speeches fill several octavo volumes. Mr. Everett was always active for the public good, always high-minded and pure in politics, always lending his aid to raise his countrymen in education and refinement. Conservative by nature and training, he did not join the great uprising in 1860, but permitted his name to be used by the Constitutional Union Party as a candidate for vice president, with John Bell of Tennessee as candidate for president. Mr. Everett's name as a scholar and as a man of great information and ability is as high as ever. That his fame as an orator has not survived at the level it stood with his contemporaries is due partly to a change in public taste, but mainly to his own lack of fervor and directness, the want of which were not compensated by the most finished art, which, when the occasion that called it forth is past, assumes the character of artificiality. The Emigration of the Pilgrim Fathers, from the Oration at Plymouth, December 22, 1824. It is sad indeed to reflect on the disasters which this little band of pilgrims encountered. Sad to see a portion of them the prey of unrelenting cupidity, treacherously embarked in an unseaworthy ship, which they are soon obliged to abandon, and crowd themselves into one vessel, 100 persons besides the ship's company, in a vessel of 160 tons. One is touched at the story of the long, cold, and weary autumnal passage, of the landing on the inhospitable rocks at this dismal season, where they are deserted before long by the ship which had brought them, and which seemed their only hold upon the world of fellow men, a prey to the elements and to want, and fearfully ignorant of the numbers, the power, and the temper of the savage tribes that filled the unexplored continent upon whose verge they had ventured. But all this wrought together for good. These trials of wandering and exile, of the ocean, the winter, the wilderness, and the savage foe, were the final assurance of success. It was these that put far away from our fathers' cause all patrician softness, all hereditary claims to pre-eminence. No effeminate nobility crowded into the dark and austere ranks of the pilgrims. No Carr nor Villiers desired to lead on the ill-provided band of despised Puritans. No well-endowed clergy were on the alert to quit their cathedrals and set up a pompous hierarchy in the frozen wilderness. No craving governors were anxious to be sent over to our cheerless Eldorados of ice and of snow. No, they could not say they had encouraged, patronized, or helped the pilgrims. They could not afterwards fairly pretend to reap where they had not strewn. And as our fathers reared this broad and solid fabric with pains and watchfulness, unaided, barely tolerated, it did not fall when the arm which had never supported was raised to destroy. Methinks I see it now, that one solitary, adventurous vessel, the Mayflower of a forlorn hope, freighted with the prospects of a future state, and bound across the unknown sea. I behold it pursuing, with 1,000 misgivings, the uncertain, the tedious voyage. Suns rise and set, and weeks and months pass, and winter surprises them on the deep, but brings them not the sight of the wished-for shore. I see them now, scantily supplied with provisions, crowded almost to suffocation in their ill-stored prison, delayed by calms, pursuing a circuitous route, and now driven in fury before the raging tempest on the high and giddy waves. The awful voice of the storm howls through the rigging. The laboring masts seem straining from their base. The dismal sound of the pumps is heard. The ship leaps as it were madly from billow to billow. The ocean breaks and settles with engulfing floods over the floating deck, and beats with deadening weight against the staggered vessel. I see them, escaped from these perils, pursuing their all but desperate undertaking, and landed at last, after 5 months' passage, on the ice-clad rocks of Plymouth, weak and weary from the voyage, poorly armed, scantily provisioned, depending on the charity of their shipmaster for a draught of beer on board, drinking nothing but water on shore, without shelter, without means, surrounded by hostile tribes. Shut now the volume of history, and tell me, on any principle of human probability, what shall be the fate of this handful of adventurers. Tell me, man of military science, in how many months were they all swept off by the 30 savage tribes enumerated within the early limits of New England? Tell me, politician, how long did this shadow of a colony, on which your conventions and treaties had not smiled, languish on the distant coast? Student of history, compare for me the baffled projects, the deserted settlements, the abandoned adventures of other times, and find the parallel of this. Was it the winter's storm, beating upon the houseless heads of women and children? Was it hard labor and spare meals? Was it disease? Was it the tomahawk? Was it the deep malady of a blighted hope, a ruined enterprise, and a broken heart, aching in its last moments at the recollection of the loved and left beyond the sea? Was it some or all of these united that hurried this forsaken company to their melancholy fate? And is it possible that neither of these causes, that not all combined, were able to blast this bud of hope? Is it possible that from a beginning so feeble, so frail, so worthy not so much of admiration as of pity, there has gone forth a progress so steady, a growth so wonderful, a reality so important, a promise yet to be fulfilled so glorious? The Inevitable March of Improvement. From the essay compiled from discourses in Boston, Concord, and Washington in 1827 and 1829 to 1830. A discovery results in an art produces a comfort. A comfort made cheaply accessible adds family on family to the population, and a family is a new creation of thinking, reasoning, inventing, and discovering beings. Thus, instead of arriving at the end, we are at the beginning of the series and ready to start with recruited numbers on the great and beneficent career of useful knowledge. And are the properties of matter all discovered, its laws all found out, the uses to which they may be applied all detected? I cannot believe it. We cannot doubt that truths now unknown are in reserve, to reward the patience and the labors of future lovers of truth, which will go as far beyond the brilliant discoveries of the last generation as these do beyond all that was known to the ancient world. The pages are infinite in that great volume which was written by the hand divine, and they are to be gradually turned, perused, and announced, to benefited and grateful generations, by genius and patience, and especially by patience, by untiring, enthusiastic, self-devoting patience. The progress which has been made in art and science is indeed vast. We are ready to think a pause must follow, that the goal must be at hand. But there is no goal, and there can be no pause, for art and science are in themselves progressive and infinite. They are moving powers, animated principles. They are instinct with life. They are themselves the intellectual life of man. Nothing can arrest them which does not plunge the entire order of society into barbarism. There is no end to truth, no bound to its discovery and application, and a man might as well think to build a tower from the top of which he could grasp Sirius in his hand, as prescribe a limit to discovery and invention. Never do we more evince our arrogant ignorance than when we boast our knowledge. True science is modest, for her keen sagacious eye discerns that there are deep undeveloped mysteries where the vain sciolist sees all plain. We call this an age of improvement, as it is. But the Italians in the age of Leo X, and with great reason, said the same of their age. The Romans in the time of Cicero, the same of theirs. The Greeks in the time of Pericles, the same of theirs, and the Assyrians and Egyptians in the flourishing periods of their ancient monarchies, the same of theirs. In passing from one of these periods to another, prodigious strides are often made, and the vanity of the present age is apt to flatter itself that it has climbed to the very summit of invention and skill. A wiser posterity at length finds out that the discovery of one truth, the investigation of one law of nature, the contrivance of one machine, the perfection of one art, instead of narrowing has widened the field of knowledge still to be acquired, and given to those who came after an ampler space, more numerous data, better instruments, a higher point of observation, and the encouragement of living and acting in the presence of a more intelligent age. It is not a century since the number of fixed stars was estimated at about 3,000. Newton had counted no more. When Dr. Herschel had completed his great telescope and turned it to the heavens, he calculated that 250,000 stars passed through its field in a quarter of an hour. It may not irreverently be conjectured to be the harmonious plan of the universe that its two grand elements of mind and matter should be accurately adjusted to each other, that there should be full occupation in the physical world, in its laws and properties, and in the moral and social relations connected with it, for the contemplative and active powers of every created intellect. The imperfection of human institutions has, as far as man is concerned, disturbed the pure harmony of this great system. On the one hand, much truth, discoverable even at the present stage of human improvement, as we have every reason to think, remains undiscovered. On the other hand, thousands and millions of rational minds, for want of education, opportunity, and encouragement, have remained dormant and inactive, though surrounded on every side by those qualities of things whose action and combination no doubt still conceal the sublimest and most beneficial mysteries. But a portion of the intellect which has been placed on this goodly theatre is wisely, intently, and successfully active, ripening, even on earth, into no mean similitude of higher natures. From time to time a chosen hand, sometimes directed by chance, but more commonly guided by reflection, experiment, and research, touches, as it were, a spring until then unperceived, and through what seemed a blank and impenetrable wall, the barrier to all farther progress, a door is thrown open into some before unexplored hall in the sacred temple of truth. The multitude rushes in, and wonders that the portals could have remained concealed so long. When a brilliant discovery or invention is proclaimed, men are astonished to think how long they have lived on its confines without penetrating its nature. The American Revolution. From the Lexington Oration, April 20th, 1835. Fellow citizens, the history of the Revolution is familiar to you. You are acquainted with it in the general and in its details. You know it as a comprehensive whole, embracing within its grand outline the settlement and the colonization of the country, the development, maturity, and rupture of the relations between Great Britain and America. You know it in the controversy carried on for nearly 150 years between the representatives of the people and the officers of the crown. You know it in the characters of the great men who signalized themselves as the enlightened and fearless leaders of the righteous and patriotic cause. You know it in the thrilling incidents of the crisis when the appeal was made to arms. You know it, you have studied it, you revere it as a mighty epoch in human affairs, a great era in that order of providence, which from the strange conflict of human passions and interests, and the various and wonderfully complicated agency of the institutions of men in society, of individual character, of exploits, discoveries, commercial adventure, the discourses and writings of wise and eloquent men, educes the progressive civilization of the race. Under these circumstances, it is scarcely possible to approach the subject in any direction with a well-grounded hope of presenting it in new lights, or saying anything in which this intelligent and patriotic audience will not run before me and anticipate the words before they drop from my lips. But it is a theme that can never tire nor wear out. God grant that the time may never come when those who at periods however distant shall address you on the 19th of April shall have anything wholly new to impart. Let the tale be repeated from father to son till all its thrilling incidents are as familiar as household words, and till the names of the brave men who reaped the bloody honors of the 19th of April 1775 are as well known to us as the names of those who form the circle at our firesides. In the lives of individuals there are moments which give a character to existence, moments too often through levity, indolence, or perversity suffered to pass unimproved, but sometimes met with the fortitude, vigilance, and energy due to their momentous consequences. So in the life of nations, there are all-important junctures when the fate of centuries is crowded into a narrow space, suspended on the results of an hour. With the mass of statesmen, their character is faintly perceived, their consequences imperfectly apprehended, the certain sacrifices exaggerated, the future blessings dimly seen, and some timid and disastrous compromise, some faint-hearted temperament, is patched up in the complacency of short-sighted wisdom. Such a crisis was the period which preceded the 19th of April. Such a compromise the British ministry proposed, courted, and would have accepted most thankfully. But not such was the patriotism nor the wisdom of those who guided the councils of America and wrought out her independence. They knew that in the order of that providence in which 1,000 years are as one day, a day is sometimes as 1,000 years. Such a day was at hand. They saw, they comprehended, they welcomed it. They knew it was an era. They met it with feelings like those of Luther, when he denounced the sale of indulgences, and pointed his thunders at once, poor Augustinian monk, against the civil and ecclesiastical power of the Church, the Quirinal, and the Vatican. They courted the storm of war as Columbus courted the stormy billows of the glorious ocean from whose giddy curling tops he seemed to look out, as from a watchtower, to catch the first hazy wreath in the west, which was to announce that a new world was found. The poor Augustinian monk knew and was persuaded that the hour had come, and he was elected to control it, in which a mighty revolution was to be wrought in the Christian Church. The poor Genoese pilot knew in his heart that he had, as it were, but to stretch out the wand of his courage and skill, and call up a new continent from the depths of the sea, and Hancock and Adams, through the smoke and flames of the 19th of April, beheld the sun of their country's independence arise, with healing in its wings. And you, brave and patriotic men, whose ashes are gathered in this humble place of deposit, no time shall rob you of the well-deserved meed of praise. You too perceived, not less clearly than the more illustrious patriots whose spirit you caught, that the decisive hour had come. You felt with them that it could not, must not be shunned. You had resolved it should not. Reasoning, remonstrance had been tried, from your own town meetings, from the pulpit, from beneath the arches of Faneuil Hall. Every note of argument, of appeal, of adjuration had sounded to the foot of the throne, and in vain. The wheels of destiny rolled on. The great design of Providence must be fulfilled. The issue must be nobly met or basely shunned. Strange it seemed, inscrutable it was, that your remote and quiet village should be the chosen altar of the first great sacrifice. But so it was. The summons came and found you waiting, and here in the center of your dwelling places, within sight of the homes you were to enter no more, between the village church where your fathers worshipped and the graveyard where they lay at rest, bravely and meekly, like Christian heroes, you sealed the cause with your blood. Parker, Monroe, Hadley, the Harringtons, Muzzy, Brown, alas, ye cannot hear my words. No voice but that of the archangel shall penetrate your urns. But to the end of time your remembrance shall be preserved. To the end of time the soil whereon ye fell is holy, and shall be trod with reverence, while America has a name among the nations. End of section 13. Read by Jeffrey Wilson, Ames, Iowa, in October of 2022.